his face. He made no effort to fight back or even to pull away. Then Alban clubbed Krellis across the back of the neck with the hilt of his sword, subduing him enough to enable warriors to pull him away. Lycos left the tent, shaking his head. Family. The gates of Ripper's tower were open, and Lycos strode through as if he owned them, 100 Vinthalan about him. The old wolf is shackled, but he's not my only enemy. Veridus's Eagle Guard had stepped in during the confusion of the Rowan meet's end, when rumour had spread and violence hung in the balance. The warband of Ripper had snapped and snarled like an angry dog, for the moment without clear leadership, as Lamar was slain and Krellis was grief-stricken. Caesus, Veridus's captain, had brought up his warband and ordered the men of Ripper to stand down. After a few tense moments they had, and now Lycus thought to take advantage of the confusion that had spread in the Rowan meet's wake. That Caesus is one to watch, followed Veridus's orders without hesitation, and it was clear he'd have killed his own countrymen without any hesitation. Another fool too loyal to think for himself. He shook his head. Where does Nefer find them? He strode through a timber feast hall. Through an arched doorway, the floor became stone as he entered the tower. A spiral staircase stood before him. Up or down? Where are they? He sent half of his men up, took the rest with him and spiraled downwards, footsteps echoing as he wound his way deep into the rock of Ripper's cliffs. At every corridor he sent men to search, until he was left with only 12 men about him. Soon he found what he was looking for. A bolted door, 2 guards outside, men of Ripper. They stood uncertainly before him. He snapped an order and quickly had them overwhelmed and disarmed, then unbolted the door and kicked it open. "Ah, here you are," he said as he peered in. The giantess Rayna and her bairn Tain were standing against the far wall. The first thing Lycos noticed was that their collars were gone from their necks. He stepped into the chamber, and Rayna snarled at him like a cornered wolfen. Tain appeared hostile too, but in a more brittle way, the kind you'd see in a wild horse, fire that could turn to flight. He clutched a chair in one hand. Lycos's men flowed into the room, Lycos pacing closer, drawing his sword. "I have missed you," he said, arms open in friendly greeting. "Come no closer," Rayna growled. He saw a piece of chain in her hands. "You do not tell me what to do," Lycos snarled. "I thought you learned that lesson long ago." He stepped closer still, stopped 12 paces away. "I hope that you have enjoyed your respite, because it is over. You are mine again." He looked at her hands. "I see that you have kept your collar and chain. Very helpful of you. To crush your skull with," Lycos sighed. "Need we go through this? If you resist, I will kill your son. I don't need both of you. That is just a luxury, an extra surety. So..." He looked between them both, saw Rayna's will wavering. He raised a hand, and his men drew closer, spreading into a loose arc around the 2 giants. "Well?" Rayna's eyes darted around the room as she took a step closer to her son, part shielding him behind her. Lycos saw her eyes narrow and knew her answer. He drew his sword. She snarled and stepped forwards, hurling the collar at his face with startling power and speed, holding onto the chain, wielding it like a whip. He threw himself to the side, saw the collar crunch into a warrior's face behind him, the man crashing to the floor in a gurgle of blood and teeth. A Vinthalan grabbed the chain, which in hindsight was a mistake, as he was pulled hurtling forwards towards Rayna, grabbed by Tain and pummeled with a chair. Lycos and his men rushed in, some jabbing Rayna with spears. They knew, whatever Lycos said to the giants, that he would personally flay anyone who caused either of the giants' deaths, so they were hesitant. While Rayna was distracted with jabbing spear points, Lycos sped in behind the furious Tain, who was still smashing what was left of a splintered chair leg into the pulped head of his warrior. Lycos slashed Tain across the back of the leg and kicked him behind the knee for good measure, dropping the giantling to the ground. Lycos grabbed a handful of Tain's hair and yanked his head back, resting his sword against a throbbing vein in Tain's neck. "Hold!" bellowed Lycos. Rayna froze instantly, then dropped her chain. Immediately the Vinthalan were on them, tying their wrists with rope. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and warriors walked in, a dozen, then a score, warriors of Tenebrel in gleaming cuirasses with bright eagles on their chests. At their head strode the old man, Alban. "Step away," he said, eyes searching out Lycos. There was something about his stare that made Lycos wary. "They are my prisoners," Lycos said. "They are prisoners of war, agreed," Alban said. "But not yours. Veridus Ben Lamar holds the highest rank here, and these are his men. He has ordered these prisoners taken into his personal custody." "What? That is ridiculous," Lycos said. "Here are the orders, and his seal," Alban said, waving a scroll at Lycos. "Fair," Lycos grunted, waving an arm. "Papers. We are all on the same side here. What does it matter whose custody they are under?" "Exactly," Alban said. "So you will not mind if they are in Veridus's custody rather than yours?" It was not framed as a question. "They are mine," Lycos snarled, feeling his temper fray. He was not used to dealing with so many disagreeable people all in the same day. He made to push past Alban, his Vinthalan pulling the giants behind him. Alban stepped in his way. Lycos put a hand to his sword hilt. Alban rested his hand gently on his. The hiss of swords being slowly pulled from sheaths sounded as the Eagle Guard wrapped fingers around hilts. Outnumbered. And I hate to say it, but those Eagle Guard are Veridus's veterans. In close quarters like this... With a twist of his lips, he pulled his hand away from his sword and barked a command at his men. They dropped the ropes. "And what does Veridus plan to do with them?" "Take them to Mikil with him." Lycos raised an eyebrow at that. "May I?" he asked, gesturing at the open door, and Alban stepped out of his way. Lycos marched away, a seed of worry taking root in his gut. Mikil. Calidus will not look favourably upon that, and I will most likely get the blame. Ah, what a day. Still, it could have been worse. I need a good bottle of wine, and then I have an old friend to become reacquainted with. Chapter 60. Ulfilas. Ulfilas walked with a limp through Mikil's keep, one arm bandaged and in a sling. He wasn't sure if he'd ever be able to use a sword with his old skill again. Yet he was thankful to be alive, though perhaps not for much longer. He was about to see Jael, his first audience with the king since he'd been sent on his fateful mission in search of Halen, the fugitive king of Isiltir. A moon had passed since he'd led the attack on Graham's Hold, since he'd ridden out against a warband of warriors charging uphill with long, curved swords. If he'd known they were the most skillful warriors the Banished Lands had ever seen, he'd have organised a retreat before they'd arrived and left Graham's Hold to them. At least, the one that I fought was. And judging by the fact that I'm the only survivor of over 300 men, I'm guessing that the others weren't half bad with a blade either. Dag the huntsman walked beside him, neither one saying a word to the other. Silently, they climbed a staircase and entered a long corridor. At its end, shieldmen in red cloaks and black breastplates standing guard before a door. Sounds of combat drifted out, grunts and thuds, the clack of practice blades. Ulfilas and Dag were ushered in and stood before Jael, king of Isiltir. He was not alone. The room was large, before Jael's chair, a space was cleared in which 2 men fought. Ulfalas recognised one, the shield man he'd seen win the bout in Dunkellen, named Lafrid. The other he didn't know, but even at a glance, Ulfalas could tell that he was good. Careful, never overextending, patient. As Ulfalas watched, his eyes drawn for a moment, he saw Lafrid make a feint, much like the one he'd used in Dunkellen, but the other man just stepped back and smiled. The bout went on. Beside Jael, seated in high-backed chairs, were 3 other men, and standing behind them, the bulk of a giant. Not more giants. This one was dark-haired, face impassive, a warhammer slung across his back. Of the 3 men seated, Ulfalas recognised the first, King Nether, though he had been a prince the last time Ulfalas saw him at the Council of Aquilus. The years had worn heavy on him, nothing of the enthusiastic boy left about him. Now he was lean, still handsome with unruly curly hair, but there was a gauntness to his features, a hollowness about the eyes that spoke of a deep weariness. Being king will do that to a man. Next to him sat an old man, silver hair and a neatly trimmed beard on a sharp-lined face, clusters of laughter lines at his eyes. Despite his years, he looked full of life, with bright eyes and a certain tireless energy about him. And then Ulfalas saw the 3rd man. He almost took a step back, his fingers twisting in the sling for his sword hilt. He was a warrior similar to the ones he'd just fought at Graham's Hold. Clad in black linen and dark mail, the hilt of a curved sword slung above his shoulder. How can that be? Perhaps the warrior felt Ulfalas's eyes upon him, for he looked away from the bout and stared full at Ulfalas. Again he felt the urge to step back, to recoil. The man's eyes were black, no pupil, no iris, just a black well. Ulfalas's fingers moved to form the ward against evil. The man looked him up and down, slowly, then returned his attention to the duel before them. It came to an end, suddenly, the patient man enduring a blistering combination of blows from Lafrid, the last strike too powerful, unbalancing Lafrid for a moment. The other man's weapon darted out, struck Lafrid hard on the wrist, then it was at his throat. "You're dead," the patient man said. Lafrid blinked. It had happened so fast, then nodded grudgingly and gripped an offered arm. "Well done," he muttered. Jael clapped, Nether and the old man following suit. The dark-clothed warrior didn't. "Well, it seems I have found my first sword, unless you have come to test your blade," Jael said, looking at Ulfalas. "I'm afraid not, my king," Ulfalas said, looking down at his bandaged arm. The cut to his bicep had been the worst injury, slicing deeply through muscle. "I see you have a tale to tell. Well, let's hear it." Ulfalas stepped forward, Dag following him. "I attacked Graham's Hold, my lord, as planned. Ildair and some of the Jotun joined us, and it was all going well, more than well. The gates were down and Graham's warriors broken, fleeing. We were hunting for the child when 2 warbands were seen approaching, one on a small fleet of ships." Nether and Calidus sat up straighter at that. "The other, a warband of riders approaching from the south. I rode out to face the riders. We outnumbered them, heavily." He glanced at the black-clad warrior. "They were like him, clad in black war gear, no shields, curved swords worn upon their backs." "Huckle," the black-clad warrior breathed, the word sounding like a curse. "Huckle?" Jael said. "My sword, brother. A betrayer." "We fought." Ulfalas felt a flush of shame. "They were better than us, the likes of which I've never seen before. I fell and later escaped when I saw the battle was lost." As he spoke of it, Ulfalas remembered too vividly how he had been struck 6 times in as many heartbeats, Somehow his reins slashed as well, and falling with a numbing crash to the ground. He'd lain on his back in the blood and dirt as the black-clad warrior had loomed over him, thinking his death was moments away. Then he'd seen the warrior choose to fight a bear and giant instead. He hadn't stayed around to watch the outcome. Dag found me a few leagues south. He'd been tracking the men who took the children from Dunkellen. He dropped to one knee before Jael. I failed you, my king. Yes, you did, Jael sighed. But your honesty is refreshing, Ulfalas. Never any excuses from you. And did you make a mistake? I think not. Would anyone have had a different result in the same circumstances? Again, I think not. So I shall leave your head on your shoulders. This time. I thank you for your mercy, Ulfalas said, and he meant it. It seems our enemies have joined forces, Nether said. The Black Sun evaded me in Narvon, stole some of my ships, burned the rest. Now I know where he took them. The Black Sun? Well, we shall raise a warband and go pay them a visit, Jael said. They will have Halem with them now, no doubt. They are not a Graham's hold any longer, Dag said. I found Ulfalas, but we didn't come straight back. Went and watched them for a while. They left later that day, near 1,000 of them by my reckoning, heading east. I put a few of my boys on their trail. We'll soon hear where they're going. They're going to Drassil, the old man said. What? Said Jael. You remember my father's counsel at Geraldine? Nether said to Jael. He spoke of the God War, the polarization of sides between the Black Sun and the Bright Star, the prophecy that spoke of the 7 treasures of Drassil. I do, Jael said. Well, that is what this is. It is happening now. He looked hard at Ulfalas. Those who attacked you, one of them was the Black Sun, an upstart peasant named Corban, though he dares call himself the Bright Star. His mouth twisted bitterly. The servants of Asroth are prone to lies and deception. His eyes flickered to Calidus. This is why I am here. Why a council of war must happen between our allies. He pinched his nose, closed his eyes. Better to leave this conversation for the council. Are the others here? Lothar arrived yesterday from Helveth, but there is no sign of Gondel yet. Ah, Nether sighed. Well, we will wait then. There is always the morrow. I need to sleep now. It has been a long road, but before I go and find my chambers, I have a gift for you. That is most gracious of you, Jael said. It is a little unusual, but I think that you will value it more highly than gold, or even the head of this child pretender to your throne. You have my interest piqued, said Jael. Sumur, he is your gift. These are dark times, and our enemies lurk in the shadows, waiting for any opportunity. A finer first sword you shall never find. These are dark times, Jael agreed, and my enemies gather as we speak. Though Jael was looking at Sumur with little joy. But, as you say, my new first sword is a very capable man, and the best in all of Isiltir. The old man spoke up now. No offence to your newly appointed first sword, but Sumur is better. The newly appointed first sword, Fram, snorted. He was looking at Sumur with interest, though, not anger, as some warriors would under the circumstances. I like that about him. A calm head. Nether fears for your safety, the old man continued, and this seems to us to be the perfect solution. He smiled genially, but there was more behind that smile. Daggers. An implied threat. Do not refuse me, it said. Don't do it, thought Ulfalas. Do not take him. How can you trust an outsider, not a man of Isiltir? No matter how good, how could you rely on his loyalty? But Ulfalas remembered a conversation with Jael, how he seemed consumed with a fear of assassination. He could be tempted if this man is as good as they say, and if he is anything like the one I met, then he is. Are you sure he is better than Fram? Jael asked. Perhaps a demonstration, Calidus said. Yes, I would like that. Sumur rose and stepped into the cleared space before them, shrugging off his scabbarded sword, laying it carefully on a table, then picking up the wooden practice sword that Lafred had used. Fram stepped into the makeshift ring. A friendly demonstration, Calidus warned. No need for bloodshed or death or permanent injury. As he said it, he stared hard at Sumur, who returned the gaze with his flat black eyes. He shrugged. Fram and Sumur bowed to Jael, then turned to face each other. Sumur just walked forwards, as if Fram were an open doorway that he intended to pass through. Fram shuffled his feet. Sword raised, looked mildly confused. He is a counter-striker, prefers to defend and strike off of his opponent's blows. Sumur's feet moved, a ripple through his body, starting at his ankles, and then he was striking two-handed at Fram, a blurred combination to head, throat, chest, groin, and thigh. Ulfalas did not see which blow connected, perhaps one, perhaps all, but a few heartbeats later, Fram was lying, groaning on the floor. The problem with being a counter-striker is that you first have to block the strikes made against you. Sumur stood over Fram, looked as if he hoped the warrior would get back up, then dropped the practice sword and calmly retrieved his scabbarded blade and slung it across his back. Impressive, said Jael. He is, Nether said, and he's yours. I will sleep better knowing you are watched over by one such as Sumur. My thanks, Jael murmured, but... What? Ah, I know. You doubt his loyalty. A shield man must be prepared to give his life for you, and as he is not a man of Isiltir... Exactly, Jael said. Sumur is loyal, to the extreme, Calidus said, leaning close in his chair. Tell him to put a knife through his hand. That will not be necessary, Jael said. I think it is, but the order must come from you, else you would still question. Jael frowned as Sumur padded closer. Even walking, he is graceful as a dancer. Tell him, Calidus hissed. Sumur, put your knife through your hand, Jael said, wincing as if the words tasted sour. Sumur drew a knife from his belt, placed its tip against the palm of his left hand, and pushed. It was a slow, deliberate movement. The knife tip disappeared fraction by fraction into Sumur's hand, and all the while, Sumur stared blankly at Jael. Ulfalas felt himself wincing. Enough, Jael said, with a nervous laugh. Sumur stopped. You are sure? Calidus asked. Yes, Sumur, take the blade out. He did, one smooth pull, then cutting the edge of his linen shirt and tying a strip around his palm. Ulfalas saw one drop of dark blood hit the floor. Well, Nether said. He is loyal, Jael said. Of that, there is no dispute. If you still have concerns, then keep Fram as well. Who said we kings should only have one first sword? Jael smiled at that, though Ulfalas could tell he was still not completely happy about this new arrangement. How can I take someone of such skill and devotion away from you, Nether? If I am at risk from my enemies, then surely you, our High King, are in greater danger and so would need his skills more than I. Nether smiled. That is not a problem. You must not concern yourself about that. And to prove it, I'm going to leave you with another score of his swordkin. Consider it an honor guard. I must protest, Jael said, almost squirming in his seat. You cannot set aside such fearsome warriors on my behalf. Nether waved a hand in the air, a dismissal. I told you that is not an issue. I have 1,000 more making camp beyond your walls that are just like him. Chapter 61. Corban. Corban pushed a branch out of her way, stepped onto a rotted and fallen trunk, and jumped down, avoiding a patch of dark vine that would stick to her boots and burn her fingertips if she touched it, all the while moving through the forest as quietly as she could manage. She'd had years of practice during her years with Rath's crew. But no amount of woodland hunting and living in forests could have prepared me for this. Forn was like no other place she'd ever seen, dark, oppressive, and enormous. The trees were on average as thick as a fortress tower, looming so high above that the forest canopy seemed like green-tinged clouds. Daylight was a nimbus glow high above, leaking down upon them like misted copper, most of the time the level of light hovering somewhere between twilight and full dark. The foliage upon the ground was sometimes just flat forest litter with clear spaces wide enough to pull two wains through. Sometimes it was such a snarl of bush, thicket, and thorn that Balor and his giants could not cut a way through it. And they were not alone. The forest was alive with noise. During the day, mostly birds and insects, though some of the insects were as big as a hand. Night was worse. There were the noises Corban was familiar with. Fox and owl, and the occasional howl from a wolven. Storm always cocked her head at those. But also the sounds that she had never heard before. Strange, clicking, scratching sounds and hissing, usually just out of the firelight's reach. Once there was a deep, basal rumble that she felt reverberate into her feet through the ground. Balor told them all that it was a drake and reassured them that it was leagues away. And, of course, there were the notorious Forn bats. A hiss above from wings almost as silent as breath, sometimes a distant screech. So far she had not seen any of the great bats, only the husk-like dried-out remains of their victims. A deer, a boar, once an elk as big as a horse. After that, she'd resolved not to wander in the forest alone and to ensure her scouts travelled in pairs. They'd left Graham's hold almost 2 10-nights ago, the first 10-night making good time, the second proving to be slower going. Even abandoning the wains had not proved the remedy that Corban had hoped for. "How can we travel any further through this?" Corban muttered to Ankara, who was walking along quietly beside her. "We are nearly there," Ankara assured her, wiping sweat from her brow. By Corban's reckoning, they were well into autumn and approaching winter, but the weather within Forn was surprisingly mild, the thick lattice of branches high above keeping out all extremes of weather, apart from rain, which would still drip from leaves and find the back of her neck with annoying accuracy. They'd been walking since dawn, when the air was cold, and they could see their breath misting, and it was not high sun yet, but it didn't take long to warm the blood when you were forging your way through a forest. "Nearly there," Corban said, feeling a flare of excitement. "Drassil was that close." "Not Drassil," Ankara said, "but something else." "Corban," a voice called out from behind her. They both stopped and turned, saw movement in the undergrowth, and waited. Dath appeared and Corban frowned. He's supposed to be on rear guard. A figure appeared behind him, a dark blur in the foliage. "Colour." Corban rolled her eyes. She was like dark vine where Dath was concerned. Dath reached them, breathing hard and sweating heavily. He rested a hand upon his knee, opened his mouth to talk, realized he couldn't yet. "Dath thinks we are followed," Colour said for him. He nodded. "You should be fitter," Colour said to Dath, poking him in the ribs. "The bright star's closest friend. You shame him. How could you defend him if you'd had to run a little first?" "I am fit," Dath said, looking more hurt than angry. "Followed?" Corban said. I dropped back because I spied a doe pass us. Thought it would make a change from Brot. I hunted it a while." "He is very good at that," Colour said. I thought I saw something, Dath said. Saw what? A glint of iron behind us. Corban waited. She had left Ankara to scout ahead and sped back past the long column of their warband, strung out over a league of forest, then carried on a little, for good measure, gathering a few of her scouts along the way. Dath and Kulla were with her, along with Teka, the woman Corban had saved from the Kadishim in the woods of northern Narvon. She had the makings of a fine huntswoman. Yalric, one of Graham's warriors who had survived the Battle of the Hold, was with them too. And Storm, of course. The wolfen was crouched beside her now, both of them sitting in thick foliage upon an embankment. The rest of Corban's hunters spread loosely on the far side of the path. They'd been here maybe half a day, the glow of the sun above the trees steadily drifting westwards, waiting for whoever it was that Dath had spied. She rested her head against Storm's shoulder. I'm glad you are healed, she whispered, tweaking one of Storm's ears. The wolfen had limped for a 10-night after her run-in with the bear at Graham's Hold, ribs bruised, maybe cracked. She was brave, though, tougher than any warrior Corban had known, and had loped on day after day, league after league. Corban had seen Corban's concerned looks, and had felt the same way, but one day Storm had uncurled from sleep, stretched, and just seemed fine again. Corban had felt a weight lift from her shoulders that she hadn't realised had been there. Can't believe how soft I'm getting. Wrath would be ashamed. She felt a vibration and realised that Storm was growling quietly. She sat up, reaching slowly for her strung bow, half a dozen arrow shafts stuck into the earth before her. The odd ray of sunshine sloped into the forest from the west, motes of dust suspended in the amber glow. Easy, she whispered to Storm, half knocking an arrow, then concentrated on staying as still as possible. She focused on her breathing, as Wrath had taught her, long, deep breaths, hold, slow release, over and over. Just when she thought Storm must have heard something else, there was a sound off to her left, a crackle of forest litter. Then, quiet, but clear as the tree before her, a whispered conversation. Her skin prickled. Dath was right. Moments later, a figure appeared in the gloom, pausing for a while on the path below her, then moving on, slow and steady, eyes sweeping ahead and the forest to either side. Then, two more figures, further back, 20 paces apart, like an arrowhead. She waited longer. No one else came. A sound behind her, the scuff of bark, Storm's surprised snarl, and she was throwing herself forwards, twisting as she fell, loosing the arrow half-blind into a shadow looming behind her. A scream, then Storm smashed into the figure, an explosion of blood. Corban lurched to her feet, trusting Storm with her back, reaching for another arrow. The men on the path were scrambling for cover, one down with an arrow through his throat that she knew instinctively was Dath's. Arrows whistled through the twilight. One skittered off a tree, another sank thrumming into a trunk. 2 men down there, at least 2 men. Then she saw them. One flat against a tree, spear in hand, the other a dozen paces from him, crouched behind a fallen trunk. The one behind the tree peered around it, showing her his back, and she put an arrow through it. He grunted and sank to the floor. The one behind the fallen trunk saw his comrade collapse, realized someone was behind them, and leapt into motion. He was fast, running and leaping diagonally away from the others Corban had placed on the opposite bank, but away from her as well. He weaved as he ran, Corban releasing one arrow which missed him by a hair's breadth. Then she was up and running. In a dozen paces she knew he was faster than her, but not faster than Storm. The wolfen hurtled past her down the slope, bone-white fur blurring in the gloom as she raced after the huntsman. He heard the drum of her paws, turned panicked eyes towards her, fumbled with a knife at his belt, and then she was on him, tearing at him as they rolled. Corban ran faster, saw them separate, and Storm spring to her feet, twisting to get back at him. The huntsman struggled to rise, blood slicking his shoulder and back. Storm ran at him. "Hold!" Corban yelled at Storm. and the wolfman skidded to a halt before the man stood snarling and slavering over him. Corban reached him, kicked his knife from his hand, and then kicked him in the head. He dropped onto his back. Dath emerged from the gloom, others close behind. The huntsman on the ground groaned. "Who do you serve?" Corban said, drawing her sword and pointing its tip unwaveringly at his chest. He curled his lip and spat blood. "That is rude," Culla observed. Her sword was in her hand, and although she made no move, the man on the ground cringed a little. "Look at me," Corban said to him. He did. "I will have an answer to my question, one way or another." She held his gaze, preparing herself for what she might have to do. She'd seen Rath and Baird put men to the question, but never done it herself. Torturing defenseless men was not something she'd ever aspired to do. But we need to know. She remembered what Rath used to say in times like this, and sometimes it had worked. "This is the end for you, one way or another. I'll not make you false promises, offer you your life. You'll not be seeing daylight again." She took a moment, let the words sink in. "What I will offer you is a quick end, no pain, no flaying of your skin or breaking of your bones, no putting your eyes out or holding a flame to your stones, no giving you to her." She looked pointedly at Storm, who was watching him with her fangs dripping red. "So, I'll ask you one last time, who do you serve?" He licked his lips, eyes moving around their group, from Corban to Storm, Culla, Dath, Teka, and Yalric, all stern and silent. He must have seen no hope amongst them and no mercy, for Corban saw the decision in his eyes before he opened his mouth. "Jael," he said. "I serve Jael, king of Isiltir." "He's no king of mine," Yalric growled, hefting his axe. Corban tutted. "How far behind us is Jael?" "He's not following yet. Far as I know, my master set us on your trail, went to report to Jael about the hold, and you—" "How many of you following us?" "4, he said, without any hesitation. "And 4 are here, 3 dead. You seem to follow." Corban thought about breaking her word, putting him to the question. They weren't hard to follow. Over 1,000 of them and a few hundred horses tramping through the forest. It would be impossible to hide their tracks. But it was vital that there were no eyes on them. That's what Ankara had said. No eyes watching us. But looking at him, she believed him, and it made sense. It's what she would have done. Put a few good men on the trail, told them to hang back and not lose them. Report back when there was something to report. She shifted her weight and stabbed him through the heart. "Get their bodies. Best to leave a message for those who come after," she said. "I like you," Culla said to her as they made their way back to the warband. Corban glanced at her and grunted. Culla was short, slim, large dark eyes in an oval face, and a deadly killer. Corban had seen her spar, seen her take lives at Graham's hold with a deadly efficiency, as if she was harvesting crops. "You are strong. Here," Culla said, tapping her forehead. "And here." She pressed her palm to her heart. "Back there, you did what you had to do, even though you did not like it." They had gathered the 4 dead huntsmen, wound rope around their feet, and hung them from branches so that they dangled over the trampled path. Then Corban had gutted them, slicing their bellies and spilling their intestines in tangled heaps below their hanging arms. She knew the warband that would eventually come this way would find them, half-eaten, probably, and butchered like game after a hunt. It would sow seeds of fear. She looked at her hands, still stained with blood. "No, I didn't," Corban said. "You will make a good match for our bright star." Corban blinked at that, felt her neck flushing. "Did Tuckle talk to you? she said, more abruptly than she intended. No? Culla said, wrinkling her brow. Why? Never mind. She found that she missed Tuckle, had enjoyed his company on the mad ride through Isiltir. All of the Jihar was stern and serious, but there had been another side to Tuckle, a pragmatic humour that seeped into all he did or said. He'd reminded her of Wrath. And now he is dead too, like Wrath. She felt grief clench in her chest, like a fist about her heart, slowly breathed it out, her thoughts turning to Gar. He had howled like an animal when Tuckle had died, and his grief was still draped heavy upon him, his eyes hollow and angry. I do not think there is one person in this entire warband that has not suffered the loss of loved ones because of this god war. That made her angry. We shall have our vengeance. They were catching up with the warband now. Something drew her attention, from behind her. She slowed, turned, stared into the forest, head cocked to one side. What is it? Culla asked, staring with her. I don't know. Corlin frowned. She could not have said what had made her pause, not a sound, exactly, more a tingling upon her skin. Like I'm being watched. There was nothing, only the gentle rustle of a breeze through branches. She shrugged and carried on, leaving Culla and the others as rearguard scouts, and sped up to try and get back to Ankara before it was full dark. Storm padded beside her, and when they reached Corban, the wolfen loped away to join him. Glancing down, Corlin noticed something red sprinkling the ground. She squatted to inspect it, saw it was paler than blood, almost pink. Then she heard Storm growl and looked up to see Budai sniffing at the wolven. He frolicked closer to her. Storm gave him a swipe with a paw and he jumped away. Corban reached down to run his fingers through Storm's fur, then smiled over at Corlin. I'll have to report to him about what happened, but I need to find Ankara before it's dark. She ignored him and jogged on. Soon she found Ankara, a darker shadow in the encroaching gloom. I found it, Ankara said, looking very pleased with herself. What? Walk over here. Corlin did, past Ankara. For a moment she felt something, a kind of prickling against her skin like the air before a storm breaks. But then something under her foot shifted and she looked down to pick her way. The ground was covered with deep forest litter, clusters of dark vine here and there. She took some wide strides to avoid it. Then she stopped and looked back at Ankara, who was smiling at her. What? Corlin asked. You can't see it. See what? She was getting annoyed now. Corban was getting close now, Michael beside him, both of them leading their horses through thick undergrowth. Behind them, the warband was a hulking shadow. Ankara bent down and seemed to plunge her hands into the ground. Then she saw the Jihar warrior lift up a thick, knotted rope, leaning back and pulling on it. As she did, the ground shimmered and rippled, spreading out in circular waves from Ankara like a rock thrown into a pool. Corlin steadied herself, looked down to see that she was standing on some kind of wooden construct. Ankara put her back into pulling. Some help, she grunted, and Corlin hurried over. Together they tugged on the rope, and with a creaking groan, a wooden door rose up from the forest floor, a huge, iron-banded and hinged semicircle. Corlin stood there with her mouth open, looking down at a wide stone slope that led down into darkness. A glamour, Ankara said. What is this? Corban asked. A tunnel that will take us to Drassil, Michael said. Balor smiled when he saw it. Good. You have found one, then, the giant rumbled. When Drassil was abandoned, they were hidden so well that those that came after could not find the way back. Ethelyn was beside him. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes. The glamour is strong upon these, she said, her voice like the creaking branches. There's more than one? Corban asked. Yes, Ankara said. We found 6 of them, all beginning at Drassil. Tuckle set us to clearing them. Some were blocked, others crumbled and collapsed. Some had things living in them. She shivered at a memory. But how will we hide them from our enemy? Corban said. We will lead them straight to Drassil. No, Balor said. The glamour is cunning. You cannot see them until they have been revealed by someone who has walked them. Once you have seen one, you can see them all. I don't understand, Corban said. Neither do I, thought Coralyn. When we are inside, and the door is closed above us, the glamour will cover them again. No newcomer will see them, will notice anything other than the forest floor. So, how did Ankara see it? Corban asked. Because she's seen it before. And now that you have, the glamour will no longer work upon you. You will be able to see all 6 of them now. Corban thought about that for a moment, then looked up and smiled. Excellent, he said. The doors closed with a bang, and darkness settled about them, broken by countless torches that burned a dotted line down the endless tunnel. Ethelyn had remained behind with Ankara and Coralyn, the rest of the warband marching on. Ethelyn lifted a huge wooden beam and slipped it through iron bars fixed to the enormous trapdoor. A precaution, she said, though doubtless unnecessary. She murmured a few words in Giantish, Coralyn feeling her skin prickle as it had earlier when she stood upon the door and not seen it. There, Ethelyn said, turning away. So, Drassil was down there? Coralyn said. Aye, said Ankara. It would take 3 or 4 moons of hard walking through Forn to reach Drassil from this point, and that is without the glamours and traps that surround the fortress. In this tunnel, mounted, we'll be there in a 10 night. Onwards, then, Coralyn said. Home, whispered Ethelyn. Chapter 62. Ulfalas. Ulfalas stood with his back to the great doors of the feast hall, checking all entrances and exits, making sure they were guarded by trusted men. Even though they were in the heart of Isiltir, in the fortress that had once been Romar's seat of power, Ulfalas had reached a point of permanent mistrust. Perhaps Jael's paranoia is rubbing off on me. He flexed his fingers and clenched a fist, felt muscle and tendon ripple and contract along his arm, the stitches in his bicep pulling. A 10 night had passed since he'd arrived in Mikil and met with Jael. His arm was out of its sling now, feeling weak and aching as he'd never imagined, but slowly, oh so slowly, he was starting to feel a trickle of strength flow back into it. The room had been converted into a council chamber, the fire pit covered over with boards, and a thick-legged carven table placed across it. The fire pit should be lit, if even just to lend some heat to this room. Summer had slipped into autumn, and the wind blew cold across the rolling plains of Isiltir. All the kings of the Alliance were there. Jael at the table's head, with Fram close by, and Sumur, a black shadow at his back. Then Nether with his companions, silver-haired Calidus and the brooding giant, the outline of his warhammer like a crow upon his back. Lothar, once battle-chief to Helveth's ruler, and now king of the realm. Ulfalas remembered him from the Battle of Haldis, deep in Forn Forest. He had been clear-headed in council and fierce in battle. He sat now in silence and kingly splendour, the black hammer of his realm emblazoned on a white cuirass, a white cloak of wolfen fur trimmed with gold around his shoulders. His face was predatory and hawk-like, his nose sharp and beaked. One warrior stood at his back. And then there was Gundel, king of Carnatan, dark-haired and round-faced. He was the son of the traitor Mandros, who had slain Aquilus, Nether's father, and had his head taken from his shoulders in recompense by Nether's first sword, Theridis. Gundel had played a part in Mandros's downfall, and in return, Nether had supported him in his claim to the throne of Carnatan. None of these men would be king now, if not for Nether. It is no wonder Jael is indebted to him. But no man gives such favours for nothing. What will he ask for in return? A man sat beside Gundel, with deep lines and a narrow face and an iron-grey beard. He sat, straight-backed and alert, sharp eyes taking in every detail. Bello, some relation of Gundel, and apparently more in control of Carnatan than Gundel is. Gundel had only arrived yesterday, 200 warriors riding with him as an honour guard. Jael had chafed at the delay, and so had Nether, who had spent most of his days hidden away in his camp, which was built like a fortress around a huge wain, wheels as big as a horse. Nether stood, and the murmur of conversation died out, a hush falling around the table. "Well met," he said, nodding to each king. "It has been a long road since last we were all together, during my father's council at Geraldin. It was there that we made our pledge to one another, gave our oaths to this alliance, and now, look at us all. We are kings. Fortune has favoured us." He raised a cup to them, his lips twisted in an almost smile, as if at some unknown jest. The kings raised their cups. "I have helped you all, given aid when you asked, lent my war bands their blood spilt in your causes. Now I ask that you remember the oaths that we pledged to one another, and the war that we committed to fight." "I remember it well," Gundel said. His face was flushed, whether with wine or enthusiasm, Ulfalas could not tell. "And I, for one, remember with gratitude all that you have done on my behalf. Whatever must be done, if it is within my power to do so, then I am willing." Jael and Lothar raised their cups to that, though Bello's face did not look so pleased. "The God War has begun in earnest. The Black Sun is revealed as a warrior from Arden in the west. He has gathered a war band about him of evil men and giants. Jael's battle chief has already crossed paths with him." Nether gestured towards Ulfalas, who stood blinking beneath the gazes of the kings of the banished lands. A silence grew. "I fought them in the north," Ulfalas said. "It is true. Giants and deadly warriors, the like of which I've never encountered before." His gaze flickered to Nether. "I alone escaped with my life, my entire warband slaughtered." "In the north?" Lothar said. "What were their numbers? And where are they now?" "Over 1,000 strong, and more joining them, so Jael's scouts tell us. They have travelled into Forn," Nether said, "and seek to take refuge in Drassil." "Why in God's name would they do that?" Gundel asked. He dwelt furthest from the old forest. All he knows of Forn is likely the fairy tales and stories of its bloodthirsty inhabitants, drakes, wolven, bats, and all manner of beasts that will consider you a good meal. Bello leaned forwards, resting his chin on steepled fingers. "What do you propose is done about this Black Sun?" he asked. "We go after him." "That would not be the easiest task," Bello commented. Nether frowned, turning a brooding stare upon Bello. "Did you ever think that a god war would be easy?" "I can't say that I've thought about it much at all," Bello said. "Gondel's and my time has been spent working hard in our own realm to heal the damage done during the succession." Nether raised an eyebrow at that, but made no comment. "What would you have us do?" Lothar asked. "Build roads into Forn, wide and straight like the giant roads of old. Each of you, from a different location, set on a course to intersect at Forn's heart. From there, we build a fortress of our own. Drassil must be found, and the Black Sun dug out from the hole that he hides in." "Why not just leave him there?" Bello asked. "If he is hiding, let him hide. Most would go into Forn and never heard of again." He shrugged. "Let the forest do our work for us." Nether stared at him, took a deep breath, not quite a sigh. "This is a council of kings," Nether said. "Let your king speak for his realm." "I advise my king," Bello said, "and to do that, I like to understand the facts." Nether pinched his nose. "I have given you all the necessary facts. The Black Sun is in Forn. We must go after him. To bring the might of our warbands against him, we have to build roads for them to march upon, to bring them supplies, to be able to fight without a tree branch getting lodged up your arse." I think he's getting angry. "There may be other options." Nether slammed a fist onto the table. "I have not travelled 1,000 leagues, fought myriad battles, dethroned kings and crowned new ones, and stormed the gates of Murias to come here and haggle like a fishwife over options." He was shouting by the end of the sentence. Bello just stared at Nether, fingers still steepled under his chin. "This is an alliance," Bello said calmly, "not a dictatorship. You do not rule here or command the kings of the banished lands." Nether went very still. Calidus rose beside Nether and touched his arm. The king of Tenebrel had gone pale. He took a deep breath and sat. Calidus faced Bello and spoke. "There are weapons in Forn," the old man said. "Relics from the Giant Wars and the Sundering. We have to take them from the Black Sun. To leave him is to allow him to become stronger and to consolidate his power." Calidus's voice was deep and resonant, soothing in its pitch and cadence, and Ulfalas felt himself nodding in agreement with the old man's words. "If left, one day he will emerge from Forn, stronger, too powerful by far, and prepared to annihilate us all." "That does not sound so good," Gondel muttered. "No, best we strike now, before he grows stronger," Jael said. "That is our reasoning as well," Calidus said, good-naturedly. "Jael has a motive to fight this war, to chase this warband into Forn. Halen. To catch one is to catch the other. But these other kings, why do they need to do this, to commit their warbands to such a mammoth task?" Ulfalas studied the faces around the table and could see that some at least were thinking along similar lines. Lothar was nodding thoughtfully. Gondel just looked scared. Bello, though, did not look impressed with the idea of carving a route through Forn. "So you would have us build roads?" Bello asked. "That is right. Summon your warbands and we shall begin our search for Drassil and the Black Sun." "Forn is a big place," Bello said. "Best then that we start sooner rather than later," Nether grated. "There is someone missing from this table," Bello said. "Someone whom I have heard has joined our alliance. Queen Rin." "She will come," Calidus said. "She is securing her borders, but when we call for her, she will come and bring a mighty warband with her." "Internal strife, then," Bello said. He looked pointedly at Nether. "There are rumors of other realms that are struggling to maintain order within their borders. I've heard the word rebellion mentioned in connection with Tenebrel. Is there any truth in this?" "There has been," Calidus began. "It has been crushed," Nether interrupted. "My first sword has sent me word. Tenebrel is at peace, and he brings the leaders of this so-called rebellion here for my judgment. Veridus, your problem-solver." It was Veridus who cut Mandros's head from his shoulders, Bello's cousin. "Just so," Nether said, eyes fixed on Bello, who gave the first sign of any kind of emotion, a tightening in his jaw and narrowing of his eyes. "I think it is time we retire," Bello said. "You have made your case clear, what you wish from us. Gondel and I shall discuss it at length." "That is not good enough," Nether said. Calidus put a hand upon his shoulder, but he shook it off. "Time cannot be wasted. I must have your answers now. This day." Bello shrugged and stood, his chair scraping. We don't always get what we want, the aging warrior said. And I, for one, am not sure I'll be advising my king to listen to a man who cannot even maintain order within his own realm. Come, Gundel, he said, touching the young king's arm. Stop, Nether said quietly, venom in his voice. Bello did stop, for a moment looking with angry eyes at Nether. You do not give orders to us, King of Tenebral. This is a council of equals, and I take my orders from my king, not some upstart with a faded title, a realm in chaos, and a reputation for murdering kings. Now, Gundel, let us... Sumor? Kill this thorn in my flesh, Nether said. Sumor moved without a second's hesitation, walking calmly around the table, hand reaching over his shoulder for the hilt of his blade. This is not amusing, Bello snapped. I will not be intimidated. Ulfalas saw his eyes flickering between Nether and Sumor. My patience is at an end. I will listen to your whining opposition no more, Nether said. With a rasp, Sumor drew his blade. This is a council amongst allies, Bello snapped, disbelief and fear mingling in his voice. He took a few steps back, hand reaching for his own sword. You are not my ally, Nether said. You did not take the oath. Gundel did. This is outrageous, Bello cried. Sumor walked on around the table. Alric! Bello yelled, panic in his voice now, the shieldman behind Gundel shifting, looking between Gundel and Bello. Alric now! Bello shouted, and the shieldman moved, stepping in front of Sumor and drawing his sword. Sumor curled a lip and rolled his shoulder, his sword snapping out, the shieldman moving too slowly, staggering into Gundel's chair, gurgling as blood spurted from his throat. Sumor walked on. Bello drew his own sword, backing into a column. Sumor reached him and struck an overhand blow double-handed. Bello blocked it, but Ulfalas heard the unmistakable sound of bone cracking. Ulfalas, no stranger to battle, winced. He's broken Bello's wrists. Bello screamed, sword dropping from strengthless fingers. No one is that strong. Sumor raised his sword and struck again. Bello's scream cut short, then again, the sound of meat being cleaved, more bone breaking. Enough! Calidus yelled, and Sumor froze, looked back over his shoulder, blood splattering his face. He licked a drop from his top lip. A silence had fallen upon the chamber, King staring in horror, Gundel's eyes fixed on Bello's corpse. He whimpered. I was going to do this later, Calidus said with a sigh, but perhaps it is appropriate now. He gestured for the feast hall gates to be opened. Ulfalas thought about questioning him, then looked at the pile of meat and bone that had been Bello, and decided to move, nodding to his men to open the great doors. Daylight streamed in, along with a bitter wind. Footsteps thudded, and warriors marched in, black-clad men and women like Sumor, 100, 200, more. They stood before the council table, eyes black and empty. They are a gift for my fellow kings, Nether said. 100 warriors for each of you, a protection in these dark and dangerous times. A protection from whom? More your enforcers. Ulfalas did not like this, not one bit. He could see that the kings and their shieldmen felt the same way. Their display of violence had been shocking, but the consequences of this were settling upon him now. Nether was taking over this council of kings. If each of these warriors before him was half as capable as Sumor, then together they could carve up a war band. This is Isiltir, not Tenebral. He looked at Jael, hoping that he would give Ulfalas the order to summon his warband and put an end to this. Jael just sat there, looking as shocked and scared as the rest of them. Now, said Nether, let us discuss our assault on Drassil. Chapter 63. Uthas. Uthas strode along beside Rin, Duncarrig towering above them upon its cliff like some predatory bird. Horns blowing, Rin's honour guard rippled to a halt on the Giant's Way. Honour guard. More like a war band, 500 of Rin's shield men and 50 Benothi giants. Not a sight often seen in Arden. Uthas looked about him, drinking in the view like a half-parched man. Arden, they call it now, but it was only ever Benoth to me. There was a time when I thought I'd never see this land again. Ahead of them, Duncarrig sat on its high cliff, at its foot the sprawl of a fisher village, and all about them were rolling meadows, to the north the glitter of a pewter sea, and behind it all the cry of gulls. Uthas sucked in a deep breath, savouring the salt air and chill that filled his lungs. "Was this your home once?" Rin asked him. "Home? No," Uthas said. "I dwelt in Duntaris, governed that part of Benoth for the man, but I came here often. I have fond memories of this place." "The truth does not often live up to the memory," Rin said, looking up at Duncarrig high above. "Let us see what welcome Evnis has prepared for us." She clicked her horse on and they headed through the fisher village, the inhabitants hustling off the streets into houses as they saw Uthas and his kin approaching. They carried on up the winding road to the fortress, hooves clattering on the stone bridge as they crossed the chasm that separated the fortress from the mainland, the wind blowing up around them in great gusts. Warriors lined the courtyard beyond Stonegate, turned out in their finery to greet their queen. With Rin's warriors and 50 giants striding into the courtyard, it soon became crowded. "Where is Evnis?" Rin said, with a frown to the man who stepped forward to greet her, a captain named Andran. "He rode south, my queen," Andran said. "He received word of the rebels in Duncrin." "How far is Duncrin?" Rin asked, looking annoyed. "A 10-night down the Giant's Way," Uthas answered. "Through the Baglan and out the other side. Duncrin is sunk in the marshes, though." Rin nodded thoughtfully. "Well, we do not need him for what we came for, I suppose. I just would have liked to see him." She ordered her honour guard and mounts cared for, her warriors to be escorted to the feast hall for a meal. "Your giants should accompany them," Rin said. "They may cause unrest," Bala said. Giants walking abroad in Duncarrig. This has not happened for 1,000 years. And the reaction they are likely to provoke is the reason Rin came with us. "They are my guests here. Any unrest will end with heads on spikes." She said that loud enough for the whole courtyard to hear. That should be enough. Rin's presence in the fortress, combined with her commands, should be enough to keep my people safe. "Isa, you lead the kin," Uthas said. "Eat, drink, rest with our friends, and be courteous." He held her gaze and raised an eyebrow. "Salach, you will stay with me." "And now I will defer to you, Uthas," said Rin. "Let us go in search of your treasure." Uthas led Rin and Salach through the streets of Duncarrig, a sense of wonder filling him. He gazed about at the wide flag-stoned roads, the stone buildings looming over them, and remembered when his kin had gazed back at him from shuttered windows and bairns ran laughing in the streets. Soon they passed around the keep and into a wide courtyard, a pool with fountain and steps dominating the square. Then, further on, down the steps into the tunnel that led to the great well. It was all exactly as he remembered, even the damp smell, the drip of water, the echo as they entered the circular room with the wide hole that sank deep into the bowels of the cliff that Duncarrig was built upon. Uthas nodded to Salach, and he squatted beside the well shaft reaching down along the rough stone. He nodded as he found what he was looking for. Then there was a click, a hiss, and the outline of a door appeared on the wall to the left of them. Rin nodded approvingly, and the three of them walked through. "Lasset," Uthas commanded, and the torch of rushes in his hand sparked into flame. He led them on into the tunnels beneath Duncarrig, excitement coursing through his veins. Numan's necklace, one of the 7 treasures. Calidus had sent him to find them, necklace and cup, the treasures he had promised to Azroth, and Rin was to be his protector. 50 Benuthi giants wandering the west would not be much appreciated by the locals. Once he had them, he was ordered to take them to Calidus, either at Mikiel or somewhere closer to Forn and Drassil. Drassil. This will bring me one large stride closer to claiming the fortress back for my kin, for all of the clans. The thought of it sent a thrill through him. Sitting on Skald's throne, the chieftains of the 5 clans bending their necks before him, he realized he was grinning. They spilt into a huge chamber, iron sconces holding unlit torches hammered into the damp walls. Uthas lit a few, sending shadow and light flickering about the room. A shape was slumped in the middle of the room, crumpled and curled. The skeleton of a worm. Not that large compared to the ones that had dwelt in Murias, but big enough. Tattered scraps of skin hanging off strips of pale bone. Its head was gone. "This is a clean cut," Salak said, kneeling beside the skeleton and examining the point on the spine where the head had been shorn. "Not a bite wound, but a blade." So, people had been down here, found a way in, and encountered a worm. "This way," Salak said, leading them to the left of the room towards a mound of piled rubble draped with thick web. Towards the tomb where Uthas had watched Numan place the casket containing the necklace and book. "This is where the casket was kept," Uthas said, as he held his torch higher. Here and there, the splintered frame of a doorway was visible, rock and boulder collapsed from the wall above to fill the entrance. Uthas exchanged a look with Salak, feeling a knot of worry growing in his belly. How did this happen? A dead worm. The entrance to the tomb collapsed. There was a gap in the rubble, high but too small for a giant to wriggle through, and Uthas could not imagine Rin attempting to squeeze through, so he put his torch down and began to lift rocks. Salak soon joined him. Uthas lost himself in the rhythm of lifting. He kept glancing at Rin, the torchlight making her face shift, rippling between shadow and light. She is changed since Uthandan, humbled by Calidus, shamed by him in front of us all. That does not sit well upon a woman as proud as Rin. During their journey south from Uthandan, through the dark wood and into Arden, Uthas had seen flashes of that change, not as calm, more prone to bursts of rage and melancholy. She feels more dangerous now, not less so. What has Calidus done? "That should do," Rin said, breaking into his thoughts. He looked and saw a hole amidst the rubble, large enough for him to stoop through. Salak lifted his torch, shrugged his axe from his back, and passed through the doorway. Uthas and Rin close behind. They were standing in a circular chamber, smaller by far than the one they'd come from. At the far end of the chamber was a stone tomb, the lid lying cracked and broken upon the floor. Rows of giant axes and warhammers edged the room, all thick with dust and web. "These are still sharp," Salak commented, running his thumb along the edge of one of the axe blades. They approached the tomb, treading over the flat stone lid which was broken into slabs. Uthas held the torch higher and peered into the open tomb. Inside was the skeleton of a giant, its hands clasped upon its chest, at its feet the broken shards of worm shells. Uthas glanced around the room, remembering the skeleton in the chamber without. Then he looked back into the tomb, eyes searching ever more frantically. Salak leaned in, ripped out the skeleton's chest cavity, ran his hand around the base of the tomb. "It is not here," Uthas growled, feeling his dreams of Drassil crumbling like sand within his cupped hands. He stared at Rin, and she stared back at him, suspicion growing in her eyes. "Evnis," they both said together. Chapter 64. Corban. Corban blinked as the trapdoor opened above him. Ankara went first, holding her hands up high, and iron glittered in the torchlight above her. He rode Shield up the slope, Storm loping beside him, and squinted as he entered a room that felt as bright as the sun after spending a 10-night in that huge, endless tunnel. Blurred figures were standing in a semicircle before him, and he reined in. As his vision started to clear, he saw they were Jihar. They drew their swords, dropped to one knee before him, bowing their heads and crying out, "The Seren Disclair." "Please, rise," Corban said, as he slid from Shield's back. There were 10 of them, all older, between 40 and 50 summers, like Ankara. "I thought this kind of behavior was all over. I've accepted who I am. But Seren Disclair or Bright Star or whatever they call me, it doesn't mean people need to get down on their knees in front of me." "On your feet," Corban said, more firmly, walking to the closest one and gently lifting him. They stood and sheathed their swords, looking at him with awestruck eyes. "Well met. I am honored to meet you," Corban said. "I've been told much about you, and value your faithfulness in guarding Drassil for this day." He had spoken a long time to Ankara about this, quizzing her during their journey through the tunnel of what to expect upon his arrival. He greeted them all by name, again, learned from Ankara he thought it the least he could do, not able to imagine the dedication it had taken to spend 16 years preparing Drassil for these times, then watch most of their comrades leave, knowing that they had to stay and guard an empty fortress. "And you must be Hamel," he said to the last one, a serious-looking man with iron grey at his temples and a hooked nose. The man dipped his head. "Hamel, we have ridden far, and there are many of us. Would you and your kin please help get them settled?" "Of course, Bright Star," Hamel said. "Corban, please. My name is Corban." "Of course. One question." "Oi, where is Tackle?" For a moment, Corban did not know what to say. He missed Tuckle every day. For a man whom he had not known all that long, Tuckle had had an immense impact upon him. Then Hamil looked over Corban's shoulder and saw Gar. He stared a moment, then smiled, the expression transforming his face. "Gar, is that you?" Hamil said. Gar looked at him, blankly at first, then he smiled in return, though to Corban it looked wan. Nevertheless, he slipped from his horse and embraced Hamil, who hugged him tightly and patted his back. "Oh, how you have grown!" Hamil exclaimed. "Aye, 17 years," Gar shrugged. "Where is your father?" Hamil asked him. Gar's smile vanished, that stricken, hollow look returning to his eyes. "He fell," Gar said. "What? No!" Hamil gasped. He took a long look at Gar and hugged him again. "This world will not be the same without him." "No, it won't," Gar whispered. Michael was waiting patiently on the slope behind. "There are many weary people down here," he said. Of course," Hamil said. And then they were all moving, Hamil taking Shield's reins from him and allowing Corban to move deeper into the hall. People began to file out of the tunnel, an exodus squinting and blinking in the light. Budai bounded over to Storm, and they ran off together. Now that Corban's eyes had adjusted, he took a moment to look around and saw a huge chamber, bigger even than the hall in Murias where the cauldron had been kept. It was roughly circular in design. The flag-stoned floor that Corban was standing upon sunk deep into the ground, broad pillars of light slanting down into the chamber through vellum-covered windows. Wide stone steps led up to great doors of oak and iron. The steps would have stretched the length of the keep at Duncarrig, so wide that they looked more like the tiered seats of a theatre or a gallery. But all of that was not what took Corban's breath away. High above, Branches as thick as tree trunks in the dark wood wound their way through the chamber, many of them breaking through the roof, or, as Corban looked closer, perhaps the roof was built around them, as there seemed to be some kind of design at work. A gentle breeze set branches and leaves rustling, as if a hidden host were whispering in the shadows up above them. He turned a half circle, trying to take it all in, then froze, his jaw opening. At first, Corban did not understand what he was seeing, so he walked closer. Then he understood. At the centre of the chamber was a huge trunk, wider than Dunkellin's keep, rising up and up, disappearing into the shadows of the high roof. The chamber he was standing in was built around the trunk, an outer ring of stone around one of timber, sap, and bark. Something was built into it, at its base, where the stone floor met the trunk. Corban ran a hand along the bark. It was hard as iron, though not as cold. In fact, there was a sense of warmth, a tingle in Corban's fingertips. He walked slowly along the trunk, marvelling at it, then reached the construct he had seen. It was a throne, partly wood, hewn into the trunk, and part stone, the arms carved in the shape of the great worms Corban had seen below Duncarrig and in the cauldron's chamber in Murias. Sitting upon it, slumped within it, was the cadaver of a giant. Stretched grey skin, here and there patches of ashen bone, a tattered strip of leather or cloth. And in its chest, through its chest, piercing the chair behind it and on, deep into the trunk, was a spear. Sap had leaked and congealed about the wounded trunk. Corban ran a hand along the spear shaft, which was thick and smooth, darker veins twisting through it, a spike of black iron at its butt. When his fingers reached the metal, he snatched them away as if burned. For a moment, he'd thought he heard voices, a hissing chorus inside his head. "It is Skald's spear," a voice rumbled behind him. Balor One-Eye. "With this blow, our High King was slain. The giant wars were begun, and the sundering sealed." Melancholy dripped from his voice. "Who did it? Who killed Skald?" "I did," Balor said. Corban looked up at him and saw tears running down Balor's craggy face. 1,000 questions rushed to the tip of his tongue, but his voice faltered. The grief on Balor's face was too much to disturb. The questions will wait. They stood in silence a while, the warband emptying from the tunnel beneath Drassil like ants marching from a nest. Ethelyn appeared at his other shoulder. "Come, bright star, let Balor show us Drassil, first and greatest of the giant strongholds." "You've not seen it before, then?" "No, I was born in Bunoth, and like you I have only heard of it in tales." "Come, then," Balor grunted. Corban walked the streets and courtyards of Drassil in a state of ever-growing wonder. The stronghold was built around a tree, although a tree the size of which Corban would have claimed was an impossibility. The main trunk was thicker and taller than any construct Corban had ever seen, more like a mountain rising into the sky than a thing of bark and timber. Its upper branches seemed so high that they touched the clouds. Branches sprouted from it, stone towers and walls spiraling and twisting about them as if set by some child god's unbounded imagination. Here and there, the ground was scarred and ruptured by roots rising out of the ground like the ancient knotted knuckles of some colossal sleeping giant. Hamil appeared from a side street and hurried over to Corban. "We have worked hard to prepare Drassil for your arrival," Hamil said. He wore the dark chainmail of the Jihar and black linen beneath it, but he seemed less severe than most of the Jihar Corban had met. "I'm grateful for your commitment," Corban said. That seemed to make Hamil incredibly happy, and he gently took over as their guide, pointing out where vine had been sheared from walls, where stonework had been repaired, explained how they had made maps of the labyrinthine catacombs that burrowed for leagues beneath the stronghold and out beneath Forn. They passed a handful of cairns. "Those are new," Balor observed. "Aye, they are raised over our Jihar kin,"
who died here. 16 years we were here as the 100. Some died of sickness, others met Forn's predators. Daria is there, Gar's mother."
Corban looked at the cairns, stone slabs dotted with moss and pale flowers. He had never thought of Gar having kin elsewhere. The man had been such an integral part of his life, it felt strange to think of him having a life elsewhere.
"Over there is the courtyard of forges," Hamil said. "You giants were very organized. Nothing scattered, everything in its place."
Ballo just grunted.
"We have only used one forge while we have been here, but they are all prepared for use."
"Thank you," Corban said. "We will need them all." "This way," Ballo said, changing their course.
"Ah."
Hamil smiled but said no more. Ballo led them to a wide set of arched doors. He stood there a moment, hand on the iron handle, head bowed, and then tugged the door open. It was dusty inside, light streaming in on cobwebs thick as rope. Ballo entered first, the others following. It was a weapons chamber, as large as Duncarrick's feast hall, lined with racked weapons, axes, warhammers, spears, longswords, daggers. Along the back wall, coats of chainmail and leather armor, shoulder plates, cuirasses, arm bracers. Ballo smiled. They tarried in there a while, Ballo walking down each wall, trailing fingers against axe hafts and hammerheads as if he were greeting old friends. He stopped and pulled a spear from a rack and threw it to Ethelyn, who caught it with one hand and spun it, cobweb flying from its iron-spiked butt. Corban paused before a dagger, its blade wider and probably a little longer than his own sword. He ran his thumb across its edge and drew blood. "May I have this?" Corban asked Ballo.
"Of course,"
Ballo said. Corban drew it from the iron rack, found a leather scabbard for it. For Farrell, when he needs to chop heads from the Cadishim. They left the chamber with some regret and entered a courtyard that was lined with stone buildings, hundreds of them, looking more like a row of stables than anything else, though taller and wider.
"The bear pens,"
Ballo said. They were a hive of activity and appeared to be being put to good use. Corban saw some of the Jiha who had remained behind organizing the stabling of horses, removing tack, rubbing mounts down and providing water and food. One line of the pens was built against a high wall, green with thick vines and hanging purple flowers. Hamil led them through the courtyard to a set of steps built into the wall, and they climbed them. Michael came out of a stable, saw them, and followed after. The view at the top was not what Corban expected. The branches of Drassil's great trees stretched out over the wall to cast dappled shadows over a deep meadow that ringed the fortress, a wide open space, or killing ground. "That is not natural," Corban observed, pointing to the open meadow.
"It is not," Hamil said with pride. "It was Tuckle's undertaking, and took us many years to clear the trees and undergrowth so far back from the wall. On the south side of the fortress, we have tilled fields of wheat, maize, rye. The harvest was good."
"It is an amazing feat," Michael said.
"So it is," said Corban. "And it will be most useful to us if Nether and Calidus come against us here."
"They will," Michael said.
"You are sure?"
Corban looked at the Benalim.
"Yes."
Corban took a deep breath.
"I've been so focused on just getting here that I've given little thought to what we will do now that we've arrived. We must talk of what comes next."
"We should," Michael and Ballo said together, but Hamil nodded his agreement.
"But for now, let us settle, find our places here, rest. Soon we will make our plans."
Corban woke feeling unsettled, a pale grey light seeping into his chamber. It was the first night he'd spent in a bed since they'd left Antares with the warband of Dowan, and yet he'd slept poorly. A year ago. And my back aches more now after one night upon a mattress stuffed with goose feather and horsehair than it did sleeping rough on the floor. But his broken night's sleep was not just down to the mattress. He had dreamed again of the other world. It had been similar to the last time, where he had been walking in a green valley, a lake in front of him, waters still and pure, and behind him, tall cliffs that reared as high as the bloated blood-red clouds. That had struck him as odd. His memory of the other world was of shades of grey, land, rivers, and sky, but this place was lustrous in its colour. He'd wondered, the beauty of the place seeping into his very being, filling him with a sense of calm tranquillity. And then he had seen Michael, flying high above with great beats of his white wings. Somehow he had known it was Michael, although he was too high to distinguish any features, and he had remembered Michael's words to him about Azroth hunting him, about the Kadoshim flying abroad in the other world. "Promise me, if you find yourself there again, that you will hide, do not move. Azroth's Kadoshim fly high, and they will see you before you see them." So he had found shelter beneath a red-leafed maple, sat and watched Michael as he had alighted on the cliff high above him. He thought he glimpsed other white-winged figures greeting him, but then they all disappeared into a dark hole in the cliff face. And then I woke up. He dressed quickly, strapping on his sword belt and pinning his wolfen cloak about him. Something struck him as wrong. He looked about and realized that Storm was not with him, remembered now looking for her when he had awoken during the night, missing her presence. Perhaps that had contributed to his restlessness. Probably off exploring, sniffing every corner of this place. Still, it was unusual, and he'd rather have her at his side. He opened his door to find Gar standing there with a fist raised to knock. "Sword dance," Gar said, by way of explanation, then turned and strode away. Corban followed him, the slap of his boots ringing in the empty corridor. The weapons court of Drassil was enormous, like everything else in this fabled fortress, most of it hard-packed earth and worn grass. To one side, an area flagstoned. Weapons bins stood full of practice blades, and even though the jihad didn't use anything other than their curved swords, there were stacks of shields and spears, lined in racks, a row of straw targets at the far end of the field. It is not so different from the Rowan field at Uncarrig. Dawn mist clung to the ground. The air was chill and heavy with moisture, the sky above feeling as if it was pressing down upon them, clouds bloated and heavy with rain. As Corban hurried along behind Gar, he saw Coralyn, standing with Enkara and Kulla, Enkara showing them a combined rotation of shoulder and wrist. Corban recognized it as a technique that Gar had taught him a while ago, a way of getting a final snap into the strike of a two-handed blow. The three women looked up as he approached them. "Coralyn, have you seen Storm?" "Not since yesterday," she said. Corban frowned. "Me neither. The last time I saw her was just after we came out of the tunnel. She ran off with Budai." Coralyn raised an eyebrow at that. "I think I might know where they are, or at least what they're doing." "What do you mean?" "I think Storm's in season." "What?" Corban blinked, for a moment not understanding. Then Coralyn's words sank in. In season? Are Storm and Budai making pups? In hindsight, it was so obvious that he almost slapped his forehead. Her change in behaviour, her playfulness with Budai. Of course Wolven have seasons, but I've noticed nothing. Too busy, too preoccupied to notice those around me. And she's run off with Budai. He thought about that a moment, and then smiled. They would make fine pups. Or cubs. "Corban!" Gar called to him, and Corban hurried away, Gar throwing him a curved practice sword. Corban loved the sword dance. It was like an old friend or a favourite place, such as the Oathstone Glade in the Baglan, somewhere that he would go where he felt safe and comfortable. Once he began, raising his sword high, two-handed into stooping falcon, everything else melted away. He did not even remember moving from one form to the next, flowing between them like liquid. The dance ended with a lunge and shout combined, a straight thrust that began in his ankles and ended with his blade through an imaginary opponent's heart.
With the shout still ringing in the air, Corban blinked and looked around, sweat dripping from his nose. The weapons court was full with what must have been every single person that had travelled to Drassil with him. Corban saw Balor and the rest of the Benothi, villagers of Narvon, Wolf and the survivors of Graham's Hold, Javed and the oarsmen from the Vinthalan ships, all mingled. Something white moved, and for a moment he thought it was Storm, but then he realised it was much smaller, the terrier, with Halen standing beside it. All of them were staring at him, and as he looked back, he realised what a unique and varied warband they made, so many strengths and specialities amongst them. We are a force to be reckoned with. "This is the weapons court," he heard himself cry out. "Come join us, for here we will forge the warband that would slay the Black Sun and his followers and set the banished lands free." Where did that come from? A silence settled about him, and then a huge roar, starting, Corban suspected, with Farrell and Dath, but growing into a bellow louder than 100 drakes. As it died out and people began stepping into the court, Corban marched over to Balor, Gar pacing behind him. "He won't let me get out of sparring, even if I am the bright star." "Balor, I would ask something of you," Corban said. "Aye," Balor said, eyebrows knitting together above the scarred socket of his missing eye. "Ask, then." "Would you spar with us, you and your kin?" "Is that wise?" Gar said quietly. "A good question," Balor rumbled. "At Graham's Hold, we fought giants. At Murias, I saw Benothi fighting alongside the Kadishim. My guess is that we will be fighting giants again." If possible, Balor's eyebrows knitted tighter and protruded further. "So, you want me to teach you how to kill giants?" "Yes," Corban shrugged. "I wouldn't take it personally. We already practice how to kill each other, us men." He glanced at the Jihar warriors about the field, many of them women, finally at Corellin, who was performing a particularly vicious move that ended up with Farrell on his back and Corellin's weapon thrust under his jaw. "And women." Balor glowered down at him, then his brows unknitted. "I was wondering if you would ask me. The answer is yes. It is wisdom. We will spar with you, though perhaps first some practice weapons should be fashioned for us. Axes and war hammers in the dimensions that we use." "Well, it's not like there's a shortage of wood," Corban grinned. Balor's face twisted, and it took a moment for Corban to realize the giant was smiling at him. Hamil approached Gar and whispered something in his ear. Gar frowned and Hamil pointed over at the Jihar, who were gathered together in a loose circle, seemingly every last one of them. "What is it?" Corban asked. "The Jihar are choosing a new leader," Gar said, the frown still on his face. "Tackle is gone," Hamil shrugged. "We follow you, Bright Star, but there should be a lord amongst us. That is the way it has always been." "Aye, so why are you frowning?" Corban asked Gar. "Akkar has put himself forward," Hamil answered when Gar didn't. Gar and Hamil walked away towards the gathering of Jihar. After a moment's hesitation, Corban followed. The Jihar was standing in a ring, over 350 of them, with Akkar standing at their centre. "How does this work?" Corban whispered to Hamil. "A warrior is nominated or nominates themselves. If more than one is put forward, then the Court of Swords decides." Corban looked at Akkar, standing stern and resolute in the circle's centre. "I have waited the allotted time," Akkar called out, looking up at the sun. "None have presented themselves. No one has nominated another." "He is a great warrior. I've seen him fight, and he has proved himself many times over during our journey here. And he has led a company, proved he has the skills to lead. But he was fooled by an affair, fought for him." Corban frowned, troubled at the thought of Akkar taking up Tuckle's mantle. But who could take Tuckle's place? No one. Except Gar. Do I just think that because of how close I am to Gar? Instantly he knew the answer to that was no. He loved Gar like a father and brother combined, but above and beyond that, he knew that Gar was a great man, deserving of leadership. Something troubles you? Hamel asked him quietly. I think Gar should be your lord, Corban said. A smile twitched Hamel's mouth. I nominate Garrison Ben Tuckle, he cried out in a loud voice. Akar's head snapped around to him, as did the head of every other jihar in the crowd. Except Gar. Corban saw his friend bow his head. He looked up at Hamel. I am not worthy, he said. He is not worthy, Akar said. I have spent my life in Tel Assar. I am already a named captain of the kin, have led warriors in battle. I am trained and proven. Another has been nominated, Hamel said. The time for words is past. Only the Court of Swords can decide this. If he accepts the nomination, Akar said, eyes falling upon Gar. Gar looked at Hamel, about the crowd, then finally at Corban. You are worthy, Corban said to him. No one more so. He sighed, then nodded. I accept, he said, and strode into the ring to stand before Akar. Hamel stepped out of the crowd. Akar ben Yeshua, would you stand against Garrison ben Tuckle in the Court of Swords? I would, Akar said. He has been tainted by the world, softened and weakened. He is not fit to lead the jihad. That made Corban angry. He fought to keep his mouth clamped shut. Garrison ben Tuckle, would you stand against Akar ben Yeshua in the Court of Swords? Gar stood before Akar, head bowed, then raised his eyes and met Akar's gaze. I would, Gar said, because my father did not want Akar to lead the jihad. Akar scowled at that. A dead man's words should stay with him in the grave. Gar drew his sword. What? What are they doing? Why is Gar doing that? Corban gasped, grabbing Hamel's arm. Because his father would have wished him to. Akar drew his blade, threw his scabbard to one side. No! Why are they using sharp iron? This is to the death, Hamel said. Gar and Akar faced one another. There was a pause, the calm in the storm before violence is unleashed, death's wings close. Corban walked into the ring. No, he said. Everyone looked at him. You will not fight to the death, he shouted. Azrath and his black son outnumber us, threaten to overwhelm us. I need every warrior that can hold a blade, and 2 jihad with a lifetime of skill and learning. He shook his head. It is a waste. I will not lose either of you over this decision. Both men stared at him. What would you have us do, then? Gar asked. This must be decided. Let it be to first blood, Corban said. If anything, that will reveal the greater skill. Both men stared at him, then nodded. Then begin, Corban said, and stepped back into the crowd. The 2 men raised their swords and without any other sign, attacked. Their blades rang, a flurry of high blows from both men, neither giving ground. Then Gar stepped in close and kicked Akar in the knee. Akar staggered back. For a fleeting moment his cold face twisted with shock and anger. Gar followed him, striking in a long, relentless combination to head, neck, groin, gut, heart, head. Corban recognized each and every blow, one flowing into the next, fluid as a song. Akar defended, something the jihad did rarely, giving ground with a shuffling backstep, favoring, protecting his injured leg. Corban felt a presence behind him, glanced back quickly to see crowds forming, seemingly every man, woman and child in the weapons court. The sound of iron on iron had drawn them. Gar did not let up. Akar's defense beginning to appear frayed, disjointed, as he tried desperately to parry every blow. Abruptly, Gar stopped, took a step back, and walked slowly around Akar. "You are right to say that the world has touched me, molded me," Gar said, eyes never leaving Akar as he paced around the warrior who was taking advantage of the respite, setting his feet, controlling his breathing. "But you are wrong to say it has made me weaker." Gar stepped forward, sword moving again, iron clashing, ringing loud. This time, Akar did not give way, and the two of them stood, chopping and lunging, blocking, stabbing, parrying, neither one able to break through the other's defense. Each parry turned into a strike that was in turn blocked. Blow by blow they inched closer until they were standing with swords locked above them, grating sparks, legs planted, leaning into their blades as if they were an extension of their bodies, both staring at each other, sweat dripping. Then Gar's head jerked forward, headbutting Akar on the nose. Blood spurted and Akar stumbled back a step, Gar's foot hooking behind Akar's ankle, and then Akar was on his back, blood running down his chin, Gar's sword hovering over him. Corban let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Coralyn's used that move on me 100 times, and I eventually learned to do it back to her. Looks as if Gar's been watching a spar. "You're bleeding," Gar said. "Do you yield?" It was an unorthodox move, something these jihad would probably consider beneath them. But, as Coralyn always says, dead is dead. Akar stared up at Gar, emotions warring across his face. Then something in him softened and he nodded. "First blood is yours," Akar said. "I yield." "The world has touched me, but it has made me stronger, not weaker," Gar breathed. "Now, give me your hand, brother." Gar held his arm out. A moment's hesitation, and then Akar took it. A roar of approval rose up from about the ring, even the giants bellowing their approval, Corban's voice lost in the din of it. Then Akar dropped to one knee before Gar and kissed his hand. Other jihad dropped to the ground, Gar looking about at them with a slightly embarrassed expression upon his face. Now he knows how I feel. Hamil stood and strode to Gar, gripped Gar's wrist, and raised his arm in the air. "Garrison ban Tuckle!" Hamil cried in a great voice. "Lord of the Jihad!"
Chapter 65. Makin. Makin swayed in his saddle, holding onto his mount with his knees as his hands were bound behind his back. 20 paces to his right, the dark waters of a wide river flowed, and to the north he glimpsed snow-capped peaks, a wind swirling down from them that set the long grass whispering and brought with it the faint chill of ice. He shivered. He was riding as part of a great column, close to 6,000 warriors before and behind him, the combined warbands of Veridis' Eagle Guard and Lycos' Vinthalan. An honor guard of Ripper surrounded Krelis, Ector, Fidele, Peritus, and Alban. Ahead of him, Makin caught a glimpse of the two giants, prisoners again, like him, their long strides keeping pace with the mounted Eagle Guard watching them. More than a moon had passed since that day in the field beyond Ripper's walls, when the world had been turned on its end. 2 warbands massed against Lycos, outnumbering him 2-1. Killing the Vinthalan lord had felt inevitable. And then Veridis had arrived. As they'd stood in the rowan meet, listened to Veridis' proposals on behalf of Nether, any hopes he'd had of Lycos finding justice had been burned away. And then the final straw. After all that Lycos had done to Fidele, to see him in her presence, taunting her. I thought my self-control was total. It seems that I was wrong. Hooves sounded behind him, and Lycos came into view on his left side. Makin stared straight ahead, refusing to look at him. "And how are you today?" Lycos said. He kept his lips tight shut. "Managing to sit straight." Makin's back and ribs were bruised purple. Each breath brought with it an ebb and flow of pain. One cracked rib at least. And when he had emptied his bladder that morning, there had been streaks of blood in his urine. He gritted his teeth, buried the pain. He would not give Lycos the satisfaction of knowing how bad it was. "I've endured worse before. and I will no doubt endure worse if Lycos has anything to do with it.
This is only a taste, Lycos hissed, of what is to come. I am watched, you see. That bitch has told tales of me to Veritas, and even though he is not in his right mind at the moment, he watches me. So, no bruises that cannot be covered by your clothing, no broken bones, no pain that keeps you from your saddle. Yet.
Lycos rode in silence beside him a while, almost as if they were old friends.
What I am really looking forward to is when I can have both you and Fidele chained in the same room. I will have her back, you see. But before we can go back to how things were, she will have to be punished, taught the consequences of her actions.
Mackeen's fists clenched, an involuntary ripple that bypassed his conscious mind. He tried to stop it when he realized his body was betraying him, willed his fingers to loosen, but it was too late. Lycos had seen. He laughed, low and intimate.
You have a weakness now, old wolf. Fidele has charmed you. That is clear. After I have punished her and she has learned her lesson, when I have her in my bed again, perhaps I'll let you watch.
I should have got her out of that tent, run with her then and there instead of chasing Lycos like some blood-crazed berserker. They crested a ridge in the road, and ahead of them, upon a hill beside a lake, was Geraldine, its black walls and tower gleaming in the weak sunlight.
Ah, good, Lycos said with a vicious grin. Tonight you will have a room rather than a tent. Thick stone walls to drown your screams.
Not if I can help it. Mackeen had not screamed once during Lycos's visits. Grunted, winced, ground his teeth, bitten his tongue, but he had held his voice regardless of Lycos's efforts. A voice in his head told him he was being stupid. Cry out and Lycos will stop, for fear of drawing attention. But he had not, because he knew the Vinthalan were listening, waiting to hear their lord break the old wolf. With each night's visit, Lycos grew a little more desperate, a little more frantic, and Mackeen knew what his warriors would be whispering around their campfires. Lycos leaned close.
Soon I will break you, he whispered.
Never. Mackeen stared at the fighting arena on the plains before Geraldine, remembering the last time he had been there. Facing Orgel in the circle, the rebellion, chaos, fighting Danon and Lycos, fleeing with Fidele. His horse was led to the stables, where hands dragged him from his saddle and led him unceremoniously into a cluster of buildings close to the keep. He was thrust into a stone room, the door clanging shut behind him. The shaft of sunlight through a high window edged its way across the room as high sun came and went, sliding towards sunset. Mackeen heard muted voices and the slap of booted feet beyond his door, saw the orange flicker of torchlight through the gaps as twilight seeped slowly into the world, then full dark. No one came to his room. He will come. He felt a flutter of fear at the thought of what was to come, but immediately smothered it. I may as well rest until it starts. He lay down upon the bench and closed his eyes. Keys rattling in the door woke him, and Lycos walked in, silhouetted by torchlight that a warrior held behind the Vinthalan lord.
Good evening,
Lycos said amicably, 2-3 shieldmen entering the room before the door was shut. He fears me still, even bound and beaten bloody. He felt a moment's pleasure at that thought. Lycos drew a small knife from his belt, sharp and wicked-looking.
Help him stand,
Lycos said. 2 of his shieldmen grabbed Mackeen, the third standing back, holding his torch high to illuminate the room. Lycos cut away Mackeen's cloak and woolen layers, exposing a web of bruising and lacerations. The Vinthalan smiled.
You will kneel to me.
You will beg for my mercy. You will pledge yourself to me for all eternity, Lycos said grimly. You remember Ogle, do you not? Your hulking friend. Do you remember seeing him broken, beaten, wishing only for death? I did that to him. You did not break his spirit. This night, you will beg this night. Then slowly, carefully, Lycos stabbed Mackin with the knife, an incision about a thumbnail deep, starting at his armpit, slowly working its way down to Mackin's hip. Mackin grunted, ground his teeth, squeezed his fists together until it felt as if the bones in his hands would crack. He knew better than to writhe or try to pull away. That would only lead to greater injury, worse pain. Instead, he endured, stared fiercely into Lycos' eyes, his look a promise of death should he get free. Lycos stepped back, a slight scowl creasing his forehead. I will flay you if I have to, he growled. Oh, perhaps an eye. He raised the knife, rested it on Mackin's cheek a hair's breadth below his eyeball. Mackin was staring at Lycos, but in his mind he was back on the Bridge of Swords, the Ben Elim standing before him with his sword of flame. You must make your choice, the Ben Elim had said to him. I did. I came back for 3 people, 2 to kill, 1 to love. If I'd known it would lead me here. Fidele's face hovered in his mind. For a brief moment, he felt her lips brush his, the tickle of her breath, the faint smell of roses. I'd make the same choice. She is worth a lifetime of pain. With a snarl, Lycos pulled the knife away, left a thin cut in Mackin's cheek. Sweat stung it. Mackin blinked, saw Lycos turn away and snatched the torch from his shieldman. Perhaps a tickle of flame will coax something more from you, Lycos hissed. He held the torch between them, inched it closer to Mackin's belly. He smelt the hairs on his body burning, first, heat washing him in waves, felt the almost irresistible urge to move, to step away. I cannot move. I am held fast, and to move, to scream, is to fail. Sweat beaded his brow, dripped from his nose. Lycos smiled and moved the flame nearer, just a fraction, but the pain surged and Mackin felt his skin start to blister. A groan escaped his mouth, a wave of pain behind it, desperate to find release in screaming abandon. He clamped his mouth shut. I should have tried this sooner, Lycos said, leaning close to Mackin, studying him, willing him to break. Scream, damn you, Lycos snarled, the frustration growing in the Vinthalan with every passing heartbeat. He twisted a fist into Mackin's matted hair. Not in this lifetime, you bastard. A voice spoke behind Lycos. My lord, burns like that may kill him. At the very least he will not be able to ride on the morrow. You'll be surprised what this man can do, Lycos said. He took a step closer, the flame no longer a ripple of pain now, just a constant, searing agony. Mackin smelt his own flesh, burning. He opened his eyes, saw Lycos' face hovering in front of him, that hateful face, smiling, eyes bitter and full of malice. Mackin lunged forwards, for a moment taking his guards by surprise, too focused on holding him up to hold him back. His mouth opened, a huge roar escaping his throat, echoing around the room, and then he snapped his mouth shut, teeth closing on Lycos' face, his nose part of one cheek. He bit down hard, ground his teeth into flesh, felt blood burst into his mouth, hot and salty. He shook his head like a wolven with a hair in its jaws. Lycos screamed, high and piercing. He was a lot quicker to scream than I. Then Mackin felt a rush of heat sear his face, flame shooting up between him and Lycos. Mackin's lunge had squashed the torch to them both, ignited Lycos' linen shirt. Good. Let's see how you like it. Lycos screamed again. He was sobbing and trying to pull away. Something crashed into the back of Mackin's skull, and his legs turned to liquid. He sagged to his knees, blood slick upon his lips and chin, and saw Lycos fall backwards, dropping the torch and slapping desperately at his burning shirt. There was another blow across the back of Macin's head that knocked him to the floor. He rolled off, watching Lycos screeching in pain, saw him ripping off his shirt, standing there, chest heaving, blood sluicing his face from where Macin had bitten him. Lycos was blinking and gasping heavily. He gingerly touched the blisters on his chest, felt his torn face, and looked at Macin with undisguised hatred. He drew his sword. "You are more trouble than you are worth," he breathed, and raised his sword. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor, the sound of iron-shod sandals on stone. Lycos paused, looked at the door, Macin following his gaze to see figures there. Men with eagles on their chests. "Put your weapons down," a voice ordered. Harsh and commanding, but vaguely familiar. Then, "He's coming with me." "No, he is my prisoner, mine," Lycos said, spitting a gob of blood on the floor. "Not any more. He will stand before Nether. After that, perhaps he will be yours again, but until then I am taking him into my custody." The voices started to blur in Macin's mind. He was unable to make much sense of them. "You keep taking prisoners from me. This is becoming a very bad habit," Lycos growled. "And I thought we were friends." There was no answer, only the pressure upon Macin's back disappearing and firm hands gripping him. He groaned as he was hoisted from the ground, heard someone swear, then darkness closed in about him. He woke to pain. It was still dark, torchlight flickering somewhere. His torso was agony. He groaned. Someone was bending over him, spreading something cool across his belly. He opened his eyes to see an old face staring back at him, framed with silver hair and beard. "Alban," he whispered. "Hush," Alban said, smiling, though it didn't clear the worry in his eyes. "Drink this." He lifted Macin's head and gave him sips of something bitter from a cup. "Will he live?" a voice said behind Alban. Alban sighed. "I don't know. He is strong, and the desire to live burns fiercely in him, but this is not a day's healing. A moon, maybe. We must leave on the morrow. The mountain paths are closing." "He cannot ride." There was no possibility of discussion in Alban's tone. "A wain, then?" "Perhaps," Alban shrugged. Macin lifted his head. "Veridis," he whispered. Veridis stepped into his vision, his strong face with short hair and close-cropped beard lined with cares, making him seem older than his age. "I am sorry for your father." Macin had seen the cairn as they rode out from Ripa, seen Veridis, Krullis, and Ektor standing before it with heads bowed. Grief, raw and powerful, swept Veridis' face. "It was your fault," Veridis said. Macin blinked at him, confused. "You attacked Lycos in the rowing meet. Pandemonium broke out, shieldmen bursting in, shouting, shoving. My father was knocked somehow. He fell upon my—" "It was an accident," Alban said. "A tragic, terrible accident." "I didn't know," Macin said. "I am a fool. Should have kept my knife in its sheath." "I am sorry," he mumbled. "So sorry." Veridis ground a palm into his eyes. "The past is done," he said. "I am sorry, too. I was not aware that Lycos was doing this." He gestured at Macin's body. "I am surprised at the friends you keep," Macin whispered. The pain was more bearable now, still there, a constant throbbing but dulled. "As am I," Alban echoed. "Lycos is not my friend," Veridis snapped, then took a long, frayed breath. "But he is my king's ally. I cannot understand the things that have happened here, what he's accused of doing." "These are not accusations. They are facts," Macin said. looking at the tapestry of scars and fresh wounds upon his body.
"He is evil and must be stopped."
"That is not for me to decide. Nether will hear all, I promise you that. He will decide. Until then, I will keep him from you, and Alban is the best healer I know." He shrugged. "I would do more if I could."
"It is enough,"
Mackin said. Veridis turned to go, but hovered by the door. "Part of me hates you," he said quietly. "Because of my da, I cannot stop it." Mackin said nothing. "And you should know, I cannot save you, even if I had a mind to. You broke our sacred law when you drew your blade. I should have executed you on the spot, and the only reason you were alive is because someone of influence has begged me to postpone your execution." Fidele. "But you drew a blade in a rowan meet. There will be no pardon, no way out from that. Once you stand before Nether, the inevitable will be decided. You will die." He stayed a moment more, then shook his head and left. Mackin heard his voice in a corridor, and then another figure slipped in, a shadow wrapped in a cloak. A muffled sob came, and then Fidele was kissing him, stroking his face, tears dropping onto him, mingling with his own tears.
"Elyon, but it is good to see you,"
Mackin breathed. "What has he done to you?" Fidele snarled, and swore in a very unqueenly way. He lifted a hand to her cheek. "I tried to get you," she whispered. "I took Alban and a few score warriors to take you back from Lycos."
"The Eagle Guard stopped us. Thought it would lead to war," Alban said. "They were probably right," Mackin said.
"Veridis?"
"No, one of his captains. Veridis was in mourning, had passed over command for a time."
The grey of dawn was creeping through windows now, and Mackin heard the sound of iron-shod feet, guards changing shifts.
"You cannot linger, my lady," Alban said. "If anyone sees you—"
"I am a prisoner too," Fidele said with a twist of her lips, "to be judged by my son on the charge of adultery."
"What?"
Mackin tried to sit up, but a fresh wave of pain convinced him to stop. "Because of the farce with Lycus," she said.
"So, reports of you kissing an ex-pit fighter will not help your cause," Alban said.
"True enough," Fidele said, a smile twisting her lips.
"Go," Mackin said. "This has been enough."
She brushed her lips against his one more time, cupped his cheek with her hand, then she was slipping away.
"I will be back soon," Alban said. "Veridis has placed guards on your door. You are safe, from Lycos at least."
He frowned with worry.
"I will not die,"
Mackin growled. 3 things to live for. Alban smiled, leaned down and whispered in Mackin's ear, then left too. Mackin lay there, watching dawn claim the day, feeling his eyes grow heavy with sleep and the potion Alban had given him. As sleep took him, he mused over the words that Alban had whispered in his ear. Keep the faith. Chapter 66. Cohen. Cohen sat at a long table in the great hall of Drassil. Corban had called a council of war, and many had come. Michael and Gar were sitting with Corban, and beside them Bala and Ethlin, in chairs built for giants. There was Brinna and Coralin, Hamil of the Jihar and Wolf from Gramshold, Teka, the huntswoman to represent the people of Narvon, Javed and Attilius from the oarsmen, and also the child prince, Halen, a shieldman standing behind him. And there's me, Cohen, the apprentice healer, sister to, apparently, one of the most important people in the world. Madness. And lurking off to one side, not at the table but close, were Farrell, Dath, and Culla. Farrell had his new sword at his hip, a giant's dagger gifted to him by Corban. Gar shifted beside Corban and whispered in his ear. Gar has changed since his duel with Akkar. 6 nights had passed since the duel, and Gar had lost the stoop to his shoulders, the bitter twist to his mouth. He was a fine leader, and already the Jihar was saying how like his Da he was, how proud Tuckle would have been. While it was obvious that Gar still mourned the loss of his Da, he seemed to have accepted it as well. The first step on a long road. And I know what that feels like. Corban stood up and the room fell into silence. "We are finally here, in fabled Drassil," Corban said. "It feels as if we have completed a quest, just getting here. We've encountered our enemy, fought battles, lost friends and family." He looked at Cohen and Gar as he said that. "But now, we stop running, and we make a stand. The God War is happening, now," Corban continued. "We have been fighting it. But now that we are here, we must decide not only how to fight this war, but how to win it." He turned to Michael, who sat straight and tall, jet-black hair, silver scars down his face. "Michael, you are the author behind all of this, the force that has bound us together and guided us here. Now, more than ever, your wisdom would be welcome. How do we win this war?" Is this really my baby brother? The same brother I kicked Rafe in the stones for because he'd bloodied Corban's lip. When did he get so eloquent? "The answer is simple," Michael said. "From the outset, Calidus's plan has been to use the cauldron to breach the wall between this world of flesh and the other world, the world of spirit, where the Kadashim and Ben Elim dwell." "Hasn't he already done that?" Dath said. "Those Kadashim and Murias seem pretty real to me." "No," Michael shook his head. "With the 7 treasures, a doorway can be opened that allows Azroth and the Kadashim to cross over from the other world in their own forms, and in doing so, their forms would become flesh. What happened in Murias was akin to a possession, where some of the Kadashim spirits passed into host bodies. This was because there were only 2 of the treasures present, and so only a crack in the doorway could be created. What happened in Murias and those Kadashim is but a shadow of what Calidus hopes to achieve. Azroth and the host of the Kadashim made flesh. And for Calidus to do that, he needs the 7 treasures. He has the cauldron and will be searching for the rest. But 2 of the treasures are here." He looked to Balor, who had the Starstone axe slung across his back. "The Starstone axe and the spear of Skald are here." "What of the other treasures?" Brynner asked. 2 more are in the west," Michael said with a shrug. "The cup and necklace." He glanced at Balor and Ethlin. "That is true," Ethlin said. "Uthas lost the cup during the retreat from Dantaros, and the necklace was kept in one of the southern fortresses." She looked at Balor. "We do not know which one." "And the others?" Corban asked. "The talk and the knife," Balor rumbled. "The talk was last recorded as being in the hands of the Jotun, the knife with the Kurgan. But that was over 1,000 years ago. What has happened to them?" He shrugged. "Whatever happened to them, Calidus will be bent on finding them. He will find them. And the knowledge that we are here will drive him. The thought of us in Drassil with 2 of the treasures will consume him. He will think the longer we are here, the stronger we will become. And he's right. Besides, there are other treasures here apart from those forged out of the Starstone. He will come as soon as he can," Michael assured them. "How do you know that?" Brynner asked him. "Because I know Calidus." He sighed and shook his head. "I have made mistakes. In the past been outwitted by him. That is because he knows me, too. He sought out the people I recruited for this war and has removed many of them from the board. They were people, not pieces in a game. We were one kin once, before he fell," Michael continued. "I know him, and in this I am certain he will come for us, and as quickly as he can mobilize his forces." Corban nodded thoughtfully, sharing a glance with Brynner.
And that leads us on to the next question, Brynner said. How will he come here? It is not exactly a pleasant stroll through sun-warmed glades. Michael frowned. We have all experienced the difficulties of marching through Forn, and we have the advantage of the tunnel. He will want to bring a lot of men. He will not want to risk defeat. How he will find Drassil and then bring with him enough warriors to ensure a victory in his reckoning, I do not know. Maybe we'll have longer than you suspect, then, Attilius said. Maybe, Michael replied. But one thing I have learned to my detriment: never underestimate him. He is cunning, and he is ruthless. I have a question, a small voice piped up. Halen, the child king of Isiltir. What of our allies? Do we have any? Now, that is a very good question, Brynner said. This war band is low in numbers, though made of exceptional warriors, granted. We total around 800 men and women who can wield a blade. Calidus and Nether, I have no doubt, can rally many thousands more than that. If they do make it this far, we will be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. There is Adana, Corban said, though we have no idea how she fares. Alive, dead, a warband behind her. Kraft will know, Brynner said, if we ever see the old crow again. Is there anyone else? Halen asked, looking to Michael. There are friends to our cause in various places, but none who could lead a warband except, perhaps, the Sirak. Who are they? Cohen asked. The horse lords of Arcona, Michael said. If we sent messengers, would they help us? Brynner asked. Michael shrugged. Perhaps. Politics is an unstable affair. Those who are sympathetic to our cause would certainly try, but who is to say whether they are in power or even still alive with Calidus's scheming? And there is one other ally who has not been mentioned, Corban said. Who's that? Brynner asked him. The Ben Elim, Corban said. Michael, you read from the prophecy, a line about them gathering beneath the great tree. Corban gestured to the trunk that the chamber they were sitting in was built around. That is why you counseled me to come here, because of the prophecy. Aye, Michael said, because of the prophecy. So, where are they? When will they arrive? Michael gave Corban a sad look. I do not know, Corban. The prophecy is not clear. But you are Ben Elim, one of them. More than that, their captain. Surely you must know. I do not. Neither do they. All that we know is that the prophecy says it will happen. So we must believe, we must trust. And remember, we accomplish much by our very presence here. He glanced behind him at the spear embedded in the tree. With the spear and axe in our possession, we know that Calidus cannot fulfill his aim, cannot breach the wall between this world and the other world, cannot bring Azroth's destruction upon the banished lands. That's all well and good, Brynner snapped. But what do we all do now? We ready ourselves for the battle to come, Michael said. A battle that will spill a river of blood, that will see us live or die, win or lose. And it is coming. Of that there is no doubt. A silence fell upon them all. So, we prepare, Corban said. We train, we build, we organize, we use our surroundings, and we scout. He looked at Corellin. We don't want to be surprised by a warband appearing at our walls. We can use the tunnels, Corellin said. There are 6 of them. Hamel has mapped them, and they run for leagues upon leagues, many with smaller exits along the way. If we man them, have fresh horses at each waypoint, I would be surprised if any warband could come within 50 leagues of Drassil without us spotting them. A fine idea. Corban smiled at her. I would suggest that you and Darth take responsibility for that. Recruit who you need for the task. There is much to do, Brynner said, brusque and businesslike. We will need healers and a hospice ready for the wounded.
She looked at Cohen. Ah, that is why I'm here. Wonderful.
We have a great store of supplies, linen for bandages, herbs and medicines. We cultivated a large garden for just such an end, Hamill said.
Brynner nodded grimly. The meeting descended into a discussion of all that would be needed, the logistics of feeding near 1,000 people day in, day out, of clothing, of firing forges, of making weapons, training, the maintenance and strengthening of Drassil's fortifications. Cohen found herself drifting in and out of various threads of conversation as the day wore on. She felt a weight on her foot and looked down to see Budai had flopped upon her. He had reappeared some days ago, following Storm. Corban had told Cohen of Corallin's suspicion, and to Cohen's eyes both Storm and Budai had looked sheepishly guilty. The chamber was darkening. Someone was lighting torches, others quietly carried tables and benches into the chamber and lit fire pits. Corban stood to signal the end of the meeting. Farrell and Dath accosted him before he could leave.
Yes, he said, raising an eyebrow. Everyone seems to have a job to do, Dath said. Aye, most have more than one job, including you two, Corban said. True enough, Dath said, but we'd like one more.
A grin slowly spread across his face. Corban frowned.
What are you two up to? I'm not one for saying things or making speeches, Farrell said, shuffling his feet. But, you see, we want to be your shield men.
Corban blinked at that, looking from Farrell to Dath and back again.
We are shield brothers, swordkin, all of us, Corban said. And you two most of all, my oldest friends.
He paused a moment, swallowed.
We've stood shoulder to shoulder, the three of us, saved each other's lives many times over. But there is no need for shield men amongst us. I am no king. And besides, I have Storm. Ah, that's where we disagree, you see, Dath said. And we're not the only ones.
The doors burst open and people poured in, a whole host filling the chamber, hundreds of them. All of them, Cohen saw, every last person that followed Corban to Drassil. What have Dath and Farrell been up to? It did not take long before they were all spread in a half-circle about Corban, tiered by standing on the wide steps about the chamber's edge. Corban just stared at them all, looking completely bewildered. Brynner stepped before Corban and ushered Leith forward. She walked slowly, solemnly, holding a pillow before her, something gleaming upon it.
This is for you, Brynner said, made by your people for you, as a token of our esteem.
It was a spiral of metal, dark like iron but threaded with streaks of silver, two snarling wolfen heads at each end.
My people, Corban whispered.
He reached out and tentatively touched it.
It is an arm ring,
Leith said, voice like gravel.
We thought to make you a king's talk, but Dath said you wear the talk your Da made you, and that you would not change it. So we made you a king's arm ring instead.
Brynner plucked it from the pillow and slid it up over Corban's hand until it rested about his bicep. Leith gripped it and gently squeezed, the metal moulding itself to the contours of Corban's arm.
I don't know what to say, Corban muttered, gazing down at the arm ring, then out at the crowd about him. I have done nothing to deserve this. You freed us, Javed said, taking a step forward. We were slaves. We would have died with collars around our necks.
You came to our aid, said Wolf, stepping beside Javed and Attilius. Our home was burning, our warriors broken. We'd have died without your help.
You saved us, Balor rumbled. We would have perished in Murias without you.
And we'd have been slaughtered by the Kadoshim had you not intervened, Tekka from Narvon said. Cohen stepped forward,
You crossed realms and mountains to find me in Murias. In the middle of battle you came for me. I owe you my life."
"You give me hope that all is not lost," Brynner said, looking at him with a sharp smile.
Gar stepped close to Corban. "You give me the strength to go on," he said. "You give my life meaning."
"You will save all the banished lands," Corlin said as she stepped forward, "and I will follow you to the ends of the earth or die trying." Corban was looking at all of them, tears streaming down his cheeks. Michael stepped forward. "Corban, give me your sword." Corban slid it from its sheath and shakily offered it to Michael, hilt first.
Corban smiled through her tears. "My da made that sword, fashioned the wolfen head as pommel, worked the iron, bound the leather. He and Mam would be so proud of Corban." Michael took it and held it high over his head.
"A sculpture!"
he yelled, and stabbed the sword down into the flagstoned floor. There was a concussive crack and a flash of incandescent sparks, the sword sinking half its blade into the ground. Michael released it and stepped back, leaving the sword quivering, a fading hum emanating from it.
"Corban ben Thanan!"
Michael cried out in a voice that swept the room like the north wind.
"Our bright star, the kin, avenger, giant friend, light bringer, rock in the swirling sea. Will you bind yourself to these people, be their sword and shield, the defender of their flesh, their blood, their honor, unto death?"
Cohen stared at Corban, saw him look around the room and straightened with pride and resolve.
"I will,"
Corban said. His voice trembled. He gripped the blade of his sword, his blood dripping down the cold iron, finding the fuller to flow into.
"People of the bright star,"
Michael cried out,
"will you bind yourselves to Corban ben Thanan? Become his sword and shield, the defender of his flesh, his blood, his honor, unto your dying breath." "We will," they cried.
Cohen raising her voice with the rest of them, the sound of their voices like a clap of thunder making the flames in the fire pits flicker. Gar nodded to Dath and Farrell, and one by one they stepped forward and gripped Corban's blade, their blood mingling with his, then stood either side of him. Gar stepped forward and did the same, all the while his eyes locked to Corban's. He stood aside, let the next person step forward. Cohen followed, smiling at her brother as if it was Midsummer's Day, both joyful and solemn. Then Corlin, Brynner, all of Corban's captains. Then the crowd behind began to file forward, each and every one of them performing the same ritual, Corban sharing more than words with each one of them. Eventually, it was done. And then food and drink was filling the tables. Boar and deer turning on spits above fire pits. Cohen finally fell into her bed, exhausted, but also filled with a sense of something she'd almost forgotten. Peace. I feel at peace for the first time since... She did not know, giving the last shreds of her sleep slipping attention to that thought. Since Ronan was slain. One last thought flitted through her mind before sleep took her. We are going to win. Chapter 67. Ulfalas. Ulfalas wiped sweat from his brow. It was freezing cold, there was snow beneath his boots, and the ground was as hard as iron beneath that, and yet still he was sweating. This road-making is hard work, there's no denying. Behind him, close to 3,000 warriors laboured from sunrise to sunset, felling trees, levelling ground, laying a timber road wide enough for a dozen horsemen to ride abreast. At the rear of the column, King Jael rode with his honour guard of 20 Jihar warriors and Sumur.
Ulfalas had ridden with them for the first moon, but he found those black, dead eyes of the Jihar harder to bear than the back-breaking life of a road layer, so he chose to fill his days with hard work and his nights with exhausted, dreamless sleep. Up ahead, Ulfalas heard shouting, saw men stop what they were doing. Better go and see what all the fuss is about. Running feet caught him up as Dag joined him. "What's that all about?" Ulfalas asked the huntsman.
"We'll find out soon enough."
Ulfalas felt a flush of pride as he looked at the road they were building and thought of both the leagues behind them and the conditions under which they'd accomplished its mammoth task. It was Tempest Moon, the heart of winter, and they had carved their way over 60 leagues into Forn Forest, following the trail left by the warband that had abandoned Graham's hold, following the markers left by Dag's scouts. Felling trees, stripping them of branches, cutting them down to manageable strips, clearing thorn and underbrush, and all while hungry predators watched, prowled, and occasionally ate someone stupid or unwary enough to wander too far along. Then Ulfalas and Dag were at the head of the column, staring up at what had caused the commotion. "Ah, well, at least we know what happened to your scouts now," Ulfalas said to Dag. 4 corpses dangled upside down from branches directly in front of the route of the new road. Dag gave him a sidelong glance.
"They were good men," Dag muttered. "Huntsmen through and through. 2 of them I trained from before they were old enough to set foot in the Rowan field."
"Oh, my apologies," Ulfalas said. He'd noticed himself making comments like that lately, insensitive, sometimes cruel. That is not the man I used to be. What is happening to me? "Cut them down before word of this spreads," he muttered to Dag. Warriors won't like this. It's the kind of thing that festers into fear around a campfire at night.
"Too late to stop that,"
Dag said, looking back at a group of men supposedly working on tree felling who were standing staring at the corpses. Behind them, Ulfalas saw a handful of riders approaching. JL.
"What is all this?"
JL called as he rode up. There were a dozen riders about him, Fram, his first sword, and other warriors, the best in Isiltir. About them strode the black-clothed Jihar, Sumo, close to JL. JL has his own shieldman, a bulwark between him and the Jihar. He remembered Sumo defeating Fram without breaking a sweat and cutting down old Bello in Mikil's feast hall. I do not think they will protect him for long, though. The Jihar spread to either side of the new road's foundations, some looking up at the dangling bodies as men climbed trees to cut them down. "What is all this?" JL repeated, gesturing at the corpses.
"My scouts," Dag said.
"Ah, confirmation that we are on the right trail, at least." "We've hardly needed that so far. The path left by the warband fleeing Graham's hold has been wide and deep. I could have tracked them, and I am no woodsman." Dag didn't answer. "How long have they been up there?" JL asked. Now that is a sensible question. In other words, how far behind this bright star and his rabble are we? Dag bent to look at the first corpse that was cut down, hitting the ground with a brittle crack.
"They are frozen," Dag observed, "and have been feasted upon by—"
He waved at the forest, trees encroaching upon them.
"So it is hard to tell with any measure of certainty, but—"
He poked and prodded strips of skin, sniffed.
"Dead 4 moons, is my guess."
JL nodded. "We are making good time," he murmured, looking pleased. "We have a head start. A trail to follow." After Bello had been cut down at Nether's council, they had spent the day discussing how exactly Drassil was to be discovered. They had settled upon the plan put forward by Calidus to build roads into Forn, each with a different starting point. Gundul's road would begin at Brickan, the old Hunan tower that the Gadre had occupied as their foothold in Forn. Lothar's road would follow the course they had originally travelled to Haldis, the Hunan burial ground, and then work deeper into Forn from there. The theory Calidus had used to justify this course was that the giants had dwelt in Drassil before their sundering into many clans, and so Haldis and Brickan most likely were linked to Drassil in some way, possibly even by giant-built roads. Jael's road had been given a different starting point. The logical move to follow the trail of this Corban, the Black Sun, Nefer had called him, and his warband into Forn. Ulfalas suspected that they had the easiest course, and from Jael's expression, so did he. It was not just personal satisfaction and pride in a job well done. Nefer had given an incentive that the leader of the first group that found Drassil would rule the 3 kingdoms of Isiltir, Carnatan, and Helveth, the other 2 kings reduced to vassals. Looking at his Jihar warriors, no one had doubted that he could enforce the threat, or promise to the winner. So, the race is on. "Onwards, then!" Jael shouted. Turning his mount to ride back down the road, the Jihar closing about him and his shieldmen like a black-gloved fist. Ulfalas turned and stared ahead, into the gloom of the forest. A snowflake drifted down and landed on his nose, filtering through the leafless canopy high above. Trees filled his vision. And out there, somewhere, is this black sun, with giants and the warriors that cut through my men like a scythe through wheat. And we are rushing to find them. "What do you mean? Their trail has disappeared," Jael snapped. "There are no more signs of their passage, my king," Dag said. "No boot prints, hoof prints, excrement, dung, scuffed rocks, trampled or broken foliage, nothing. It is as if they disappeared." "Pho," Jael said, clearly unable to formulate anything more complex. "It would appear that our good run has come to an end." "You must search harder," Jael said, waving a hand vaguely at the forest. "My king, I have over 200 scouts scouring the surrounding area. If there is any sign to be found, they will find it." "Has there been any word from Ilder and his ilk? The Jotun dwelt in this region once. They must surely know something." "No word from him or any of the Jotun, my king," Dag said. "We have heard nothing from them since Graham's hold. What happened to Ilder there? Does he even still live?" Jael threw a cup of wine at the fire. The flames flared. "What use is dealing with giants if they prove to be useless?" he snarled. They were sitting in Jael's tent, a huge, sumptuous reminder of Jael's new title. Furs and tapestries draped extensively about, a richly decorated table and chairs in the centre, laden with cups studded with jewels and gold platters heaped with untouched food. The pale dawn light leaked in through the entrance, the forest feeling dense and oppressive all about them. "We'll keep moving forwards," Jael said. "Straight as an arrow from their last known position, and keep searching. Take more men from the warband if you need them. Just find that trail." "And if it is not there to be found?" "Yes, my king," Dag said, bowed and left the tent. Ulfalas followed him, not wishing to endure the wrath of a petulant king. He knew Jael better than any man alive. There was a crash from inside as the tent flaps swung shut behind him. Ulfalas stood with one hand upon his sword hilt, looking down at the corpses strewn about the glade. 4 men. They'd been part of a scouting team that had not returned to camp last night. Each man was lacerated with scars. 2 had had their throats ripped out, the flesh gaping in ragged strips. One of them lay amongst his own intestines. "What did this?" Ulfalas asked, his eyes sweeping the trees about the glade, shadows moving with the creak of branches. "Wolf and pack?" Dag shrugged, though he was frowning. He crouched to examine one of the dead more closely. "It happened early," Dag muttered, prodding the pile of intestines that were frozen solid. "Soon after dusk. And look!" He pulled the dead man's head back, the throat cut in 3 clear lines. Ulfalas frowned. Those cuts looked too neat for claws. Dag looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. "Looks iron-made, not animal," he said. "Whether iron, tooth or claw, Jael's not going to be too happy about this," Ulfalas muttered. "I know it," Dag agreed. It had been a 10 night since the trail of their enemy had disappeared, the road building slowing to a snail's pace as more and more men were taken from work crews to scout the surrounding areas. 3 nights ago, men had started disappearing. These were the first that had been found. Yesterday, upon hearing of men going missing, JL had half-throttled the messenger bringing him the tidings. He doesn't seem best equipped for dealing with the pressures of ruling. A sound in the undergrowth had Ulfalas and the 6 men with him drawing their blades, Dag reaching for his bow and quiver. Figures appeared from amongst the gloom between the trees. Dag's scouts. "Something for you to see," the first one said, breathing hard, then turned and disappeared. "More dead men," Ulfalas muttered. They followed the man through thick undergrowth, finally climbing a slope and stopping beside the scout. Dag looked around and then smiled. "What?" Ulfalas asked. "Look," Dag said, pointing. They were standing on a level area, an embankment either side. Dag nudged something with his toe, a rock. Ulfalas looked closer, saw that it had been shaped, an edge rounded. "It is dressed stone," Dag said. Ulfalas looked further, saw more pieces of stone glinting with frost, sparkling a ragged line into the distance. "A road," he whispered. Chapter 68. Camlin. Camlin stood on the banks of the lake, watching Meg walk away from him. He just said goodbye to her. With a sigh, he turned and stared out at the disjointed walls and towers of Duncrin, islands of stone amidst the dark waters. Beyond them, he could see the small fleet of boats that was carrying away so many of those who had started to make a new life for themselves around this lake. Better to run and live than to stay and die. And better for the warriors that stay. They'll fight better, knowing their bands and kin are safe. He heard footsteps and turned to see Idana walking towards him, Hallian, Baird, and Von around her. Von, Idana's shieldman. Do I trust him so close to her? "Walk with me," she said to Camlin, and they strolled in silence away from the lake shore, following a path that wound through tall grass and thick clumps of reeds, shadowing one of the many streams that fed into the lake. "You are sure of this?" Idana said, when the lake had passed from view. "It is the only way. Even if I'm successful, it's still no guarantee, but it'll give us a chance. It'll slow them down and bring them here from one direction. Much better knowing where they'll be arriving." Idana stopped and turned to face him, took hold of his hands and stared into his eyes. "I will never forget this, or the countless other times you have risked your life for me. If there is ever a time when this is over, and I am Queen of Arden—" She hesitated. "I will not forget this." Camlin shrugged. "I'm not doing it for a reward." "Why are you doing it, Camlin? A brigand from the Darkwood. You do not even come from Arden, but from Navon." He looked at Hallian, Baird, then Von, finally back at her. "Because," he said with a shrug, "you make me want to be a better man. Not just you, but all of you. Marek, Dath, Corban. Never really had friends before, just fellow thieves. Doesn't make for a good night's sleep." Idana nodded to herself as if hearing an answer to a long-asked question. "Come back to us," she said. "I'll try my very hardest to do that," he grinned. "And I want you to take someone with you. Hallian, Baird, or Von, my most trusted shieldmen." "No need," Camlin said with a shake of his head. "I think there is. And even if there isn't, it will help me sleep better at night. Please, do it for me." Camlin looked between them, at Baird's slightly wild grin, a good man to have beside me in a fight, though I think you may pick a few that don't need fighting. Von, as serious as a man standing at his mother's cairn, and Hallian, calm, steadfast. Keeps his head in a scrap, a strategic man, better with a blade than most, maybe better in Braith, even. "I'll take Von, then," he said. Don't like the thought of him left around Idana without me here to keep an eye on him. Idana smiled and Von nodded, more to himself than Camlin. "Right. I'd better be off. before I lose any more light. Idana stretched onto her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. She turned to walk away, and they heard footsteps rustling through the grass and reeds. Everybody's hand went to a sword hilt, including Idana's. A shadow appeared amongst the reeds, a figure stepping out before them. "Ah, I thought you were here somewhere," Lorcan said. His eyes sought out Idana. "I need to talk to you about something." Camlin lay on his belly upon a slight hillock, reeds a slatted screen before him, looking down upon a willow beside a twisting stream. 3 arrows were stuck into the soft earth before him, his bow lying beside him. A figure sat leaning against the willow tree, wrapped tight in a cloak, head drooped forward onto his chest, seemingly asleep. Yellow hair stuck out from a pulled-up hood. A spear leaned against the willow tree, just a handspan from the figure's fingers. "How long do we have to lie here?" Von whispered. "I can't feel my feet." Camlin ignored him. He does have a point. It was cold. The sky above was overcast with clouds heavy and silver-sheened, threatening snow. The marshlands were a grey, damp, mist-filled world of mosquitoes and croaking frogs. They'd been lying on this hillock since sunrise, and the sun was now melting into the western horizon. "Camlin, Shut up," Camlin breathed, pointing. Something was moving. Off to the left, a shiver amongst the long grass and reeds, a movement opposed to the wind. Steadily it kept creeping forwards, then stopped, within sight of the figure sitting against the tree. A hesitation, 100 heartbeats, 200. Then it was moving forwards again. 2 men broke from cover, stooped low, moving swiftly and silently in a loop around the figure against the tree until they had the willow's trunk between them and the reclining warrior. Stealthily, they crept up, single file, the first drawing a knife from its sheath. Camlin pushed himself onto his knees, tugged an arrow from the ground in front of him, slowly lifted his bow. The first man was right behind the sleeping figure by the spear. He raised his knife. Camlin drew the arrow to his ear, held his breath, sighted, released. It struck the second man, piercing leather vest and linen shirt to sink deep into his back. At the same moment, the first one buried his knife to the hilt in the sleeping man's chest. There was an explosion of straw, the man with a knife tugging his blade free, looking at the shape against the tree, then at his collapsing companion, then straight up to the hillock where Camlin was drawing his second arrow. It punched through the knife-wielding man's chest, hurling him onto his back. He thrashed in the grass a moment, movements weakening, then he was still. Camlin and Von climbed to their feet, Camlin groaning from the stiffness in his limbs, and they hurried down the hillock. "That's the 3rd time this has worked," Von said to him, shaking his head. "Aye," Camlin agreed. They'd been hunting these scouts for 4 nights now, each time using the straw man to lure their enemy in and then kill them. So far, it had been remarkably successful. 6 men dead in 3 nights. Camlin checked the 2 dead, but knew before he saw their faces that neither one was Braith. Can live in hope, though. He drew a knife, bent and cut his arrows free of the 2 dead men, checking them over for food and coin, then saw Von standing above him, frowning. "Old habit," he said with a shrug, as he dragged and tipped one corpse into the stream. "Check our friend, eh?" "He's a straw man wrapped in a cloak," Von said. "Aye. Check the cloak's not ruined. Can't have a pile of straw leaking out of his belly, can we?" "He's fine," Von said. "Good. Give me a hand with this one, then." Together they lifted the second dead man and carried him to the stream, slipping the corpse into the slow-moving water as quietly as they could. Camlin grabbed the spear, and with the butt end, pushed the body down into a snare of reed. Then they checked the area for any evidence of their having been there, Camlin emptying one of the dead men's water skins over a pool of blood, diluting and dispersing it. Von picked up the straw man and slung him over his shoulder. Then they were moving off into the reeds, shadowing the stream. Camlin froze suddenly, turned, and looked back. "What?" Von hissed, hand going to his sword hilt. Camlin stood still as stone, head cocked to one side, eyes scanning the twilight and mist that curled languorously amongst the shadows. All he could hear was the gentle flow of the stream. Then a splash, almost nothing. More long moments listening, then he shrugged and walked on. "Wish you wouldn't do that," Von muttered. Camlin ignored him. "So, what now?" Von asked him. "Do it again," Camlin said. "They'll be strung out in a loose line, but we'll move faster than them. We'll set up again in half a league or so, snare us some more scouts." With each trap, Camlin had edged his way back towards the lake and Duncrin's ruins, imagining that Braith and his huntsmen would be inching their way ever so carefully inwards. So far, he'd been right. "How many of them are there?" "Don't know," Camlin shrugged. "At least 10. Probably closer to a score." "What if they come in bigger groups?" "Doubt it. Braith always sent us out in twos. Enough to watch each other's backs, not too many to make a racket or leave a trail." "How do you know where to put the straw man?" "Don't know," Camlin said. "Just a feeling, mostly." "Most of this is guesswork, isn't it?" Von said. "And a bit of luck." Camlin grinned back at him. Dawn came damp and grey. Camlin emptied his bladder, prodded Von awake, and checked their straw man. Just before full dark, he'd found a spot that felt right. A cluster of alders beside a stream, a gentle rise in the land screened by a snarl of dogwood and briar. "Come on, then," Camlin grunted. He leaned the spear against an alder, adjusted the straw man so he appeared to be sleeping, then picked up his bow, slung his quiver over his shoulder, and headed off towards the cover of the dogwood. He heard Von's footsteps padding behind him. They settled behind the bushes, Camlin stabbing arrows into the spongy turf, and waited. Time was hard to measure, the clouds too thick and bloated for any sign of the sun. "What do you think about that mad bird?" Von asked him as he strung his bow. "Kraf." It had been a shock to all of them when Kraf had fluttered into their meeting. Camlin had felt a rush of excitement, thinking that the bird's arrival must precede that of its companions, Corban, Dath, and the others. But the bird had quickly disabused him of that notion. It had been good to hear news of them, though, that they were still alive, most of them, at least. The other things it had squawked at them all, Camlin still did not know what to make of all that. Going to Drassil, a fortress of fairy tales, and talking about prophecies and bright stars and the 7 treasures. I remember Gar saying things like that about Corban as we fled across Cambrin. But now he's leading a warband several hundred strong, Benothy giants amongst them. Can that really be true? "I don't know," Camlin said to Von. He lay flat in the grass, wriggling to find a gap in the bushes to peer through. Snow was falling now, soft and steady. It was getting darker, the snow adding a faint glow to everything. "Have to end this soon. Too dark to hunt, and my bowstring's going to get wet." "It makes me think," Von said quietly beside him. "My da used to say strange things about a god war. Never came out and said it straight, of course, that's not his way. But he would allude to things, choices, sides, using your head, not your heart." He tapped fingers to his temple and his chest as he did it. He can see Evnis saying it to him now. "It's like he knew it was coming." "Maybe he did," Camlin muttered darkly. "Maybe he did. Maybe there's a reason we're on opposite sides." A movement drew his eye down by the stream. He squinted, seeing movement through the falling snow. "Best concentrating on staying alive through this," Camlin whispered, pointing. "Plenty of time later to think about god wars. The trick right now is to keep breathing." He pushed himself to one knee and reached for his bow. 2 men broke from a cluster of trees, moving stealthily, flitting from one clump of cover to the next. Sound was muted, the snow beginning to settle on anything that wasn't water. Camlin frowned. They're more cautious. He reached for an arrow, knocked and drew, deciding not to wait for these men to reach the diversion.
"Forn, be ready to move quick,"
he whispered, voice strained with the tension of holding his drawn bow. His arrow tip tracked both men below him, only 30 or 40 paces away now, settling upon the first, feeling his vision close in upon the man's chest. "I'd lower that bow, right slow, if you want to keep breathing," a voice hissed behind him.
"It can't be."
Camlin released his arrow, dimly registering a scream from down below as it found his target. Beside him, Von spun around, scrambling to get his feet under him. Camlin heard a solid crunch, Von falling back, eyes rolling back into his head, blood matting his hair.
"You don't want to be killing him," Camlin said. "He's Everness's boy."
Slowly, he laid his bow down in the grass. "I told you to lower your bow, not shoot one of my men," the voice snarled. "Didn't think cooperating would change your mind about killing me." "You're right there, Cam," the voice behind him said. "Now, turn around, slow." Two men were standing looking at him. One with a spear levelled at Camlin's face, a young lad, fair-haired. Camlin recognized him, though he couldn't remember his name. Beside him stood Braith, naked sword in one hand, a smile on his face. "Thought you'd catch me with my own trick," Braith said. "I'm hurt." "Hello, Braith," Camlin said. Chapter 69. Corban. Corban bent low in the saddle, kicked her horse on and kept her eyes on her target, her spear held tightly and level with the ground. Frozen by winter's arrival, it was as hard as rock, the horse's hooves pounding a staccato rhythm. At the last moment, Corban nudged a knee, twitched the rein, and her mount veered to the left. At the same time, Corban lunging with her spear, piercing the straw target approximately where a warrior's heart would be. She grinned fiercely as she reined in and cantered back to collect her spear. As her excitement faded, she became aware of a pain in her shoulder and shrugged, trying to adjust the weight of her new chainmail shirt. It was rubbing on the bone between her shoulder and neck. She wasn't used to wearing one, but Gar had given it to her last night, told her that everyone was getting one. "We'll all be wearing them when we face Nether in his warband. You'll be grateful when it turns a blade and saves your life." She'd frowned, and he'd pointed a finger at her. "Wear it, practice in the weapons court in it, sleep in it. You'll need to be used to it when real battle arrives." She knew he was right, although right now it felt heavy, uncomfortable, and restrictive. And that's why we're supposed to train in them now. She saw Dath hovering, looked at him inquiringly, and he hurried over. He was wearing a new chainmail shirt too. "What is it?" she asked him. "You know what I was talking to you about?" "Aye." "Do you really think it'd be a good idea?" "I do," Corban said. "But it's not me you need to be talking to about it." "I know. I just wasn't sure, and you're, pretty fierce. If you like the idea, then maybe—" "Why don't you go and ask him?" Corban said, spying Corban on the weapons court. "Would you come with me?" "Me? Why?" "Because he takes your advice seriously, and you put him in a good mood." "Ah, you fool," Corban said, aiming a boot at Dath, feeling both angry and happy that he'd said that. "Do I?" "Please." Corban sighed. "Come on, then. Let's go and talk to him now." "Now?" Dath blinked. "Aye. No time like the now, if you want something done," she said. And before Dath had a chance to object, she was kicking her horse into a trot. She heard him running to keep up. They passed rows of straw targets. Cohen and the giantling Leith were standing before some, Cohen throwing knife after knife from the belt strapped diagonally across her chest, each one hitting the target flawlessly. Leith had a similar belt of leather across her torso, knives as big as daggers sheathed in it. As Corban watched, Leith threw one of them. It slammed into the straw target and hurled it to the ground. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. Further along, Wolf and a few score men hefting single-bladed axes were similarly practicing. His hands have healed well, Corlin noted, as Wolf's axe thunked into the head of a straw man. She remembered Tuckle and, with a sigh, determinedly banished those memories. The future must fill my mind now, with what is to come. There was a dense circle of people around the stone section of the weapons court, a fair number of giants dotted amongst them, all watching Balor and Corban. Corlin's eyes were drawn to Corban's arm ring, the streaks of silver in it gleaming in the pale winter daylight. A moon had passed since that night in Drassil's feast hall when they had sworn their oaths to Corban and he to them. Things had felt different since then. There was a unity amongst their disparate groups that had not been there before, and the moon had passed in a flurry of activity. Forges fired, weapons and armour made, clearing more land beyond Drassil's walls, hunting, scouting, grinding of grain, shoring of walls, and then training and preparation for the battles to come. They were beginning to feel like a real warband, not just people held together by the whim of war. "Never try and block a blow from a giant with strength alone," Balor was saying in his rumbling deep bass of a voice. "It will shatter your bones." "I could reason that out myself," Corlin snorted. "Any weapons master worth his pay teaches that you guide a weapon away, not meet its momentum head-on, unless the only other option is death." To demonstrate the point, Balor hefted his freshly made wooden battle-axe. He swung it high and down at Corban's head in a whistling arc. Corban stepped to the right, swung his own practice blade, and struck the axe haft a glancing blow, steering it to crunch into the frozen ground. As Balor was off balance, Corban slipped inside his guard and had his sword tip at the giant's throat before Balor had managed to wrench his axe free of the ground. Warriors around the court cheered and murmured. "It would never be as simple as that," Corban shouted. "Balor held back. He could have hit harder and faster. But the key point is still the same. It's all about timing, speed, balance, reactions. Whatever your choice of weapon, the same result can be achieved. Sword, axe, spear, even a shield can be used to the same end." He looked about the court and nodded. "Come on then," he said. "Let's see you do it. And no broken bones, eh?" Warriors paired up with giants and filled the courtyard. Corlin took the opportunity and headed towards Corban. He heard the sound of hooves on stone and turned, smiling up at her as she slid from her saddle. Storm padded beside Corban, and Corlin saw the swell of her belly. They'd guessed for a while now that she was in pup. What are her cubs going to look like? Corlin couldn't help but feel excited about the prospect. "Dath's got an idea he wanted to talk to you about," Corlin said. "What's that, then?" Corban asked. "Something I've been thinking about for a while," Dath said. "It might sound mad to you, or wrong, or just tell him," Corlin said. "It's about archers," Dath said. "About using them in battle." Corban frowned. "See, I knew he wouldn't like it," Dath said to Corlin. "Just hear him out," Corlin said to Corban, staring at him fiercely. She knew what it had cost Dath even to approach him about this. Corban looked a little abashed and nodded. Dath hurriedly continued. "I know that the bow is not considered a weapon of war, that it is a huntsman's tool, and that the old way talks of honour in combat, of one warrior testing a skill against another." "Aye, that is how it has always been." "Well, I think times are changing," Dath said. Corban frowned again. "Look at them," Dath said hurriedly, before Corban had a chance to say anything. He pointed at Wolf and his men practicing their axe-throwing. More than just the warriors of Graham's hold were there. Corlin saw Gar and a handful of other Jihar, as well as some of Javed's pit fighters. "Have you tried throwing an axe and making its blade hit the target first?" Corban asked. "I have," Dath said. "It's not as easy as it looks." "No, it is not," Corban smiled. "There is great skill in throwing an axe." "Aye, there is," Dath agreed. "But tell me, is there more skill involved in a well-thrown axe or a well-cast spear than there is in a well-aimed arrow?" "No, I suppose not," Corban murmured. "Wolf and his warriors, they use their axes in battle. Sometimes a whole line of them, Wolf has told me."
If there were enough of them, it would be devastating against an enemy charge. Aye, it would. Apparently a similar thing brought down a bear at Graham's Hold, Corban said. Exactly. Dath was becoming animated now. I often think of Camlin, he continued. Remember how he organised our ambushes? Always me and him shooting first, thinning the numbers, making our enemies scared, making them rush. Well, imagine 10 archers doing the same, or a score, 2 score, 3 score. Chances are we're going to be heavily outnumbered in any battle we fight against this black sun. Brennan said so herself. So, why don't we do something to even the odds a little? A silence settled between them, Corban looking thoughtfully at Wolf and his axe-throwers, Dath shuffling his feet. A sound drew all of their attention, a loud thud that Corlin felt through her boots. Balor had buried his practice axe in the ground again, this time against Halen's shieldman, Tahir. As Balor tugged on his axe, Tahir spun around the giant, slashing his practice blade at the back of the giant's leg, sending him toppling to one knee. Another spin and the edge of Tahir's sword was rested against Balor's neck. "Balor, I think you've just lost your head," a giant shouted, laughing. Balor stood and scowled at the young warrior. "You've done that before," Balor said. "Aye, that I have," Tahir said. "I served with the Gadre of Isiltir. Giant killers, we were, no offence intended, fighting the Hunan out of Haldis." "None taken, little man," Balor said. "I hate the Hunan." There was more laughter at that, both men and giants. "What do you think about Dath's idea then, Cora?" Corban asked. "I think it makes a lot of sense," Corlin said, "and it can mean the difference between winning and losing." "All right then," Corban said, turning back to Dath. "See how many would like to join you. I'll not be telling anyone to do it, but if they're willing—" "You won't regret it," Dath grinned, clapping Corban on the arm. Corlin rode out of the west gate with Enkara, Teka, and Yalric of Graham's Hold. Gar was halfway up a ladder that leaned against the stone arch of the huge gates, Balor and a handful of giants with him. They were setting the skulls of the Kadashim they had slain into the stone of the archway. Gar had said it would send a fine message to the Kadashim when they arrived here. Corlin grinned at the thought of it. The group headed north, skirting Drassil's outer wall. The area around Drassil was alive with activity. The 100 or so paces of land that had been already cleared doubled in a moon by close to 1,000 willing hands. Trees were being cut down, branches lopped off, and the timber dragged inside the walls of Drassil, the ground around the felled trees cleared of underbrush to create an open space around the entirety of the fortress. It was back-breaking work, as Corlin had learned firsthand. I'd rather be out scouting than chopping up trees and doing battle with thorns as long as my fist. They left the walls of the fortress behind them, following the broken remains of an ancient road, mostly reclaimed by the forest now. Riding up a gentle incline that slowly steepened, trees felled as far as a high ridge. When they crested it, Corlin looked back. The great tree of Drassil rose like an organic tower in the midst of the fortress, branches fanning out and framing everything. The sky was a pale glow far above, visible through leafless branches that scratched together in a strong wind. For a moment, Corlin thought she saw a lone figure on the fortress walls staring back at her. Then it was gone, and she was kicking her mount over the crest, down the hill into a wall of trees, Enkara and Teka following. They headed north the whole day, going slowly, stopping often to make notes on parchment. They were trying to map the outlying area of Drassil, concentrating on the swathes of land that spread between each of the 6 great tunnels. Corlin had put people in place in the tunnels so that each had a small team manning the exit points along the way. Horses changed every day so that if the approaching enemy was sighted, word would reach Drassil on swift hooves. Their biggest threat came from the stretches of land between the tunnels, widening with every league that the tunnels bored beneath the fortress. She only had so many scouts and couldn't watch everywhere. It took them 6 days to travel 20 leagues, zigzagging through the forest whilst they filled reams of parchment, using the remnants of the old road as a marker,
although that was faint enough. A raised embankment here, a crumbled flagstone there. Twice they found waypoints on the tunnels fanning out from Drassil and spent those nights in the tunnel with the teams posted there. It was dark, musty, and dank, but far safer than sleeping above ground in Forn. One night, the ground trembled above them as something huge passed through the forest. On the nights where they had no choice but to sleep above ground, they made no fire. It attracted moths the size of Yalric's shield, and a host of far more unpleasant creatures that watched them from the edge of the firelight's reach, their presence betrayed only by the reflection of eyes. On the 8th day out, they were riding through an area dominated by wide-spaced golden wood. It was like an ocean of orange bark and red leaves. The trees were as straight as spears, with few low branches amongst them, and the ground was spongy with leaves, making the riding easier than it had been for days. Coralyn winced as a strange smell drifted through the forest, pungent and acidic. She looked at the others, and they were all pulling similar faces. "Do you recognize that?" Coralyn asked Yalric. Hailing from Graham's hold, he was the only one of them that had any experience of Forn. "No," he said, shaking his head, "but I have never travelled deep into Forn. Strange things live beyond its fringes, as you've told me before." Yalric was deeply superstitious and always making the ward against evil, but Coralyn had come to find him an intuitive tracker and as brave as Storm when he could see that he was fighting flesh and blood and not a demon from the other world. Wait until he meets the Kadashim. The smell became progressively worse. Coralyn's horse started shying, the mare's ears flattening to her head. "Perhaps we should stop, go back," Yalric muttered, wrestling with his reins and snapping a command at his horse. "Whatever is making that smell, it's nothing good." Coralyn frowned at him. "We need to know what's causing them to behave like this." In the end, Coralyn slid from her saddle, the others doing the same. Taker stayed with the horses, and Coralyn led Enkara and Yalric on. The smell was so intense now that she was fighting the urge to gag. About 50 paces ahead, something appeared on the ground. A series of mounds, more of them coming into focus, Coralyn counting 30 or 40 as they drew closer. She paused before the first one, a mound about chest high. It was steaming. A few of them were, others were hard-crusted and frozen with the cold. The stench was overwhelming, crawling up her nostrils, coating the back of her throat. Coralyn prodded the mound in front of her. Beetles seethed out from it, covered in viscous slime. It's dung. Something was poking out of it. Not seeming able to stop herself, Coralyn grabbed it and pulled. A knobbly bone emerged from the pile of steaming dung. This is not good. From beyond the dung piles there was a dip in the land, invisible until you were this close. Coralyn crept to its edge and peered down a long, gentle slope. At its base there was a hillock, its peak not quite as high as the ground Coralyn was standing upon, made of craggy black rock coated with thin soil and patches of grass. Caves dotted it, 8, 10, more than Coralyn could see, dark openings that bored into the black rock. Enkara touched her shoulder and indicated that they should leave. Coralyn nodded and started to inch backwards when, in the darkness of one of the caves, something moved. A hulking shadow emerged, lizard-like but huge, its squat body low to the ground, legs splayed and ending in clawed feet, a long, thick-muscled neck with a broad, flat, muzzled head and sharp fangs. A drake. The three of them stood frozen a moment, desperate to move, too scared to make a sound. The drake raised its head, a long tongue flickering from its jaws, tasting the air. Abruptly, it went still, completely motionless. Then its head snapped up and it stared straight at them. It roared. Like a release from a spell, the three of them were sprinting back towards the horses. Coralyn skirted a tree and saw Taker 100 paces away. She glanced over her shoulder, saw the drake explode over the slope, all fangs, muscle, and jaws kicking up earth as its claws raked the ground. Taker's eyes bulged and she leapt into her saddle, tried to lead the horses towards Corban and the others, but the horses were neighing wildly, rearing and kicking. There was a huge crack behind Corban, the drake ploughing into a tree in its haste to reach them. It roared, making the world shake. It sounded as if it was almost upon them. Then Corban was swinging into her saddle, her horse almost mad with fear. She saw Yalric yelling curses at his horse as it powered away past her, heard hooves pounding behind her, then a collision, a horse screaming, bones crunching. Fear had her in a grip she had never known before. She was too scared even to look back. Ride, just ride, get away. Another scream from behind her, this time human. Ankara. She heaved at her reins, her mount slowing, skidding to a halt, and looked back. The drake was crouched over a horse, one claw upon its neck, pinning it as it bucked and writhed, the drake's jaws slick with blood as it tore bloody holes in the animal's side. Ankara was squirming on the ground, one leg trapped under the fallen horse. Before she could think, Corban was kicking her horse into movement, swearing and cursing at it when it resisted, eventually acquiescing to its rider and moving hesitantly back towards the drake. Taker appeared from the left, her bow knocked. Yalric riding back to them, an axe in his hand. We can't fight it. Look at the power of it. But maybe. Corban shouted to Taker and Yalric, and then she was picking up speed, a trot to a canter, her mount back under her control again. Ankara was still pinned, the weight of the drake upon the horse grinding her leg into the forest litter. Taker and Yalric rode at the drake, both of them sighting their weapons and loosing while their mounts were moving. Taker's arrows sank into the soft flesh between its foreleg and torso, Yalric's axe bouncing off of its head with a dull thud. Thicker skull than a bear, then. The drake swung its head about, confused for a moment, then bellowed, shifting its weight momentarily off of the horse. In an instant, Ankara had pulled free and was on her feet, lurching into a hobbling run. Corban guided her horse close and grabbed Ankara's forearm, swinging her into the saddle behind her, and then she was off, kicking her horse hard, letting it do exactly what it wanted most in the world, gallop as fast as it possibly could away from the drake. A hasty glance over her shoulder, and Corban saw that Taker and Yalric were following behind, the drake obviously deciding that more chasing was not necessary when it had a tasty meal under one claw. Can we go back to Drassil now? Ankara shouted in Corban's ear. Chapter 70. Camlin. Camlin felt a sharp pain in his back, Braith's sword tip prodding him, directing him to walk on. The snow had stopped falling now and was turning to slush under his boots. Von trudged before him, blood matting one side of his face, his hands bound behind his back, just as Camlin's were. Braith's companion, a lad holding a long spear, was leading away, two grey hounds at his heels. They were tall and sleek, and they looked hungry too. Long as I'm not the meal. Wouldn't put it past Braith. He's probably been starving them and promising them me for dinner. You made it back home, then? Von addressed the lad with the dogs. He turned and looked at Von. I did. No thanks to you. Camlin recognized him then. The prisoner Corban had caught in the hills of Dowan, the one who had told them about Cohen and Connell both being alive. Strange, Rafe, that we've ended up on different sides when we were once such good friends. Were we? Rafe asked. I thought so. Well, friends or no, I chose to stand by my oath, the one I swore to your da. That's strange too, Von said, because I chose to stand by my oath, the one I swore to my king. Rafe looked back and scowled at Von then, one of the hounds doing the same and growling. Family should come before kings, or queens, Rafe said. Von frowned, staring at Rafe's back, and said no more. They were walking down to the stream where two men waited for them, one of whom was sitting with his back to a tree, blood drenching his belly, soaking into his breeches, staining the white snow about him. He was screaming. Might have something to do with my arrow in his gut. Braith made an irritated sound behind him, though Camlin wasn't sure if it was aimed at him for shooting one of his men or at the man on the ground for making so much noise. "Sit," Braith ordered Camlin and Von as he dumped both of their sword belts and Camlin's bow and quiver against the tree, next to the straw man. When he was happy that Camlin and Von were both secure, Braith went and sat beside the wounded man. He unstoppered his water skin and gave the man some. He drank in short sips, panting in between with the pain. "Maddock, this is going to taste sweet as heaven in your mouth," Braith said to the warrior. "But when he reaches your gut, it's going to hurt like every demon in the other world is trying to claw their way out of your belly." Maddock nodded, sweat slicking his face, his shirt sticking to his body. "My boots," Maddock breathed. "Some coin for my Rian." Braith nodded. "I'll see it gets to her." He lifted the water skin to Maddock's mouth and with his other hand drew a knife from his belt. "You ready?" Maddock nodded and Braith cut his throat. "That's 7 of my men now, by my counting," Braith said, wagging his knife at Camlin. "Aye, that's what I make it," Camlin agreed. He shrugged. "It's war." "So it is," Braith said, wiping his knife clean and sheathing it. He came and sat close to Camlin, not so close that I can reach him, though. "But this is more personal than that, between you and me. I was afraid you were going to say that." Braith barked a laugh. "You see, Cam, despite everything, you can still make me laugh. You poisoned me, cut me open with this blade on your belt." He paused, pulled back his shirt at the neck, and showed Camlin an ugly white ridge of scar tissue. "Hurt, that?" Braith said. "Aye, well, I've got a scar of my own from you." He pulled his shirt open. "See, you shot me. The arrow had to be pushed through. That hurt a bit too." Braith shrugged. "Not that this is a contest, but you did dump me into the ocean for the fish to gnaw on." He shook his head. Camlin smiled grimly. "If it helps, I did think you were dead at the time." Braith chuckled. "But the thing that hurts most, Cam, is the betrayal. I thought we were friends." Camlin laughed at that. "So did I," he said, still chuckling. "Perhaps we can be reconciled, eh?" "I don't think so," Braith said. The smile disappeared from his face. "But I could even the score." He stood looking about the marshes at the endless banks of reeds, willow, and alder. "Where is she, Cam? Your new queen?" "If you think I'm going to be telling you that," Camlin said, "then you don't know me." "If you think you won't tell me," Braith said, moving closer to Camlin, "then it's you who doesn't know me." I've seen Braith put people to the question. He tries to be their friend first, gets what he can that way, then lights a fire under their feet just to make sure. "There'll be no torture here," a voice said. Von, sounding just about as commanding as Camlin had ever heard him. "You will take us to my father. We will not talk to men such as you." Braith smiled at Von, walked over to him. "Get him up," Braith said, the warrior behind Von yanking him to his feet. "My father is the regent of Arden, representative of Queen Rin, and—" Braith punched Von in the gut, doubling him over. He grabbed a fistful of Von's hair and yanked him upright. "Your father is not my king," Braith snarled. "I answer to Rin, no one else, so your precious father can go kiss my ass. And you'll not be giving out your orders to me or any of my crew. Is that clear?" "All 2 of them," Camlin murmured. Von dribbled spittle. "I said, is that clear?" Braith repeated, bunching his fist. "Aye," Von muttered. "Good," Braith said, letting go of Von's hair, the young warrior dropping to the ground. "You tried, lad. I'll give you that." "Don't you worry, Von. I'll take you to your da soon enough. Not sure what kind of welcome you'll get, but at least you'll live to find out. which is more than I can say for my old friend, Camlin. Braith spun around and kicked Camlin in the face. He fell back, pushed himself onto one elbow and spat blood and a tooth. I'm going to leave you with that thought for the night. Come morning, I want answers to my question. Where is the bitch Idana? Answer true, and I'll end it quick. No pain. If I don't believe you, well, I'll be taking this knife. He drew it from his belt, the one he'd used to cut his man's throat. And I'm going to start taking body parts off you. Think I'll start with the fingers on your bow hand. Camlin lay close to the stream, his arms stiff and the skin on his wrists rubbed raw. Beside him lay Von, sleeping, he thought, from the steady rhythm of his breathing. Something had woken him. Maybe the cold. He was shivering enough for his teeth to rattle. There were no clouds above now, the sky a panoply of stars. The thin crust of snow on the ground had frosted to ice and was glittering in the starlight. Trying not to make any noise, he rolled over, the snow crunching, sounding loud enough to wake the dead. Braith was sitting against the tree, his head drooped to one side, his surviving warrior curled in a blanket, while Rafe was standing on the stream's edge, spear in his hand, staring out into the darkness. His watch, then. One of the two hounds growled, its ears pricked. There was a rustle amongst the riverbank, and they were both bounding forwards, snuffling amongst the reeds. Rafe followed them, spear levelled. Then the hounds came out, tugging at something between them. Camlin heard the wet ripping sound of amphibian flesh. Some poor frog's having a bad night. He thought of his fate approaching with the rising of the sun. I sympathise. The hounds finished tearing apart whatever it was they'd found and settled to wolfing down their respective pieces. Rafe lowered his spear and went back to stamping his feet and blowing into his hands. Camlin looked at Braith, felt a wash of hatred for the man, swiftly tempered by the knowledge that he was just a man, like him, who'd made his choices and was seeing them through. Sometimes they lead to a pot of gold, other times they get you bitten on the arse, or see you watching your fingers go under the knife, one by one. What I'd give to take him with me, though. He heard a thunk behind him, between him and the stream. He looked about, but no one else seemed to have heard it. Braith still with his chin on his chest, Rafe staring in the opposite direction. Even the two hounds now seemed to be sleeping deeply, chests rising and falling. He rolled over, slowly, saw something sticking in the turf and snow. A glint of iron, a leather-wrapped hilt. I love it when a plan comes together. Slowly he rolled over again, his back and bound hands to the knife, shuffled backwards a handspan, stopped as Braith muttered in his sleep. Another wriggle backwards, then waiting, eyes checking Rafe, the hounds, Braith, the other warrior. Another wriggle, checking again. Eventually, as a grey pallor seeped across the sky, he felt leather brush his fingertips. Wake up, Braith said, and kicked Camlin's boots. With a groan, Camlin squirmed onto his knees, holding the rope that had bound his hands tight behind his back. You're like a landed fish, Braith said, which is an appropriate analogy because today I shall be gutting you like a fish. He smiled, no humour in it. But let it not be said that I'm a cruel man. Die? Help him up. For all of his bluster, Braith is a careful man. He will not step within arm's reach of me. I shall be flattered that he thinks so highly of my prowess. He glanced at Von, who had clambered to his knees. Rafe was calling the hounds, but they lay still on the stream bank. Camlin caught Von's eye, looked over his shoulder, wiggled the knife in his frozen hands. Von's eyes widened for a moment, then he looked away. No funny business, Di muttered, put a hand under Camlin's arm and hoisted him upright. Something's wrong with my dogs, Rafe said, an edge of worry in his voice. What do you mean? Braith asked, suspicious. There's a reason he's lived this long. Look. Rafe prodded one of the hounds with his spear butt. Scratcher, he called. It didn't move, though its chest still rose and fell, breath misting about its muzzle. Rafe fell to his knees, dropping the spear on the ground beside him, and shook both of the hounds. Braith's eyes snapped to Camlin. Hello? A voice called behind them. Braith and Di spun around. A figure stood on the snowy ground, surrounded by morning mist. Meg. She looked more like a ghost than a person of flesh and blood. She stepped back into the mist, disappearing. Braith reached for his sword and rushed after her. Di let go of Camlin and took a step after Braith. Then the knife in Camlin's fist was punching into Di's back, through fur cloak, leather and wool, into flesh, between ribs and into a lung. Camlin's other hand clamped around Di's mouth, stifling the hiss of exhaled air. He pulled the knife free, stabbed again and again. Di slumped, and Camlin let him go, grabbing his sword hilt as he dropped, the rasp of it sliding from its scabbard, stopping Braith in his tracks. Almost had me, Braith snarled, as he stared at Camlin, hands free, a sword in one hand, bloodied knife in the other. It didn't seem to put Braith off as he charged at Camlin, shouting to Rafe, who was oblivious, still shaking the hounds, looking as if he was crying over them. Camlin rushed to Von, slashed and sawed at the ropes binding his wrists, painfully aware of the crunch of boots on snow as Braith sped to skewer him with his sword. With a gasp, Von's hands were free, and then Camlin was turning, dropping the knife in the snow for Von, Braith hacking at him, iron clanging as Camlin raised his blade in a hurried parry, staggering back, blocking a flurry of powerful blows. He sidestepped, sweeping Braith's blade away, the rage in Braith's attack adding to his momentum, sending him stumbling off balance for a moment. Camlin hacked at him, chopped into Braith's hip, blood spraying. There was shouting behind him, Camlin shuffling backwards to see what was happening while keeping Braith in his vision. Von and Rafe were circling one another, warily. Then Braith was coming at him again, blood sluicing from the wound in his hip. Another flurry of blows, high chops, swinging loops, all merging into a fluid assault and a rushed retreat. Eventually, they parted, a red line leaking blood across Camlin's shoulder. Last time you had to poison me to beat me, Braith said, face pale from blood loss, but his eyes were sharp, voice steady and calm. What are you going to do this time, Cam? You're not my match with a blade, we both know that. I'll just have to think of something, Camlin muttered, and darted in, his sword point lunging straight at Braith's heart, dropping the blade as Braith sideswiped a block, carrying on his lunge to score a red line across Braith's ribs, cutting through leather and wool, blood seeping as he leapt back, away from Braith's backswing. Maybe I'll just bleed you to death, Camlin said, circling Braith warily. I've blooded him twice. Can't believe I've done that. If only the Darkwood boys could have seen it. But luck doesn't last long against Braith, and he's right. He is better than me. What I could do with is some help. Camlin risked a quick glance at Von and Rafe, saw that they were still circling one another. Camlin frowned. It sounded as if they were talking to each other. Von, Camlin barked. Less talking, more killing. Then Braith was coming at him again. Camlin retreated before a withering combination of blows, his heart thudding in his ears, too fast to feel fear, just reacting, retreating, muscle and sinew straining as his whole body strived to avoid death. He held his blade two-handed, blocked another powerful blow that reverberated through his arms into shoulders and back, each blow weakening him a little more, his breath coming hard, his reactions a fraction slower. He saw a grim smile twitching Braith's lips, knew the end was coming. Something moved in the corner of Camlin's eye, a stick spinning out of the mist and smacking into Braith's head, the wood shattering in an explosion of splinters. Meg emerged from the mist, threw another piece of rotted wood at Braith, striking him on the shoulder. It didn't hurt Braith much, but it did give Camlin the opportunity he needed. He turned and ran. For a heartbeat, 2, 3, 4, there was no sound of pursuit from Braith, then a snarl and heavy footsteps. Without looking, Camlin hurled his sword behind him, heard a clang as Braith struck it from the air, a curse as he stumbled. Then Camlin was diving, rolling, one hand grabbing his bow, the other scrabbling for an arrow from his quiver. He came out of the roll on one knee, looking back, saw Braith bearing down upon him, sword raised high over his head, 6 paces away, 4, Camlin's death in his eyes. He nocked his arrow, drew, 2 paces, the sword swinging down in a glittering arc. Release. The arrow punched into Braith's gut, stopping him like a kick from a mule, sending him staggering back a handful of paces, sword swinging wild, hissing through the air before Camlin's eyes. Another arrow from those scattered from his quiver. Braith snarling, cursing him, lurching unsteadily towards him, knock, draw, release. This one slammed into Braith's chest, sending him crashing onto his back, blood erupting. Camlin stood, breathing hard, still wary. Braith rose to one elbow, then to one knee. Another arrow, knock, draw, release, throwing Braith flat on his back again. "Stay down!" Camlin yelled, relief starting to seep through him. Another arrow. "He's finished," Von said, walking close. Camlin saw Rafe's back as the lad crashed through reeds and long grass, sighted his arrow, gazed along the feather and smooth shaft, iron tip to Rafe's back, raised it, adjusting for distance, to the left with the wind, all a process that was as natural as breathing, done in a handful of heartbeats. "Let him go," Von said in his ear. "He's a misguided, scared boy, nothing more." "He sat his long night, made his choices as a man," Camlin growled. But he hesitated, and then Rafe was gone, claimed by the mist and marshes. Camlin lowered his bow and strode over to Braith, who was still trying to get up. Camlin made sure he stopped out of arm's reach of the woodsman. Braith's woolen shirt was soaked with blood, leather vest stained dark with it, the snow around him churned pink. "Looks like our score's settled," Camlin said, looking down at his old chief. "Not supposed to end like this," Braith wheezed as he made a final effort to rise. Only his head moved. He coughed blood and lolled back into the snow. "We don't always get what we want," Camlin muttered and stood there, watching Braith's chest rise and fall, the gap between each breath growing longer. Blood bubbled from Braith's mouth, and Camlin waited for another breath. It never came. Camlin looked about, saw his sword and picked it up. "This time, you're staying dead," he said to Braith's corpse, and he hacked down once, twice, the third time Braith's head rolling free from his body. Meg emerged from the reeds and ran to him, throwing her arms about his waist, hugging him tight. He ruffled her hair. "You did good, girlie. Think I might just owe you my life there." "There's no think about it," she said, grinning up at him. Chapter 71. Halen. Halen searched the stables, Potts running at his heels, his tail wagging furiously. He looked inside every single stall, and there were literally hundreds of them, over half of them occupied with horses. She won't be in one of those. He slammed another door shut, frowning. An empty one. By the time he reached the last stable, he was sweating, despite the cold that seemed to seep through even walls of stone. Winter is upon us. It was the snow moon, and winter was holding Drassil in its tight and frozen grip. Where is she? He was looking for Storm, had overheard Corban talking of his wolfen, how she was heavy with cubs, and if the birth cycle for a wolfen was anything like a hound's, then she should be whelping any day now. And then she disappeared. "She's in her den, ready to whelp," Colin had said to Corban. Halen had been running chores in Cohen's hospice, a huge building situated to the west of the fortress, close to the herb gardens that grew within the walls. Colin had been sitting beside one of the Jiha, a dark-haired woman lying in a cot with her leg in a splint and bandages. Slowly, the conversation had drifted towards Storm and the fact that she was missing. "That's what I thought," Corban had said. "I need to find her. I remember Da helping a bitch whelp. There can be all kinds of problems." Corban had sounded so worried that Halen had decided on the spot that he would find Storm in her den, and had been searching ever since. He left the stables disappointed. He'd been convinced they would make the perfect hideaway for Storm, and began to wander the fortress aimlessly. I'll never find her in this place. Someone could hide for a moon, every single person here searching for them. Slowly he walked through ancient stone streets, past windows with the glow of warm fires filling them, then through courtyards and streets with empty buildings and dark windows. He pulled his cloak tighter about him, his breath misting, before eventually stopping in a courtyard. He sat on a huge twisted root that broke through the stone of the courtyard like the spine of a great sea beast, and fished around in his pockets for some food. He found half a biscuit, broke it, throwing half to Potts, then chewed on the rest. He'd come to a strange conclusion. For most of the time that he had lived at Graham's Hold, his thoughts had ever returned to his mam, to Jael, to the throne of Isiltir, and he remembered spending days plotting his vengeance upon Jael, or how things would be different when he was king, or how he would make someone else do his chores. He didn't think like that anymore. Couldn't remember the last time anything like that had crossed his mind. After much thought, he decided that there was only one conclusion to be reached about that. I'm happy. At first, he'd felt guilty about that realization, his mam's face springing instantly to mind. I shouldn't be happy. She gave her life for me so that I could one day be king. But he didn't want to be king anymore. Not really. He wanted Corban to be king instead. Never had he come upon a man whom he thought so highly of. From his first words, Corban had made him feel himself, made him feel that he didn't have to pretend to be anything. And he liked that. And Corban was everything that he imagined a king should be. A skilled warrior, courageous. He'd heard the tales about him, fighting demons, worms, and wolven, setting slaves free. And he'd saved Wolf and the others at Graham's Hold. Despite all this, and the demands on him, he made sure he had time for everyone who sought him out, always listening to their problems, big or small. Potts whined behind him, and he threw the dog some more biscuit. And when Halen spoke to Corban, he felt that he listened, really listened to what he had to say. No one else had ever treated him like that, even Tahir, whom he loved like an older brother. He always looked at Halen as if it was a duty he had to fulfill. Which I suppose I am, to Tahir, to a shield man. His happiness had been tarnished with the recent news, though. A warband had been spotted, creeping in from the northwest, building a road. They were almost on a direct course for Drassil, though of course moons away, as they had literally to cut their way through the forest. It's Jael. I know it is. Am I never allowed to be happy while he draws breath? Tahir had told him that Corban had led a few raids on the enemy camp, using the trapdoors situated along the tunnels, not large attacks, but hunting down their scouts and stragglers, and Tahir said that Corban and those with him had dressed in wolven furs, killed with their gauntleted claws. Potts whined again behind him, scratched at something. Halen rooted around for some more biscuit but couldn't find any. Sorry, boy, he said, as he turned around to stroke the dog, then saw what he was whining at. Beneath the curve of the root was what looked like a pool of shadow, but as Halen looked closer, he saw that it was more than that. It was a hole. Potts was digging in a mound of loose earth spread before it. Halen crawled up to the hole, saw that it was bigger than him, bigger than a full-grown man. He stuck his head inside, saw the root twisting and boring its way into the dark earth. Then the ground crumpled beneath him, and he fell in, head first, sliding and rolling, soil getting in his face, his mouth. He came to a crunching halt, falling onto the root, the earth around it eroded away by rain and frost, so that it made a kind of cavern, large enough for him to stand if he stooped. Daylight seeped into the hole, enough for him to see that the root branched left and right. Pot was looking down at him, tail wagging. "It's not a game," he muttered. Then, figuring he may as well explore while he was down here, he crawled to the left, following the root. Abruptly, the root took a sudden twist, arcing down almost vertically, and Halen stopped. A strange smell leaked up from the hole here, strong and acidic, like rotting vegetables mixed with something else. Whatever it was, he wanted to get away from it, the smell feeling like fingers clawing their way into his mouth. He shuffled back along the route. The smell receded, and soon he was at the point where he'd fallen in. Pot started barking at him when he came into view. He decided to go the other way now, enjoying the thought that he'd found something new in this ancient fortress, something that only he knew about. It could be my den, he thought, my secret place. Den? Then, from the darkness in front of him, he heard a low, terrifying growl. He froze. The growling rumbled on, then faded, and behind it, he heard something else. A squeaking sound. He shuffled back along the route as fast as he could, stood on tiptoes to climb out, jumped and caught hold of the edge, pulling and scrambling to get out. Leaping to his feet, he sprinted around a corner and saw Tahir marching purposefully towards him, pointing at him. "I've been searching everywhere for you," Tahir said, as Halen ran past him. "Can't stop," he blurted, not even slowing, heard the sound of slapping feet as Tahir ran after him. He found Corban in the weapons court, holding sword and shield and sparring with Wolf. Gar stood watching them, his arms folded across his chest and a frown upon his face. Halen skidded to a halt, desperate to tell Corban his news, but saw he was in the middle of something with Gar. "I'm not saying you should not train with a shield," Gar said, "only that I will not." "Why don't you like using a shield?" Wolf asked him. Without saying anything, Gar strode to Wolf, grabbed the shield rim wide with both hands, and twisted. Wolf yelled in pain. "If I twist this shield another handspan, your arm will break," Gar said, matter-of-factly. "For a weapon that is supposed to protect you, it can be easily used to defeat you." He let go and Wolf stepped away, wincing. "The best defense is a good offense," Gar shrugged. "I've seen a shield used well when it is strapped tight to your back." "Hallion," Corban said. "Aye," Gar nodded. "It can be well used if you use a spin to maneuver around your foe, to protect your back, and come out of the spin with some momentum for an attack." "Show us," Wolf said. Corban glanced away and saw Halen almost jumping up and down beside the weapons court in his excitement. "What is it?" Corban asked him. "Storm!" Halen gasped. "I found her!" Halen stood in the courtyard with a tree root, a small crowd about him. Corban slipped into the hole, his hand appearing and Gar passing him a torch, then Gar disappeared into the hole as well. Halen heard a muffled protest from Corban, followed by Gar's flat refusal, then silence. More silence. Then a rumbling snarl that mutated into a snapping, slavering growl that made the ground vibrate and pots whine and hide behind Halen's legs. A moment later, Gar's head appeared out of the hole, and he climbed out. "Don't think she wants me down there," Gar said with as much dignity as he could muster as he stood, dusting himself down. "What about Ban?" Corlin said. "Oh, he's fine. Storm's licking him like she hasn't seen him for a moon." "And is Storm all right? Has she had cubs?" "Oh, aye," Gar said. "She's right as rain. And she's had 6 cubs. She's even letting Corban touch them. Me, on the other hand, she wanted to rip my head off just for looking at them." Tahir pulled Halen away and looked at him sternly. "What have you got stuck down there?" Tahir asked him. Halen knew the shield man was angry with him, but proud of him too. He'd been brave, and he'd done something no one else had been able to do. "I didn't, though," Halen said. "What have you had?" Tahir frowned at him. "Fools worry, the wise do, as your old man used to say." Tahir blinked at him. "You're getting too clever for your own good," the shield man muttered. Halen grinned. Chapter 72. Fidele. Fidele gazed in wonder at the trees shadowing both sides of the road she was riding on. They dwarfed anything she had ever seen before, thick as a house and high as a tower, their dense layers of branches reaching above and over the road, weaving and interlocking to form a latticed archway above them, weak sunlight occasionally breaking through to dapple the ground with pools of light. So, this is Forn. It had been a long, hard journey, taking them almost 3 moons to reach Forn Forest. First, they had crossed the Agulas Mountains into Carnatan, then, ever northwards, across great plains, through rolling hills and snow-swept valleys, until they crossed from Carnatan into Isiltir. A 10-night gone, they had reached Mikil, only to find that Nether had ridden east towards Forn a moon before them. So they followed him, all 6,000 of them, give or take the few score that had died along the journey, succumbing to the bitter cold. She glanced over her shoulder, glimpsed Makeen riding amidst a circle of Eagle Guard. Not him, though. I knew he would not die. At first, Makeen had lain in a wain, semi-conscious and delirious from the pain of his wounds, Alban tending to him while they travelled, but he had been on the back of a horse for over a moon now. Their eyes would meet frequently, though always briefly, both of them mindful of Alban's advice and the charges that she was accused of. They were never allowed close enough to speak, Veridis' Eagle Guard rigorous in their duties. Fidele did not mind so much, as she knew the same devotion to duty would keep Lycus and his Vinthalan away from Makeen. What they have done to him. She could still see the burns when she closed her eyes, could remember the smell of charred flesh as she'd entered Makeen's chamber back in Geraldine. Not for the first time, a swell of rage filled her, coalescing about an image of Lycus in her mind. In it, he was smiling at her. I will see him dead. I will convince Nether of the Vinthalan's crimes. Part of her was desperate for this journey to be over, so that the long-prolonged and avoided justice that Lycus deserved could finally be meted out. But part of her dreaded the journey's end, because then Makeen would stand judgment for his crime, and she could not see any other outcome than death for him, even with the mother of the High King pleading his case. She felt a fist of worry clench in her belly just at the thought of it. The road curved, and a building appeared ahead, framed by the arched branches. A grey stone wall about a squat tower, thick with creeping vine, and beyond it, the sound of running water. We have reached Brickan and the river Renus, then. Am I about to see my son, finally, after so long? She was close to the head of the column, riding with the men of Rippa, Krelis and Ector, Alban and Peritus, and almost the full strength of their warband, more than 800 men. Veridis had suggested he only bring an honour guard, but Krelis had refused. Fidele knew it was because he trusted no one on this journey, not even Veridis. Even with 800, if the Vinthalan turned on us, we would be sorely outnumbered. And whose side would Veridis stand upon? Ahead of them, Fidele could see Veridis, sat upon a white horse, his young captain, Caesus, at his side, Eagle Guard marching in disciplined ranks behind them. He has changed, been changed by this war, but there is something I still trust about Veridis, something solid at his core. In truth, it was Veridis who gave her a glimmer of hope about the outcome of all of this. He clearly tried his best to remain neutral whenever Fidele spoke to him of Lycus or Makeen, impartial and objective, but she could sense that deep down he agreed with her, and that he and Makeen shared an old friendship did not hurt. There is hope. If Nether will not listen to the counsel of his mother, surely he will listen to that of his oldest and closest friend. The chamber was high in the tower, a fire and torches crackling both to warm the room and to brighten the constant twilight of the forest. They were only partly successful at both tasks. Fidele sat upon a long bench. An open space lay before it, then a raised dais, a tall, high-backed chair, empty upon it. Beside Fidele sat Krelis, Ector, and Peritus. None of them was in chains or bound in any way, but Fidele felt as if they were captives on trial, with eagle guards scattered around the room, along with the black-eyed Jiha watching them dispassionately. There had been hundreds of them in the courtyard of this old giant tower, gathered around a great wain that sat in the courtyard like some brooding beast. Once upon a time, the Jihar had made her feel safe. The thought of them about her son comforting her through dark nights of worry for Nether. Now, though, with their flat black eyes and dead stares, they scared her. Veridis was also in the room, standing with his back to Fidele beyond the empty chair, staring out of a window at the forest and wide river beyond the tower, the noise of wains creaking, auroch bellowing, whips cracking, drovers yelling orders. Fidele had glimpsed a wide swathe cut into the far side of the forest, beyond a stone bridge. A road cut straight as an arrow through the trees, heading northeast, a steady flow of traffic travelling both ways. A door creaked open, cold air washing into the room, and Nether strode in. My son. Fidele felt her heart lurch at the sight of him. He had lost weight, making the bones of his face more apparent, and there were shadows under his eyes, though he still walked with purpose and confidence, more, if anything. And beneath it all, still her boy, the child she had held and comforted and laughed with. She took a step towards him and stopped herself. This is a trial, and I must be strong, be seen to be strong. My son is two people, my son and the High King of these banished lands, as I am two people, his mother and the regent of Tenebral. Calidus and the giant Alcyone walked at Nether's heels, Jihar behind them, moving with the grace and contained power of predators at the top of the food chain. And behind them all, Lycos, walking with head down, eagle guard either side of him. He was led to the bench Fidele was sitting on and ordered to sit. He did so without any complaint or hesitation. Fidele had never seen him so submissive. "Mother," Nether said, and she looked up. Nether had paused on his way to the empty chair, was staring at her with a faint smile upon his face. Then she was moving towards him, arms rising to enfold him, but something in his look caused her to falter, and she stopped before him. He took her hand and kissed it. "It is good to see you, Mother," he said. He gazed into her eyes, studied her face as if he had forgotten what she looked like. "You have changed." "So have you," she replied. "We have much to tell one another." "And to not tell," he snorted with a twist of his mouth. "What does that mean?" "Nether," Calidus called, a tone in his voice that Fidele had not heard before, and one that she did not like, commanding, impatient. She thought of Ektor's chamber of scrolls deep beneath Ripa's tower, of the hints she had read about Ben Elim and Kadashim. As she returned to her seat, her eyes met Ektor's. Nether strode towards the empty chair, saw Veridis and smiled, something of the young man Fidele had bid farewell to returning to his features. The two men embraced, and then Nether was sitting in the chair, Calidus and Alcyone standing either side, the Jihar spreading behind them. "We wait two more," Veridis said, as Nether opened his mouth to speak. "Who is that?" Calidus asked. "Some strange prisoners I encountered in Tenebral," Veridis said. "What?" Lycos now, looking concerned, scared even, staring at Calidus. "I told you that Calidus must see them privately. They cannot come here." The door opened once more, Eagleguard entering first, then the giants Rayna and Tain behind them. Iron collars were about their necks, their hands bound. "Stop!" Calidus shouted, the Eagleguard snapping to a halt, the giants stumbling behind them. There was a frozen moment, the whole room staring at Rayna and Tain, the two giants looking around the room with disdain at those gathered there. "Rayna?" a voice grated. "Tain." It was Alcyone. His face had drained of all colour, skin as pale as if he'd been dead at 10 night. Then he smiled. "Rayna. Tain," he repeated. "Alcyone," Rayna whispered. "Get them out of here," Calidus hissed. "No," Alcyone said, taking a step, reaching a hand out. "Now!" Calidus yelled. The Eagle Guard behind the giants must have tugged on their collars, for they were both jerked backwards. No, Alcyone snarled, reaching for his hammer. Then the strangest thing happened. He froze, his arm part raised, then slowly, tremblingly, he lowered his arm, his face smoothed of all emotion, and he passively watched Rayna and Tain as they were dragged shouting from the room. The door slammed shut, the giant's cries fading down the corridor. Calidus said something to Alcyone, and the giant took a step back, resuming his position behind Nethair's chair. Fidele frowned. She noticed that Veridis was looking concerned at the turn of events as well. So, Nethair said, resting his elbows on the arms of his chair and steepling his fingers, appearing as if nothing unusual had just happened. Tenebral, our home. There can be no conflict, no state of war within my own realm. Veridis has spoken to me briefly of the various grievances and accusations between you, but for the sake of clarity, I will have him recount the disputes now, for all to hear. Then, if any disagree, they can speak up now. Once we have dealt with this, I will not go back to it. He looked at them all, then nodded to Veridis, who tore his frowning gaze away from the now mute Alcyone and stepped forward. Veridis stood between them and began to talk. He spoke of the rebellion within Tenebral, the factors that he thought had contributed. The insensitively handled influx of the Vinthalan and their ways, including the legalizing of fighting pits, the order of Peritus's execution, the wedding of Fidele to Lycos, clearly unpopular amongst the people of Tenebral, especially so when Fidele's first husband, Aquilus, had ruled the realm for so long and was a figure of such great popularity and respect. Veridis criticized Lycos's handling of the power given to him, his hasty retort to violence rather than negotiation, his inability to politic. For a while, Veridis's words filled the room, and ebb and flow to them as he recounted the facts as he understood them. The reality was worse, far, far worse than you can even begin to touch upon. Fidele realized Veridis had stopped talking and was looking at her. He took a deep breath as if steeling himself for battle. Lady Fidele has accused Lycos of terrible things, Veridis said. Misuse and abuse of power, manipulation, murder. He paused, again, took another deep breath. Sorcery. Sorcery, Calidus said. What exactly does that mean? His mouth twitched as he spoke, a contained smile. Specifically. The control of another's mind and their body, Veridis said. He's trying to spare me. All in the room looked at her now. She felt the desire to leave, to run from the room, to get away from their eyes. I will not feel ashamed. I fought him with all that I am. She raised her head and looked only at Nethair. Mother, that is a grave accusation. Accusation? It is no accusation, she said, feeling her anger stir. She wished she were back in the wild with Makin, where you faced an enemy face to face with sharp iron, and where you trusted the man at your side. There was a simplicity to that, both appealing and utterly absent in this room. It is a statement of fact. Fact, Calidus said, frowning. It is a vague accusation which is open to a multitude of interpretations. Control of your mind. So, Lycos somehow invaded your mind by his sorcerer's powers. There was a snigger to her left. Lycos. And he forced you to do what? Fidele just stared at Calidus. At that moment felt an overwhelming hatred for the man. She forced her gaze back upon Nethair. I would talk with you of this in private, she said to her son. No, mother. This must be open. I cannot, will not be accused of nepotism. Fidele closed her eyes, bowed her head. Very well, then. What I mean when I say that Lycos used sorcery to control me is that he raped me. She looked away, swallowed, fought the tears. Saying it aloud seemed to give it a new power. She composed herself and looked back to Nethair. Emotions swept across his face, outrage, anger escalating to fury. He glared at Lycos, then his head turned to stare at Calidus, who returned his gaze dispassionately. The old man said something too low to hear, and slowly, incrementally, the emotion drained from Nethair's face. He cocked his head, as if listening to another voice, then screwed his eyes shut, some kind of internal debate consuming him. When he opened them, he regarded Fidele with a deep sadness, mingled with something else. Pity? "Oh, mother," Nethair said, and she felt a glimmer of hope that he would now set things right, that justice would be done. "The loss of father has hit you so much more than I ever conceived." "What?" "What does he mean? Why?" "Your grief has overwhelmed you, I fear. I should never have given you the responsibility of a realm, and so soon after father's death." Fidele felt those strong walls that she had built within, layer upon layer of will and strength to protect her from the hurt Lycos had inflicted upon her, beginning to crumble. She filled her lungs, slowly blew out. "This has nothing to do with your father's death. Lycos is a Vinthalan sailor, a ship's captain, lord of his people, not a sorcerer. Look at him." Nethair waved his hand. "He is a man of many talents, but a sorcerer?" More sniggers, louder. "His thirst for power drives him," Fidele said, her voice sounding reed thin in her ears. "Whatever he has, he wants more." "Power?" Nethair said. "I had already given it to him, appointed him regent of Tenebral, made him one of the most powerful men in the Banished Lands." "It was not enough for him," she said, almost a whisper, feeling her strength and will fading away, draining from her. "Mother, please," Nethair said, still regarding her with that maddening pity in his eyes. "It is clear to me that you are grief-mad, and that in that madness, out of it, you have brought Tenebral to the brink of civil war. But I cannot punish you for it. You are not to blame. If anyone is, it is me, for placing too great a responsibility upon your shoulders. There will be no punishment for you, but you will retire to somewhere safe and calm, away from all of the pressure and strain of these dark times." Am I really hearing this? Can my own son be saying this to me? It is some terrible nightmare. She wanted to say something to convince him, but her mind was a blank. "Now," said Nethair, "as for the rest of you, I can hardly believe what I have heard. Tenebral, my home, the realm of the High King of the Banished Lands, has collapsed upon itself like so many squabbling children." Krellis muttered at that, Peritus sitting straight and tense. "The right of the situation clearly lies in Lycos' favour." Krellis made to stand, but Peritus and Ector both held him. "Ripper chose to defend a man sentenced to death, you, Peritus, and to take up arms against my appointed representative. I appointed Lycos. Mother, you saw my letter with my seal, and Veridus reported my sanctioning of him as regent of Tenebral. What you have all done is treason, and I can have you all executed." "This is outrageous," Krellis exploded, lunging to his feet, Peritus following, trying to calm him. Jihar was suddenly circling Krellis, swords half drawn from scabbards. Krellis froze. "Sit down," Nethair commanded. Krellis just stood, glaring rage at Nethair. "My Da was slain," he growled. "Please, Krellis," a voice said. Veridus. "Please, brother, take your seat." And slowly, with a final glower, Krellis did. "I could have you executed for treason," Nethair repeated, holding Krellis's gaze, daring him to move. Krellis didn't. "But I won't. I want peace in my realm, order, trust in those ruling so that I may focus on the real task at hand, the defeat of the Black Sun. What we are discussing is petty by comparison. Fidelay's mind was swirling, a turmoil of shock and pain, that her own son would disregard her so utterly and completely. I do not recognize the man he's become. Do not know him. How could someone change so completely? Nether was still speaking, though his words were a blur in her head now. Fragments began to coalesce, spinning together, like a broken window reforming. And slowly, she began to see. See Calidus meeting with Nether all those years ago, introducing him to Lycos, advising him to leave Tenebral to chase after the cauldron, whispering in his ear, as he was, even now. She glanced at Hector, saw him frowning, gaze flitting between Calidus and Nether, remembered his giant scrolls that spoke of the High King's counselor being Kadashim, a demon of Asroth. At that time they had been talking of Michael, who had been Aquilus's counselor, but Nether was High King now, and Calidus his counselor. "What have you done to my son?" Fidelay heard herself say, loud and clear as she stood and pointed at Calidus. For some reason she shocked everyone to silence. "What do you mean?" Veridus said, looking between her and Calidus. "I have done nothing but give good counsel, my lady," Calidus said, his voice calm, reassuring. Suddenly, she knew, beyond all doubt, every fibre of her being, screaming the same thing. "You are Kadashim," she said. Quietly, but seeming to impact everyone in the room. Calidus pulled a face, part surprise, part sneer. "You are mistaken, my lady," he said. "And if we needed any more evidence of our madness, there it is," a voice shouted, Lycos laughing. "You are Kadashim," Fidelay said, louder. "What are you talking about, my lady?" Peritus called to her. "Nether, tell me it isn't so," she pleaded with her son. He stared at her, blinking, almost startled. "Be silent, mother," he mumbled. She looked around the room, Calidus regarding her as if she were an insect to be crushed. Veridus was confused, looking from her to Nether, Alcyone the giant, hulking, solemn, sorrowful, the Jihad just staring with their dead eyes. A hand touched her wrist. Hector. "Not here. Not now," he hissed, shaking his head. She shook him off and looked back to Nether, who was still staring at her. "What have you done?" she whispered. "Take her away," Nether said, looking away as if he'd been slapped. "Her madness is deeper than I feared. She must be protected from herself." Eagleguard moved forwards, Krellis and Peritus standing to protect Fidelay. Swords were drawn. "No!" Fidelay said furiously to Peritus and Krellis. "You will die here for nothing." "You dare draw your blade before me?" Nether said, his voice rising from a shocked hiss to strangled yell. "I have offered you all kindness and mercy, and you throw it back at my feet. Draw your swords in my presence. Well, I say this." Nether was on his feet now, fists bunching. "My word is law, and you will abide by it whether you be my ancient friend or my closest kin, else you will lose your heads." Spittle was flying now. "Take them away," Calidus said. "Aye, that's right," Nether cried, voice still charged with emotion. "Get them out of here, all of them. Take them below. I want them under lock and key." Eagleguard swept forwards now, firm hands steering Fidelay towards the door. Krellis, Peritus, and Hector herded along with her. As she reached the door, she looked back and saw Calidus staring at her, eyes flat and dead, like one of the sharks in Ripper's Bay. Chapter 73. Veridus. Veridus watched the door close behind Fidelay, Peritus, and his brothers. What have I just witnessed? A silence fell upon the room. Nether slumped back into his chair, for some reason staring at the palm of his hand, at the scar from our oaths to each other. "Well," That could have gone better, Lycus said. Shut up, Calidus replied, almost absently, eyes still fixed upon the door. Your mother, Calidus said to Nether. Yes? She is a remarkable woman. She is, Nether agreed. What is going on here? Veridus said. No one answered him. Nether was still staring at the palm of his hand. Nether? Alcyon. The giant looked at him with sad eyes. I cannot say. Nether, Veridus said, anger leaking to his voice. Calidus's eyes rolled away from the door, fixed onto Veridus. Her confusion, he said to Veridus. Fidele is confused. Her grief. She sounded lucid enough to me. She... Enough, Nether said. Calidus, Alcyon, all of you. He finally looked up from his hand. Leave us. Is that wise? Calidus murmured. I say it is, Nether said. You have hidden things from me. Lycus and my mother... His face twisted as if with a surge of pain, and he screwed his eyes shut. For the greater good, Calidus said quietly. Nether's eyes snapped open. I will talk with Veridus now. It is time. He locked gazes with Calidus. They stayed like that long moments. I must tell him, Nether said, almost pleadingly, a hand going to his temples. I need to tell him, else I go insane. Still, Calidus said nothing, then eventually nodded. As you wish, he said, and ushered everyone from the chamber, including the Eagle Guard and Jiha, leaving Veridus alone with Nether. What just happened? Veridus asked. Nether stood and paced to the window, looked out of it. They look like ants from here, he said tiredly. All those men, working on the road to find Drassil, no bigger than ants. Do you remember, in the forest during my father's council? Veridus did. They had seen a host of ants on the march, millions of them, each as big as a thumb. Seeing them had been the seeds of Nether's inspiration for the shield wall. I do, Veridus said, joining Nether at the window. Gods above and below, but it feels like a different lifetime. It does, Veridus agreed. He thought back. Nearly 4 years. Nether fell silent, staring. Nether, what your mother just said about Calidus... Aye. Why did she say that? Perhaps because she's grief-mad. I don't think so. Nether sucked in a deep breath. History is a peculiar thing, is it not? Take the giants, for example. Our histories tell us that they are the enemy, that they were wicked, evil even, and that our ancestors' war against them was righteous, that right was on our side. Is that not what our histories say? Aye, Veridus said, wondering where this was leading. That is what our histories tell us. What if it was a lie? It isn't, Veridus said without thinking. How do you know that? Nether asked him. We were not there. No one whose word we value was there. We only have the ancient record, and that was written by our ancestors, the victors, the people that fought the giant clans and took their land. What of it? Veridus asked. He had an unpleasant feeling in his gut, part sickness, part fear. I do not think that all giants are evil. Alcyon, for example, you would consider him a friend, even. I do, Veridus said. So, perhaps those that wrote our histories were biased, twisted the truth to suit their perspective, even. I'm sure Hector would have an opinion on this, but Credis and I were always more comfortable with a blade in our hands than a book. Why are we talking about this? Veridus asked. What if those who wrote about the scourging, about Elion and Asroth, were equally as biased? Nether looked at Veridus now, eyes bright with fervour. What if the Ben Elim were not the righteous ones, the Kadashim not evil? What if they were just like the giants and us, two peoples fighting a war for their own ends, and the defeated were portrayed as the villains? No, Veridis said. What if Kadashim and Ben Elim are just names? Veridis's mind was reeling. He wanted Nether to stop, the words feeling like a sudden flood in his mind, a river bursting its banks, changing the world as he knew it. Or as I want to know it. What if Nether's right? All that we know a mixture of truth and lies. His mind was swept on by the thought. More and more truths coming into question. Wait, he said aloud, shaking his head to try and bring some focus back. What are you saying, Nether? Are you telling me that Calidus is Kadashim, not Ben Elim? Nether turned from the window and looked at him, then nodded. I am. Then all that we have done, believed, fought for... He looked into Nether's eyes. A lie? He felt dizzy suddenly, his legs weak. No, Nether hissed. Think, man, nothing has changed. Right and wrong, they are just ideas in our heads, meaning that we give to our actions. Our friendship is still the same, our oaths to one another still stand. That is what we must cling to. Our goals and our vision are still the same. Nothing of import has changed. Nothing has changed, Veridis echoed. Apart from the names, Nether shrugged. Ben Elim, Kadoshim, Elion, Asroth. Bright Star and Black Sun, Veridis said. Nether froze at that, his mouth a bitter twist. Aye, that too, he shrugged. We must accept the hard truth, even if it hurts at first. But what of Calidus? We saw him. He had wings. He is Ben Elim. Oh, he has wings, but they are not made of white feathers, Nether snorted. What we saw in Telazar was a glamour. Veridis ground his palm into his forehead. This cannot be. Everything that we are has been devoted to this cause. And it is a lie. He looked at Nether, saw his face was a kaleidoscope of battling emotions, scorn, shame, hope. You are the Black Sun, Veridis said. Whatever men call me, I shall rule, and rule well. You know that. I am still the same person, still your friend and your king. Nothing but the titles we have imagined have changed. But that's not true, is it? Show me your hand, Veridis asked. What? Your hand. Veridis held his own palm up, the scar of his oath to Nether. Slowly, Nether held his hand out, uncurled his fingers. You have 2 scars now, Veridis observed, a seed of doubt and anger growing larger by the moment. A man can make more than one oath. Who was it to? Nether didn't answer, made to pull his arm away, but Veridis gripped his wrist, held the palm open. Who did you swear this oath to? Asroth, Nether whispered. Veridis threw Nether's arm as if it were a viper. Betrayal. It is all betrayal and lies upon lies. How can he not see that? What else has he hidden from me? And you say nothing has changed, Veridis snarled, pulling away from him. Everything has changed. Think on what I have said, Nether pleaded, on what is truth and lie, on our friendship. I need to get out some air, Veridis mumbled. He was so furious he couldn't even look at Nether as he made for the door, slammed it open to see Calidus striding towards him. Beside him walked a strange figure, a girl, tall, fair-haired and long-limbed. Something about her reminded Veridis of Tain, the giantling, though she appeared travel-stained, half-dead, skeletally thin and shivering uncontrollably. They passed each other, Calidus's eyes fixing Veridis as he went by. He is Kadoshim, his skin goose-fleshed. Calidus steered the girl into Nether's chamber. A dozen paces along the corridor, Veridis swayed, reached a hand out to the wall to steady himself. He heard Calidus's voice. "You told him, then?" "Aye. It was time." "He didn't look as if he took it too well." "What did you expect?" "Perhaps I should bring him back," Calidus said. "No. Leave him. Where can he go? We are in the middle of Forn Forest. All will be well. He just needs some time to think it through, to readjust. He will be back of his own accord." "We shall see." "He must come back to me. Our friendship is too strong. And I need him." That last was only a whisper. "And who is this?" Nether said, firmer again. "Answer your high king, child," Calidus said. "My name is Trig, my lord," a frail voice replied. "And tell your king what you told me, Trig," Calidus said. There was a new note in Calidus's voice that Veridis had not heard before. Excitement. "I can take you to Drassil," the girl said. "I saw their secret way." "And why should I trust you?" Nether asked her. A silence settled, broken finally by the girl's voice. "All my life, I thought them my kin, my family," she muttered. "But they betrayed me, sent me away." "What are you talking about? Be clear, girl," Nether snapped. "Why should I trust you?" "Because there are those in Drassil that I would see dead," the girl snarled. Veridis pushed himself from the wall and strode away. Traitors. It seemed the world was full of them. Chapter 74. Makin. Makin sat in a cold cell with iron bars, off a corridor deep in the bowels of Bricken. Life is strange and cruel, he thought. It was not so long ago that I sat in the halls above and ate, laughed and sang with Castel and my Gadre brothers, Orgel, Tahir. The world has gone mad. He was not alone in these cells. Earlier, the giantess Rayna and her bairn had been herded in and shut away at the very end. Makin had heard them talking in Giantish, like two landslides grating back and forth, and he had heard a sniffling sound which he had presumed was weeping. That had all ended some time ago, though, and since then, the only sound had been the steady drip of water from walls. A key rattled in a lock, the door at the end of the corridor swinging open and feet slapping on stone, splashing through puddles in the dank corridor, voices protesting. One of them making him stand and run to the bars. Fidele. She was being escorted into the corridor by Eagle Guard, along with Krelis, Hector, and Peritus. At a glance, it was clear that they were prisoners, their scabbards empty of swords. The Eagle Guard filed towards his cell, one of them muttering and rifling through a ring of keys. He stopped and opened the first cell, a few doors before Makins thrust Hector into it, the young man spluttering at the indignity, moved on to the next cell, where Peritus was thrown, then the cell the other side of Makin, placed Fidele in there, and finally, the last one for Krelis. The Eagle Guard filed out without a word, looking somewhat shamefaced and confused at having locked their own queen away. "Didn't think I'd be seeing you down here," Makin said, as close to Fidele's cell as he could get. "As dark as things have become, my heart still skips to see you," her voice came back to him. He reached a hand out through the bars and felt her fingers lace with his. "What happened?" he said. "Nether is a madman, that's what happened," Krelis yelled, slamming his cell bar, sending a cloud of dust puffing into the corridor. "Something terrible," Fidele said, and proceeded to tell Makin of the meeting with Nether. "More like a sentencing, not even a trial," Krelis growled. "We should have fought in Tenebral, killed Lycus when we had the chance." I remember advising that exact course of action. "You are blinded by your thirst for revenge," Hector had said. "You're not seeing clearly." "Not blinded. driven. Mind you, in light of the events in the tent, he does have a point. And we should never have walked into that tent, then father would still be alive, Credis was muttering. Ifs and buts will not help us now, Hector said from his cell. We must think of a way out of this, else we'll all end up in a group execution alongside Makin. Comforting. And Fidele? Perhaps you should not have accused Calidus of being Kadashim, Hector said. It is the truth. Like as not. You are right. I have suspected the same. But to stand and point a finger when you are surrounded by, 8,000 men sworn to him and Nether? Aye, Fidele muttered. The timing could have been better, I'll give you that. Kadashim, the god war that Orgel spoke of. Is there no escaping it? Will it suck us all into its jaws? So, what do we do? Krelis said. How do we get out of here? We bide our time, Peritus said. Hope for an opportunity, and if one presents itself, we seize it. If there is one. The conversation went back and forth amongst them, daylight through a grate high in the wall, slanting and fading to darkness. They spoke of Calidus, Hector telling them of the giant scrolls and the hints they gave about the god war, about Kadashim and Ben Elim, prophecies of fabled Drassil and the seven treasures. Drassil, that is why they are here, Fidele said. That is why they are tearing down trees and building roads through this forest. They are searching for it. Makin heard something, a grunt, maybe. Then the key in the corridor's door. It creaked open. Footsteps. Then Alban's face was looking into their cells. He held the ring of keys in one hand, an array of swords under his other arm. I found these in the guard room, he said with a nod of his head. Thought you might be needing them. He was greeted with a chorus of thanks. We must be quick, Alban said, trying keys in Peritus's door, the first not fitting, nor the second. The third did, the door opening with a click. The aging battle chief stepped out and slid his sword into his scabbard. Why are you doing this? Hector asked from his cell. With an apology, we would most likely be forgiven in the morning. Now we will be fugitives. If that is so, then why are gallows being built in the courtyard? There was a stunned silence at that. That cannot be, Hector breathed. You're welcome to stay in here and see, Alban said, but I'd advise you to come with us. With another click, Hector's door swung open. I do not know what you did to fall so far from favour, Alban continued, as he moved to Makin's cell, but something is happening here. Alban tried keys in Makin's lock. It is the middle of the night, and warriors are mobilizing, thousands of them. Nether's warband are already beginning to march across the river. I named Calidus as being Kadashim, Fidele said. Makin expected a shocked response from Alban. The silver-haired healer paused with the keys and looked at Fidele. Did you? I did. Please, Alban, before you call me mad, listen to... I believe you, Alban said. What? How? Fidele stuttered. I am a friend to Michael, he said. I've been waiting for this day for many years. The sides have formed, the line is drawn, the time to act is here. There was a thud behind him, Peritus falling to the floor. Alban spun around, the sword aimed for his head, stabbing him between the shoulder and chest, blood erupting. He slid to the ground, Hector tugging the blade free, standing over Alban, blood spattered and breathing heavily. What are you doing? Fidele screamed. Makin lunged a hand through the bars, his fingers snaring around Hector's wrist and heaving him into the cell bars. Hector's face crunched against iron, blood spurting from his nose, the sword dropping with a clang from his fingers. Makin slipped his other arm through the gap, trying to get a grip around Hector's throat, but Hector squirmed and lunged, panic fueling him, and he tugged himself free of Makin's grip, staggering back, choking. Alban reached for the sword, but Hector kicked him and snatched it up again, pointing the tip at Alban's chest. Alban crawled backwards away from him. He was bleeding heavily, looked to be on the verge of passing out. Don't worry, Alban, I'll not kill you now. Calidus will be very interested in having a conversation with you, I think. Hector looked at them all now, each standing at the bars of their cells, a self-satisfied smile spreading over his face. I knew, Michael, I'd got to one of you, he breathed, wiping blood from a cut above his eye. It has taken me years of patience to reach this moment. Calidus will reward me well for this. He stepped away from Alban and casually thrust his blade down into Peritus's body. Krellis screamed, Hector, you pale-faced little bastard! And hurled himself at the bars, tears running down his cheeks. When I get out of here... He grabbed a bar and heaved, twisted, veins popping in his neck. The bar creaked in its setting, started to bend. Hector chopped at Krellis's fingers. The big man, throwing himself back, was just in time. Shut up, you oaf, Hector snarled. Hector, what have you done? Fidele said. Chosen wisely, Hector sniffed, curling a lip at her. You could have joined me. You still could. She spat at him through the bars. You have sold your soul to the devil, Alban said from the floor. Perhaps, Hector shrugged. That I can live with, but I think I've chosen the winning side. Why? Krellis asked, calmer now, anguish leaking from his voice. You wouldn't understand, Hector said. You who have everything. So do you, Krellis growled. You want for nothing. Hector shook his head. I had nothing, he hissed bitterly. No respect, no loyalty, no future. Outside of my scrolls, I was laughed at, mocked with whispers as I walked by. Father did not respect intellect, only brawn. Well, I showed him. What? How did you think he ended up on Veridus' sword? You idiot. Someone pushed him. He smiled. It was not the only favour I have gifted to Calidus. How did you think the Vinthalan scaled Ripper's cliffs? I will kill you for this, I swear it, Krellis said, a coldness in his voice more daunting than his rage. Unlikely, Hector shrugged, picking up the bunch of keys from the floor. Time to call some guards, I think. Footsteps sounded behind him, echoing down the corridor, the iron crack of Eagleguard boots on stone. Perhaps naming does call, Hector smiled. Mackin peered down the corridor, saw a lone warrior in the black cuirass of an Eagleguard striding towards them. He passed under torchlight, and Mackin saw who it was. Veridus. Thea's first sword, Mackin thought, bowing his head. All hope left him. Good timing, brother, Hector called out, though, to be honest, I could have done with your help a little earlier. Veridus paused when he saw Peritus's body, glanced between the fallen warrior and the sword in Hector's hand, then stepped over Peritus and punched Hector in the face. Hector staggered back, dropping sword and keys. Veridus followed and punched him again, flush on the chin. Hector's eyes rolled up into his head, and he collapsed, unconscious. Veridus hurried to Peritus, crouched beside him, feeling for a pulse. He stood, shaking his head. What has happened here? Veridus said. His voice was changed. The misery Mackin had heard in it the last time they spoke, magnified 1,000-fold. What has happened to him? Hector is an agent of Calidus, was thwarting Alban's attempt to rescue us, Fidele said. Veridus looked at them all. His eyes were red-rimmed, face pale as bone. Veridus, what has happened to you? Mackin asked him. Fidele? You spoke the truth. Calidus is Kadashim. He hung his head, grief and shame dripping from his voice. And the Thea is... He trailed off. The Black Sun, Alban breathed from the ground. Veridus sucked in a deep breath, then looked at Alban, at the keys on the ground. He bent and picked them up, put an arm under Alban and lifted him to his feet. "I have been a fool, but no longer. You must leave here now under cover of dark," Veridis said as he ripped a strip of material from Ektor's shirt, bound Alban's wound as well as he could, and then set about unlocking the cells. Makin put his arms around Fidele and pulled her close, felt her sink into him and hug him fiercely. Krellis pushed past him and retrieved his sword from where Alban had placed it. With no warning, he swung it high and chopped down into Ektor, severing his head with one blow. "No!" Veridis yelled. "He was still our brother." "He killed Adar," Krellis said, nostrils flaring. "He pushed him onto your sword. He confessed it." Veridis stared at Krellis, those words sinking in, then just nodded. "Good then," he said. "What do we do now?" Fidele asked. "The warbands are making ready to leave," Veridis said. "Eagleguard, Jihar, Vinthalan, many thousands of them. Dawn is still a long way off. It is chaos. Your best chance is to escape in the confusion." "My men," Krellis said. "There are 800 men of Ripper up there. I would not abandon them." "They are ready and waiting for us," Alban said. He was still pale, but Veridis's bandage had stemmed the flow of his blood, and he seemed to have a little more strength about him. "Can you ride?" Veridis asked him. "I'll damn well ride away from here," he said. "But where?" Fidele asked. "We must get to Drassil," Alban said, as if it were a simple task. "It is where Michael is and the Bright Star." "You'll have to race Nether and Calidus," Veridis said. "Then that is what we will do," Alban replied. "It's a plan," Makin shrugged. "But first, we need to get away from this tower. I lived here once. I know the pathways. I can lead us out. We should travel with those others leaving at first. Leave them once we're away from this tower." He looked about at them, their faces stern and solemn. "Agreed?" he asked. "Agreed," they replied. They made ready. Makin took Peritus's sword, unstrapping the dead warrior's belt and scabbard. "You have a good man's blade there," Krellis said. "I will kill many of his enemies with it." Krellis smiled, a grim and fierce thing. "May that knowledge go with him across the Bridge of Swords." They were about to leave when Makin stopped. "There are more prisoners in here," he said, looking to the end of the corridor. "Who?" asked Veridis. "The giantess and her bairn." Veridis frowned a moment. "Calidus wanted them locked away, but that is a good enough reason for me to set them free. Can you hide them? Take them with you?" "Hide them?" Krellis snorted. "Not the easiest task." "We can try," Alban smiled. Veridis strode to the end of the corridor and unlocked their cell. Tentatively, the two giants stepped out. "Rayna? Tain?" Fidele said. "We are fugitives in this place, fleeing, in danger of losing our lives, but you are welcome to join us, if you wish." Rayna looked from Fidele to the end of the corridor, the door open, torchlight inviting. "She's scared," thought Makin. "Has been a captive so long. The alternative is a thing of fear." "It is a chance at freedom," Alban said. "You should seize it." "Better to die free than to live in chains," Makin said. "Is it?" Rayna asked, glancing between her son and Makin. "Aye, it is," Makin said with conviction. "And no one knows the truth of that better than I do." He felt Fidele's hand brush his back. "We will taste freedom," Rayna said, "even if it is only for a short while." They all strode down the corridor into a square room before a set of stairs. Two guards were sprawled on the floor. Alban shrugged. Krellis took their cloaks and gave them to the giants. "Probably won't help much," he muttered. "I'll go up first, make a distraction for you," Veridis said. "When you hear it, walk fast, turn right at the top of the stairs, and—" "I know the way," Makin said. "Veridis?" Fideles said. "You're not coming with us?" "No," Veridus said. His eyes flickered between them all. "What?" blustered Krellis. "But you must come with us." "No, I have something to do." Makin recognized that look, had seen it many times in his own reflection. Honor, or death, and sometimes one follows the other. "Come with us, friend," Makin said, stepping close to Veridus. Veridus just shook his head. "We'll see you again, then," Makin said, squeezing Veridus' shoulder. "Aye," Veridus nodded grimly. "This side or the other." "What are you waiting here for?" Krellis called after him. Veridus paused and looked back. "Brother, please, come with us," Krellis pleaded. Veridus shook his head. "I cannot, but I will join you if I can." "Why? Why will you not come with us now?" "Because I'm going to kill Calidus." Chapter 75. Ulfilas. Ulfilas reined his horse in, Dag beside him. He had ridden back from the front line to find Jael passing over 2,000 men filling the road they had carved through the heart of Forn Forest. He felt a thrill of pride at seeing the road receding as far as his eye could see, branches arching over it as if they were bowed to some royal procession. Quite a feat. He felt another thrill of excitement at what he had just discovered, or more accurately been told by Dag. He wanted to give the news to King Jael himself. We started out with closer to 3,000 men, Ulfilas thought, as he rode through the throng. Hundreds had been lost to the cold and the predators of Forn, and some of them have walked away on their own 2 feet, I'm sure. Many of the losses Ulfilas and Dag had attributed to enemy raids. They had kept their thoughts to themselves, not wanting to fuel the rumours that the Black Sun and his demons were hunting them at night. Nevertheless, the fear had spread. The only thing that had stopped men deserting in large numbers was the fact that those who did desert were usually found dead within a day of leaving, victims of Forn's denizens. "There he is," Dag pointed, and Ulfilas saw Jael standing before his tent, watching it being raised for another night in the forest. Winter was breaking now, the cold air fresh rather than bitter, the ground softer underfoot. All about them, branches were flourishing with the green of new leaves. Days were lasting longer, allowing them to work later each day. Ulfilas jerked his reins and guided his horse down the embankment the road was being built upon, great lengths of timber laid over the crumbling stone of this ancient giant's road. Jael was surrounded by his usual guards, Fram and a dozen men, they in turn encircled by a score of the Jihar warriors, Sumur close to Jael. He is always close to Jael. A permanent reminder of Nether and his threat, or promise, no doubt. Jael looked up as Ulfilas and Dag approached. "You have news?" he asked. "We do, my king," Ulfilas said. "Come then, tell me over a cup of wine," Jael said, and marched into his tent. Servants inside were lighting torches, laying out furniture, food and drink. Within short moments, Ulfilas was handed a cup of wine that had been warmed over a fire. He drank, allowing Jael to settle himself into his fur-draped chair. "Well?" Jael asked when he was comfortable, a jewelled cup in his hand. "We found Drassil," Ulfilas said. Jael blinked at that, the words seeping in. "You're sure?" was the first thing he said. "Aye," Dag said. "Seen it with my own eyes." "What's it like, man?" Jael asked, leaning forward. That had been the first question Ulfilas had asked of the huntsman. "It's big," Dag said. "Like nothing you've ever seen." "How long?" asked Jael, looking both excited and scared. "Half a day," Dag replied. "We can stop building the road now, make a base camp here, use the old road to get there on the morrow." "The old road? Is it fit for purpose?" "Good enough. We'll have to walk, not ride. But clearing the way and laying the new road would cost another half a 10 night." He shrugged. "Depends how desperate you are to get there." "We are the first, then," Jael said. Oh, aye, there were no other warbands camped outside the walls. So, I shall be ruler of Carnatan and Helveth. Gondel and Lothar will be my vassals. He smiled viciously. Do you think they'll just allow that to happen? Ulfalas said, not able to keep the skepticism from his voice. Do you think Nether lacks the ability to enforce it? Jael replied. Ulfalas remembered the display of Sumur against Fram, thought of 100 like him, 1,000. No, I don't, now that you mention it. Neither do I, Jael said. So, we shall march with dawn and attack on the morrow. Would it not be wiser to wait? Ulfalas said. Now that we have found Drassil, we could scout it out and wait for the others to arrive. No, a voice said behind them. Sumur, who had entered the tent silently. Maikal is there. His puppet is there. I will taste their flesh before the sun sets on the morrow. They all looked at him in silence. Taste their flesh. We have not carved our way through Forn to sit and wait, Jael said, trying his best to ignore Seymour and avoid the flat stare of his eyes. Halen is in there. I will not give him a chance to flee once again. And what of Gondel or Lothar? If we wait, and they arrive from the south and west, they will likely dispute my claim as first here. No, we shall be standing upon Drassil's walls by the time they arrive. His grin widened. This is a good day, and the morrow will be better. Now, let's discuss how we are going to win the coming battle. Chapter 76. Veridis. Veridis stood on the spiral of the tower steps and stared out of the window. Below him was the courtyard of Brickan, where great iron pots blazed and crackled with fire, creating pools of light amidst the darkness. He watched as Fidele and the others, the giants stooping like ancients, ludicrous to any eyes that lingered upon them, made their way through the busy chaos. Horses were stamping and whinnying, men calling out, marching or mounting up. Making it worse, the cauldron's wane filled a large section of the courtyard, Jihar forming an unforgiving perimeter around it. I have done all I can for them. My task here is too important to accompany them. With relief, he saw the escaping group pass through the arched gates that led to the encampment beyond, where, according to Alban, the men of Ripa were awaiting them. Good. He turned and strode up the stairs, grim-faced and determined. Calidus's chamber was situated on the first floor of the tower, with 2 Jihar standing guard. Flies buzzed languidly around one of them. It didn't seem to bother him. They regarded Veridis with their black eyes as he knocked on the door and entered, not waiting for an invitation. Calidus was bending over a small chest, silhouetted by a huge fireplace built into the wall. Unaware of Veridis's presence, he was focused on placing something, a doll-like figure with crude arms and legs, into the chest. Alcyon was standing to the left, before a huge, unshuttered window that looked out onto the river as it curled tight to the rear of the tower. Focus on your task. Ah, Calidus said. He closed the lid of the chest with a snap. I was starting to think you had abandoned us. That is not who I am, Veridis said. He glanced at Alcyon, saw the giant regarding him with somber eyes. No, it is not, Calidus said, but a man of your mindset. I imagine it is hard to come to terms with such a shift in reality, almost like the ground changing beneath your feet. I have had to think long and hard on it. Indeed, said Calidus, head cocked to one side, studying Veridis intensely like one of the vultures that circled the battlefield. Veridis walked to a table and poured himself a cup of wine, unable to meet Calidus's gaze. Have you visited Nether first? Calidus asked him. No, Veridis said, sipping dark red wine and taking a step towards Calidus. That is unexpected, Calidus frowned. I had some questions, Veridis said, and took another step closer. For you? I would be happy to answer them for you, Veridis. You are a valued part of our campaign, deeply talented at what you do. There is much you can accomplish for us, what I do. Kill people. A blunt instrument of war, and, oh, how many I have killed for your cause already. He felt shame and self-loathing rise up like a wave, threatening to engulf him. With an act of will, he forced it back down. But can I kill him? Standing before me without a weapon in his hands. It may be murder, but in this case, I'm willing to make an exception. Maybe then Nether will see sense. After leaving Nether, Veridis had found an abandoned stairwell and sat in solitary silence, thinking over, reliving every moment since he'd met Nether. Their first meeting with Calidus and Alcyon, when he'd leapt through a wall of fire to defend Nether, the Council of Aquilus, the Ants, sailing to Tarbesh and fighting giants and drags, Telesar and Calidus's unveiling. And all of it is lies. I have been such a fool. And what more has been done without me by his side that I am unaware of? And then the hunt for Mandros, Veridis leading a warband into Carnatan to hunt its king. He remembered Mandros' words in the glade, just before Veridis had slain him. Nether killed your king, not I. I understand that all is not black and white, that difficult choices must be made in war. I am no infant to expect anything other. He drew in a deep breath. However, there is one thing I must know. He looked up now and met Calidus's eyes. Truth now is all I ask. Did Nether slay Aquilus? Of course he did, Calidus snorted. He had no choice. It was for the greater good. Veridis finished for him, nodding. As is this. He threw his cup of wine at Calidus's face, at the same time leaping forwards and drawing a knife from his belt. Calidus staggered back a step, right before the roaring fire, his arms raised, flailing. Veridis heard Alcyon moving, the table between them being overturned in Alcyon's rush, but he was too late. Veridis stepped in close to Calidus, ducked his flailing arms, and buried his knife to the hilt in Calidus's belly, twisted and ripped, blood slicking his fist. Then Alcyon's huge hand clamped upon his arm. Veridis kicked Calidus in the chest, sent the Kadashim stumbling backwards, tripping over the chest and falling into the huge fireplace. Calidus screamed as flames exploded in a roar about him, engulfing him. Alcyon hauled Veridis back a pace, twisting his arm, forcing him to his knees, pain screaming through his arm as tendons tore and sinew ripped, the shoulder close to dislocating. Do what you will to me, Veridis snarled. Your master is dead. Alcyon just stared grimly at the fireplace and blazing flames. A figure appeared amongst the roaring flames, man-like, for a moment, the likeness of dark, shadowy wings unfurling about him. Then Calidus staggered out from the fire's embrace, stepped onto the cold stone of his chamber. His cloak was ablaze, his silver hair scorched black or burned away, and the flesh on his face was peeling and charred. He undid the brooch of his cloak, let it slip to the ground, swatted at a flame on his sleeve, annoyed and almost amused. As you can see, I am quite hard to kill, Calidus said, voice deeper, harsher. Veridis just stared at him in horror, his eyes drawn to his knife still buried deep in Calidus's belly. Calidus wrapped blistered fingers around the hilt and pulled it out, growling with pain like a wounded animal. He held the blade up between two fingers, grimaced, and threw it over his shoulder. Well done, Calidus said. It takes a rare man to get past my guard. And my guardian. He shot a black look at Alcyon. Veridis glowered at him, felt a surge of pure hatred for this man, this creature before him. The one who had corrupted everything, his friend, his whole world. Calidus met his gaze and sighed. I can see we're not going to get anywhere with you, he said. A shame. He shrugged. Alcyon, kill him. Veridis stared into the giant's eyes, part of him wanting death, welcoming it. I deserve it. The wise man lives a long life, the fool dies 1,000 deaths. I am sorry, true heart, Alcyon whispered, and slowly raised his warhammer. "Who were those giants to you?" Veridus asked him. Alcyone paused. "Kill him," Calidus hissed. "What?" Alcyone rumbled. "Those giants. During the trial, who were they to you?" Alcyon's face twitched, muscle spasming. His lip trembled. A tear rolled from one dark eye. "My wife. My son." "They are free," Veridus whispered. "You lie," Calidus sneered, though an edge of doubt showed in his voice. "I set them free," Veridus said, fixing Alcyone with his gaze. "Saw them walk out through Bricken's gates." "Alcyone, kill him." Alcyon's arm hovered over Veridus. It shook as if caught by an invisible force. "No," the giant whispered. "No?" Calidus frowned. He and Alcyone glared at one another, beads of sweat breaking out upon both of their brows. Time passed. 12 heartbeats. 100. Veridus did not know. Eventually, Calidus turned away, threw open the lid to the chest before the fire, and reached inside. Veridus saw more of the clay figures contained within, and suddenly remembered Philole's explanation of Lycos's enchantment. "All I know is that he had a doll, a clay figure, a strand of my hair set within it," she had said. When Machin fought Lycos at the arena, it was crushed underfoot, destroyed, and immediately the chains within my mind were broken. Veridus swept a leg out and kicked the chest into the fire. The flames flared about it, smoke billowing, the smell of burning hair wafting about them. "You fool!" Calidus snarled, a feral rage twisting his face, and he drew his sword. Alcyone swung his hammer into Calidus's chest, hurling him back against the wall. He slid to the ground. The wall cracked, fragments of stone falling about him. Slowly, Calidus stood, shook his head. "Legion!" he roared, his voice like a storm wind, and the door burst open, the two Jihar surging in. Veridus heard the buzzing of flies. Veridus stood on shaky legs, the pain in his shoulder still screaming at him. He reached for his sword hilt. Then, a huge arm was wrapping about his waist, lifting him and carrying him across the room in great bounding strides. Towards the open window, Alcyon's foot on the sill, launching them out into open air and darkness. Then they were falling, tumbling, wind snatching his breath away, still held tight in Alcyon's iron grip, the black waters of the river below rushing up to meet him. Chapter 77. Evnis. Evnis sat in the tower on the northern border of the marshlands and brooded. There had been no sign of Braith. He left over a moon ago, and still no word. Yet Evnis trusted Braith when it came to hunting, anyway. It was not the finding of Idana and a little band of rebels that concerned him. It was what he would do once he knew where they were, once he had them. Idana's easy, of course. She has to die. And apparently the bitch wife of Eramon is with her, and her idiot son, who has a claim to the throne of Doan. Rin won't like the thought of him still breathing, so he'll have to die as well. No, they were all simple. All of it is simple, in fact. Kill everyone, except his son. What would I do with Von? He loved his son. Of that there was no doubt. And if there ever had been any doubt of that, he had resolved the situation when, against all judgment, he stood up in a field full of enemies and called out his son's name. But now men were talking about him. He knew by the looks as he passed, the whispers. They are saying I am weak, that my love for my son is a vulnerability, that I'm a risk, a danger. What if it happens again, they say, and our position is revealed? I must prove them wrong, show them my strength. A ruler's power is his reputation. I cannot afford to be considered weak. Rin hears all, and if she hears that... He sipped from a small cup of usque, the liquor smooth and sweet, warming his belly, the glow spreading. There was a knock at his door. It was Glyn, his shield man. Someone comes from the marsh, my lord. About bloody time. Braith, at last. It was Rafe. Evnis stood on the wall above the gates, watching a boat slip through the marsh waters, a man inside leaping ashore and tying the boat off. A bag was slung across his back, which he set on the ground while he saw to the boat. 2 hounds ran along the riverbank. Why is he alone? Evnis decided that he no longer liked waiting. It feels as if I've been waiting my whole life. Evnis was almost at the riverbank when Rafe started walking towards him. The lad had been squatting beside his boat, patting his 2 hounds. Sentimental boy. Not like his father. Rafe's expression sent different signals to Evnis. He was feeling too impatient to work them out himself. "Tell me," he said simply. "Braith's dead," the young huntsman said, "and all the others. We were hunted down by that camlin." Evnis felt a muscle twitch in his cheek. "So, a complete disaster, then." "Not exactly. I escaped, then followed them back to Duncrin. I know where it is. Can guide you there." Evnis grinned. "That, my lad, is wonderful news. You said them. You followed them." "I did," Rafe said. "Camlin had help. Vaughan." "Vaughan helped hunt Braith down and kill him?" "Aye, but he let me go. He could have killed me. Always been better with a blade than me. He let me go." "Why?" "He asked me to give you a message." Rafe looked at Glyn. "Go on, lad. Glyn's good at keeping secrets." "Said when you come for Duncrin, and he knows you will, that he wants to talk to you." Evnis felt a rising hope. "Did he now? Did he say what about?" "He said he wants to talk to you about the God War, the 7 treasures, and the necklace of Naman." Evnis was stunned to silence, almost took a step back at that. "Someone's coming," Glyn said into the silence, looking back up the hill. "I think it's Morcan." It was, the young warrior striding with his usual grace and arrogance, a handful of warriors behind him. More peacocks, like their master, though with lesser plumage. "What news?" Morcan asked as he approached. How is it that he even makes a question sound arrogant? "Idana and her rabble have been found. We will set out on the morrow," Evnis said, trying to sound as indifferent as possible. "Good," Morcant said, rubbing his hands together. "I'm overdue a good fight." Evnis sat near the head of a long barge, 30 warriors about him. It was early, the sun not yet burning off morning's mist, wisps of it curling about the river, coiling up and over the side of the barge. Evnis shivered. Morcant sat in the boat behind him, looking every bit the hero in his black and gold war gear. How I despise him. And behind Morcant, the boats of their small fleet were filling. 50 vessels, bought, stolen, built, not all of them as big as the one he was sitting in, but they carried over 500 men between them. More than enough to crush this rebellion. The sensible voice in his head told him to wait for the extra men to arrive from Duncarrig, a few hundred at least. Enough to make the outcome of this conflict a foregone conclusion. He knew that this was riskier, but had justified it, claiming that they must strike hard and fast now, before Idana's rabble grew, and that if they did not strike now, there would be a high risk of Idana's rebels just moving base, and then they would never find them. So it has to be now, Evnis had argued. Good arguments, and true, to a point. But they are not the reason I am ordering an immediate strike. I need to see my son and resolve this once and for all. Chapter 78. Corban. Corban woke to a knocking at his door. For a moment, he did not know where he was. Then he remembered. Drassil. And today, we fight. An enemy warband had been spied in the forest some moons ago, identified as Jael and the warriors of Isiltir. Kadashim had also been seen amongst them. Since then, Coralyn and her scouts had kept track of it, and many nighttime raids had issued from the tunnels in an attempt to whittle down the numbers and spread fear amongst the survivors. Yet still they had forged on, a few thousand swords coming to Drassil to kill them. And today they will be here, at the gates of Drassil. The knocking sounded on the door again, and he rose, shivered as his bare feet met the cold stone floor. It was before dawn, grey light seeping through windows, the orange glow of embers in his fire seemingly the only colour in the room. He pulled his breeches on and padded to the door. Brynna was stood outside with a bowl in her hands, other faces behind her, Cohen, Dath, Farrell, Gar and Corban. Budai's tail thumped on the floor at the sight of him. Without waiting for Corban to say anything, Brynna pushed past him, the others following. They were all dressed in their war gear, gleaming with iron and leather and wood. "Eat this," Brynna said, pushing him into a chair and passing him the bowl filled to the brim with steaming porridge. "Has it got honey in it?" He frowned. "I don't like porridge without honey." "Told you," Cohen said, as she picked up one of Corban's boots and began hunting for the other. "Yes, it has," said Brynna, unusually patient. He tasted some, suspiciously, then smiled and ate. "Almost as good as Mam's," he said as he finished, scraping the bowl. "Now, what's this all about?" "We just wanted to see you before," Cohen said, who had collected a pile of clothes together and laid them upon his bed. "Before people start stabbing each other," Brynna finished for her. They all came and sat around him. "We've come a long way, eh?" he said. "Aye, we have," Gar nodded gravely. He looked at all of their faces, so many memories rushing up with each of them, warming his heart. Too many memories to begin to mention. "I don't know what to say," he said. "Neither do I," said Brynna, her eyes shining. "That's a first," Dath whispered, too loudly, as always. Brynna glared at him. "Apart from one thing," Corban said, "and it is that I love you all. Would give my life gladly for any one of you." Gar stood and leaned forward, put his hands on Corban's cheeks and kissed his forehead. "We love you too, Ban," he said, the others murmuring agreement. "And we are proud of you, and your mam and da would burst with that pride if they could see you now." "Well," Corban said, sniffing, "I did not think I'd start the day with tears." He smiled as he rubbed at his eyes. "Me neither," Brynna said, wiping her own eyes. "Now come on. Best get you dressed. We haven't got all day." "Dressed?" "Aye. Farrell's brought you a nice shiny new shirt, and Corban sharpened and polished your wolven claws. I haven't got my stitching needle out." They helped him dress for war. Farrell smiled when Corban put his arms and head into the shirt of mail. "It's lighter than the one I've been training in," Corban said as he rolled his shoulders. "And it fits better. Much better." "Laith helped me," Farrell confessed. "She's an amazing smith." He patted Corban on the back, staggering him as Brynna slipped his arm ring over the shirt sleeve, Farrell squeezing it tight around Corban's upper arm. A leather bracer was buckled around his right forearm, sewn with strips of iron. Then Gar unfolded a black surcoat, an emblem upon its front. A white star with 4 points, like the North Star. "Brynna made this for you." "In case you forget you're the bright star, which I wouldn't put past you," Brynna muttered. How can she manage to call me the bright star of prophecy and insult me with the same breath? Corban just looked at them as Gar slipped it over his head, and Cohen buckled his belt around it, adjusting his sheathed sword. "I remember me and Mam making that scabbard, and we wound the leather on your sword hilt," she said. "Aye, you did." Corban felt a lump in his throat, stopping any more words coming out. "Da made your sword," Cohen continued, "and your talk." Brynna slipped that around Corban's neck. The two wolven head ends a comforting weight. Corban lifted his left hand, slipped the wolfen claw gauntlet on, and buckled it tight. Don't try and scratch your chin with his hand, she said, as she adjusted the buckles over the male shirt sleeve. I've sharpened your claws. Think they'd cut iron right now. She slipped his woven cloak about his shoulders, fastening the brooch and pausing to look in his eyes, smiling at him. We made you this as well, Dath said, slipping out of the doorway and grunting as he lifted something in the hall. He came back in carrying a shield, iron-rimmed, painted with black pitch, the same white star upon its centre as was upon his surcoat. I know you rarely use a shield, Gar said, but you've trained hard with one in the weapons court, and it's better to have one and not need it than to need one and not have it. That sounds like something Brenna would say, Dath commented. And you can always use it, like I showed you, Gar said, strapping it onto Corban's back, so that your back is shielded in a melee, which may happen today. He shook it, made sure the strap was tight. They all stepped back and looked at him. Thank you. All of you, Corban said. You look almost like a hero, if I don't say so myself, said Cohen. Brenna looked up at the window, sunlight streaming in now. Time to go, she said. They filed out of the room, Corban walking last, Budai rising in the corridor to greet them. As he reached the doorway, Coralyn turned back to him, stopped him with a hand on his chest. She gripped a fistful of his surcoat and pulled him hard towards her, and before he knew what was happening, her lips were against his, warm and fierce. The world shrank to the two of them, for a few heartbeats, all else fading as he kissed her back. Then she was pushing away from him, turning her back, taking long strides to catch up with the others. He stood there a moment, breathless, blinking, the faint taste of apples from her lips lingering. Then he shook his head and followed after her. Stairs wound about Drassil's trunk, and they walked in silence down to the great chamber's stone floor, boots echoing. Gar and the rest of them paused, letting Corban walk ahead, and they followed close behind him. Balor One-Eye was standing before the throne of Skald, the ancient king's skeleton transfixed by the spear, a constant reminder of the centuries of war that had spiraled from that one moment. Balor's tattoo of thorns wound dark about both of his bare forearms, disappearing beneath the sleeves of a chainmail shirt. The starstone axe lay black and brooding upon his back. Ethelyn and the might of the Benothi stood behind him, grim and dour in leather, fur, and iron. War hammers and axes glinted. Even the giantlings were there, all ready for war. Corban saw Laith amongst them, her belt crisscrossing her torso, like Cohen, bristling with knives. Balor nodded to Corban, and they followed silently behind him. The great doors opened before Corban, light streaming in. A handful of the Jihad waited for him there, led by Hamil, dressed in black shirts of mail, swords strapped to their backs, each one wearing a black surcoat with a white star upon their chests. They parted for Corban, and, as he strode through their midst, closed up behind him. He saw children standing in the shadows, running along with them. Palin was one of them, his white ratter at his heels, and Corban beckoned him over, not breaking his stride. I have a task for you, if you would help me, Corban said to the lad. Of course, Palin breathed, his face shining with pride. I'll do anything to help. Good. Follow me, then. Corban led them through the streets of Drassil, not straight to the gates, but eastward, through a less inhabited part of the fortress, finally stopping in a courtyard where the ground was ruptured by thick roots. Storm! Corban called out, as a silence fell in the square. His voice echoed back from the stone walls all about, and before it had faded, Storm leapt out from the hole beneath the tree root and padded up to Corban, nuzzling his chest with her scarred muzzle. He buried his face in the fur of her neck. More shapes emerged from the darkness of the hole, 6 cubs, running and bouncing to their mother's legs, standing in the shadow beneath her bulk. They were close to 3 moons old now, more balls of fur with teeth than anything else. Storm, I need you with me today. So, I'll leave some friends to guard your cubs. Corban looked at Halen. Think you can do that for me? Aye, Halen beamed, scooping one of the cubs up in his arms. I thought so, as I've seen you visiting these cubs every day and luring them out with scraps of food. Thought they might be happiest with you. Halen's smile grew, if that was possible. Think I might need some help, though, he added, as he tried to scoop another cub up and missed. Wolf's bairns will help you, Corban said, then turned to leave. Not you, Tahir, Halen said. I give you permission to go and fight today, not stand around in here, watching me. Tahir smiled and ruffled Halen's hair. Storm, with me, Corban said, and strode from the courtyard. Storm hesitated a moment, looking between Corban and her cubs, then padded after Corban. And Tahir, Halen called out after them, bring me Jael's head. I'll do my best, Tahir muttered behind Corban. The rest of the warband were waiting for Corban before Drassil's great gates, the converted bear pens edging the courtyard. Although the plan was to remain inside the walls, horses were saddled and harnessed prepared for any eventuality. Corban heard Shield whinny when he entered the courtyard, calling out to him. A great host stood before the gates, every last man and woman who could wield a sword, and, standing in front of them, was Michael. Today he looked like one of the Ben Elim from the Tales of the Scourging, tall and commanding in a coat of gleaming mail, his dark hair tied back in a severe knot. He half bowed to Corban as he led his followers to the gate. The bright star, Michael called out, his voice ringing from the stone walls, drowned by a great roar from the warband. Corban climbed a dozen steps on the wall, then stopped and looked about at them all, hundreds of faces staring back at him. A mixture of fear, of pride, of determination. Brave men and women, all touched, scarred in some way by Azroth and his servants. I am dreaming. How has life come to this? He took a deep breath. We have been haunted, hounded, our kin slain, our friends murdered. We have travelled hundreds of leagues, fled the dark tide that is sweeping this land. But no more. Today, we stand. Today, we fight. Now that's a tale our kin will be proud to tell. The courtyard rang with cheering. It slowly faded to an echo. Win or lose, live or die, I am proud to stand beside you. A great roar rose up from the courtyard then, feet stamping, spears banging on shields, swords on bucklers. As it died, a new sound rang out. Horns blasted from the walls above. They are here. Corban felt a jolt of fear, his guts turning to water for a few heartbeats. He ground his jaw, refusing to let it rule him. He drew his sword and held it high over his head. Truth and courage, he yelled, punching the sky, then turned and strode up the steps to Drassil's wall. The courtyard rang with the echo of 1,000 voices yelling the same battle cry as they all went to find their places. That's a lot of men, Dath commented in Corban's ear. It is. Thousands of warriors were pouring out of the trees to the northwest of the fortress, spilling into the open space like blood from a wound, gathering into a thick pool, edging forwards. From this distance, Corban could make out little detail, just a mass of iron and leather, red cloaks and fur. Most of the warband were on foot, and the disconcerting thing was that they just kept on appearing, more and more of them emerging from the shadows of Forn. Eventually, riders appeared. A banner held aloft, a lightning bolt with a pale serpent wrapped around it. I like my banner better, thought Corban, looking up to see the bright star on a black field snapping from the gate tower above him. Slowly, the warband moved southwards, skirting the edge of the land cleared over the last few moons, until they were massed about 1,000 paces from Drassil's only gates. Then they began to edge closer, a semi-organized line stretching the width of the western wall, 10 men deep at least. Corban began to make out details, the most troubling of which was the number of long timber ladders he spied being carried amongst their ranks. 2,500 swords, Gar whispered behind him. 500 paces out, and horn blasts rang from the cluster of riders, the warband rippling to a halt, a silence settling heavy upon them all. "Is it just me? Or is there a lot of waiting in war?" Dath muttered. "Aye, you're right," Farrell replied, usually followed by a lot of dying. Dath took a deep breath. "That's comforting." "Here to help," Farrell muttered. Hearing Dath and Farrell's bickering actually helped to calm Corban's nerves, something familiar in this most unfamiliar of circumstances. The other battles seemed to just happen. Duncarrig, Murias, Graham's Hold. This waiting and watching is worse. 4 riders separated from the others, riding at a steady pace towards the gates of Drassil, one clearly the leader, his horsehair plume tugged by the wind. Must be Jael, the self-appointed king of Isiltir. Another held Isiltir's banner, the third appearing to be a shieldman, obviously a warrior, sitting his saddle with an easy grace, and clothed similarly to the other 2, in red cloak, black cuirass and iron helm, sword at his hip, spear in one hand. The fourth appeared elderly, hunched over his saddle and wrapped in a voluminous cloak, the hood pulled up. A lawmaster, perhaps, come to tell me that I have no legal claim to be fighting against the king of Isiltir. They rode steadily closer. At least it looks as if the waiting's over. Chapter 79. Ulfalas. Ulfalas rode one side of Jael, his first sword Fram upon the other, their cloaked and hunched companion close behind them. As they drew nearer, Ulfalas looked up at the walls of Drassil, the great tree towering behind them, its branches unfurling like some giant organic shield that touched the clouds. The gates were huge, constructs of weathered oak and iron, as tall as a house from Mikil, and looked as thick as a wall. On the wall above, warriors stood in silent rows, peering down on them. Here and there, Ulfalas saw the huge proportions of a giant. Never thought I'd wish for the company of Ildar and his Jotun. Where is he, the traitorous coward? Over a dozen messengers had been sent north into the desolation in search of Ildar and his giants. Not a sight or sound had been heard of them since the disaster at Graham's Hold, and eventually Jael had tired of sending messengers. On one of the gate towers, a banner rippled. As Ulfalas drew nearer, he was able to make out a rayed white star upon a black field. In the crook of his arm, Ulfalas held the banner of Isiltir, the wind trying to rip it from his grip. White star against the storm and serpent. They were 300 or 400 paces from the gates now, still closer to their warband than to the walls of Drassil, but nevertheless, Ulfalas was starting to feel a little intimidated by the sheer scale of them. Are our ladders even tall enough? "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Ulfalas asked Jael, who sat straight and confident in his saddle. Jael reined his horse in and cupped his hands about his mouth. Too late. "Who leads this rabble?" Jael called out, voice sounding small and insignificant as it battered against Drassil's walls. No answer came back to them. "I've heard a name, and a title," Jael called. "Corban, Bright Star. Are you up there, Corban, but too scared to speak with me?" He's always had a natural ability to get under the skin, has Jael. "I'm here," a voice came down to them. "I have a proposition for you, Bright Star," Jael shouted, managing to make the title sound like an insult. "I have a lot of men under my care, and no doubt you have a fair few with you inside those walls. How about we decide this the old way, and spare the blood of thousands of men? Spare their lives." Silence. "You against my champion. Winner takes the field." More silence. "I'd wager that has set the cat amongst the wood pigeons," Jael whispered to Ulfalas. "You lie," another voice drifted down. I recognized that voice. A face peered over the wall. Wolf. "Ah, the son of Graham," Jael called out. "How are your hands?" I think he's genuinely enjoying this. "You'll die today, Jael, as will your lackey, Ulfalas." Well, I did spit his Dar's guts before his very eyes. I'd be surprised if he wasn't angry. "Be quiet, you insignificant oaf," Jael called back. "I'm talking to your leader, not you." Curses drifted down, and then Wolf's face disappeared. "I do not lie," Jael said. "I swear an oath, before my people and any powers that deign to listen. If you defeat my champion, I shall withdraw and leave you in peace." "I'll fight you," the first voice came down to them. "Ah, tempting," Jael said, "but no. I am a king. I have a champion, whereas you are no king, but profess to be a champion. The champion of Elion, no less. Or am I mistaken? That is what the prophecy says, does it not?" More silence. "So, if you are the champion you claim to be, then come down here. Fight my champion, and spare the lives of your followers." Jael turned and grinned at Ulfalas. "Either way, we win here. If he refuses, he loses the respect of his warband. They will not fight so fiercely for someone who had an opportunity to save them and chose not to. And if he comes down here, he dies. Their bright star. That will rip the heart out of this warband. They may even surrender after that." "I'll give it to Jael. He is a canny one." "But what if he comes down here and wins?" Ulfalas said. Jael just pulled a face at him. "Win? Please." Then he frowned as he thought about it a few moments, finally shrugging. "If he wins, we'll just kill him anyway. He won't get back to those gates before my mounted shieldman could catch him. That may inspire some anger amongst his warband rather than dishearten them. It may, you're right. But he'd still be dead. And that is the most important goal here, Ulfalas. To kill a snake, you cut off the head." "I'm coming down!" The bright star's voice drifted down to them. The gates opened with a grating of iron and oak, and a lone figure stepped out. They closed behind him with a booming thud as he strode purposefully towards them. "He looks quite confident," Jael remarked. "He does," Ulfalas agreed. The four of them waited in silence as the lone warrior approached them. "So, this is the bright star that Nether is so scared of. Corban. He's younger than I expected." He was young, his face smooth-skinned apart from the short, dark stubble of a beard. He walked with the easy gait of a warrior, of average height, broad at the shoulder, thick at the chest, slim at the waist, built more like a blacksmith, to Ulfalas's mind. He's well dressed, though, Ulfalas thought, admiring his war gear. A well-fitting coat of mail, leather and iron on his wrists and feet, shield slung across his back, and a large hand-and-a-half sword at his hip. A big sword, too big to use single-handed, strong but slow. Ulfalas had seen this type many times before, strong but slow, their strength often their worst enemy, relying upon it to batter their opponents into defeat. He saw a strange weapon strapped to Corban's left hand like a three-pronged knife bound into a leather gauntlet. Like claws. Ulfalas remembered the wounds on many of those who had been slain in the nighttime raids during the journey through Forn. Something glinted on his arm, an arm ring spiraling around his bicep, gleaming with silver. Jael will want that once this man is dead. He stopped about 50 paces from them, regarding them with dark, serious eyes. "I'm here, then." Corban drew his sword almost without having seemed to move, his feet shifting, balance perfect. He rolled his shoulders. "Maybe not so slow, then." "Brave of you," Jael commented. "And trusting." "Not so trusting. That's why he stopped over 50 paces away from us." Corban shrugged. "Let's get on with this." "Not the conversation list, then," Jael said. "As you wish." He pulled on his reins and kicked his horse, turning to ride back to the warband. Ulfalas and Fram followed. Ulfalas looked back over his shoulder, saw the surprise on Corban's face as Fram rode away, then saw his expression change as the fourth member of their party slid from his horse and dropped his cloak. This will most likely be over before we're back amongst our warband. It was Sumur. Chapter 80. Corban. For a heartbeat, Corban froze, numb, shocked. Then a jolt of fear hit him. Sumur. Kadoshim. I'm going to die. I should have listened to Gar and Michael and not accepted Jael's challenge. Gar had insisted on accepting the duel, said that he was Corban's champion, that he had stood guard over him since birth and it wasn't going to change now. You can do much for me, Gar, but you cannot be me. Jael is right. I am Elion's champion, no other. Gar had just stood there, looking into Corban's eyes, his face twitching with frustration. Michael had grabbed Corban, ordered him not to go, and then when it became clear that wasn't going to work, almost begged. It was the most emotion Corban had ever seen from the Ben Elim. But I had no choice. How could I let so many die when I could have done something to stop it? You tell me I am the bright star, Corban had said, as Michael had gripped his arm. I must do this. Michael had regarded him with sad eyes, then nodded and let go. As those behind him recognized who he faced, they broke out with shouting and cursing. He recognized Gar's voice, Dath's swearing. Could imagine the look of fear on Cohen's face. I have to put it out of my mind, he told himself. If I want to last more than a few heartbeats, I must put everything out of my mind except his sword. Surprised, Sumur said. Having crossed over half the distance to Corban, only 20 or 30 paces separating them now. A little, Corban muttered, taking a few steps backwards as Sumur strode towards him, inevitable as time. It seems the Kadashim have learned a little humour since they entered this world. I am going to carve out your heart and eat it, Sumur said, the gap closing between them. Now, that's not so funny. Are you Sumur or something else? Sumur is still in here, the Kadashim said, walking closer, his black eyes boring into Corban. All of his knowledge, his skill, the instinctive responses of his body. He rolled his wrist as he approached Corban, his blade twirling a slow circle. Corban recognized the movement, remembered seeing him do the same thing back in Duncarrig when Gar had faced Sumur, trying to purchase Corban in time to escape. Strange. The body and movement is Sumur's, but the voice is someone else's. Not someone. Something. And if Gar couldn't beat him, how in the other world can I? But Sumur does not rule in here anymore. The Kadashim put fingertips to heart and head. I am Belial, captain of Asroth. I think I'll just stick with Sumur, Corban said, shuffling back another few paces. Sumur shrugged and continued striding forwards. Will you run from me? He asked, his head cocked to one side. I can smell your fear. He's not trying to goad me, he's just speaking the truth. All men feel fear, Corban snarled, and surged forwards. Partly he was just sick of running and wanted to fight, but there was more to his attack than simply a knee-jerk anger. He had half hoped to catch Sumur by surprise, maybe have half a heartbeat within which to find an opening. That did not happen. Corban's first strike was a two-handed chop at the head, using all his strength from feet and ankles through legs into his back, shoulders and arms. Sumur met the blow easily, almost lazily shrugging it off. Corban's second, third and fourth blows, a combination that he was sure Gar would have stopped and applauded him for, all met with hard iron. He did manage to stop Sumur's advance, though, the Kadoshim planting his feet and gripping his blade two-handed. Corban swirled around him, one blow merging into the next, trying to move onto Sumur's left side. Then, without any warning, No visible tell that Corban spotted, Sumer was pushing forwards, almost opening Corban's throat with his first blow, the blade tip scraping off Corban's torque, the second strike glancing off his mail-covered shoulder, the third met with Corban's blade, the fourth deflected by the iron strips in Corban's bracer, the fifth avoided by a leap as Sumer tried to cut his feet from under him. 3 more blows came at Corban's head in sharp succession, each one powerful enough to take his head off, if not deflected. Corban rolled and rotated his wrists, elbows, shoulders, shifted his weight, sending the blows slipping a finger's width wide of his head each time. It is like fighting a giant. His strength is incredible. Sumer's blade came at him, faster and faster, the strength building with each blow, the Kadashim starting to move in circles about him, halting Corban's steady retreat back to the gates of Drassil. Instinct overcame Corban's fear then, his mind shrinking to the man and blade before him, reading the shift of his feet, the contraction and extension of muscle, the tilt and bunching of balance. At first, it was enough that he managed to block each blow, but slowly his body began working faster than thought, the constant drills of Gar and the sword dance flowing through his limbs without conscious direction, and he began to counter Sumer's blows. First 1 in 3 or 4, then every other blow against him, and he was striking back. They exchanged another flurry of blows, Corban using every form within the sword dance. And while he managed to push Sumer back a dozen steps and defend against his attacks, he could not break through the Kadashim's guard. They parted, Corban breathing heavily, muscles and tendons strained and screaming for respite. Bruises throbbing beneath his mail shirt where blows had sneaked through his guard, blood trickling down one leg from a shallow cut above his knee. Sumer was unmarked, but looked irritated. I'm still alive, Corban thought. It came as quite a shock to him. He knows the sword dance as if he were it. Can strike with every conceivable combination, can counter the same. If that is all I can meet him with, I'm going to die. Sooner or later I will tire, I will slow down, and his strength and stamina are not changing. If anything, his strength is growing with his anger. A memory flashed through his mind, of Gar standing over Akar in the weapons court. What's the matter? Corban breathed with a forced grin. Can't you kill me? Sumer snarled at that, powered in at him, blows coming from every angle. Corban blocked them all, just, then forced his body to change course, stepped in instead of obeying instinct and swirling away. He headbutted Sumer full on the bridge of the nose, punched his sword hilt into Sumer's face as he staggered back a step, slammed his wolven claws into the man's belly, punching through chainmail links deep into soft flesh, ripping the claws free as he swept away. Thank you, Corellan. Sumer paused, looked at him with his head cocked to one side, dark drops of blood smearing his lips, dripping from his mouth. He did not seem to notice the wound in his belly, even though blood was dripping, pooling about his feet. I have to take his head. I can hardly touch him, and when I do, I deal a blow that would kill any other man, and he does not even notice it. The uselessness and frustration of it threatened to overwhelm him. No. Gar's words from a million training sessions came back to him, ordering him on. I endure. I try again. Surprised, Corban said. Perhaps I'll get to add your head to those of your kin that are decorating Drassil's gate. He gestured behind him towards Drassil and then followed in before Sumer could respond. Their blades rang, a concussive, harsh rhythm echoing off Drassil's walls. Abruptly, pain ignited along Corban's thigh, a line of burning fire, a downwards glimpse showing him a red line, bleeding heavily, soaking into his breeches. Sumer spun out of reach, Corban blocking a backswing with his wolfen claws, taking too much of the power from Sumer's blow, a pain stabbing through his wrist. This is how the end comes. The slow creep of a myriad small wounds, blood draining away, muscles bruised, worn, weary, tendons stretched too far, too many times, exhaustion squeezing in upon your mind and body, all combining to slow you by a heartbeat for that one fatal blow. No! He screamed at himself. Sumer smiled at him. Your heart, I can almost taste it. He licked his lips. If I'm going to die, I'll make a song of it at least. Don't want Tuckle waiting for me on the Bridge of Swords without a smile on his face. He hefted his sword, taking the weight in one hand, striking like a smith at the forge with both arms, blade and claw. On his fifth or sixth stroke, he felt his blade slam into Sumo's chainmail, caught Sumo's sword between the blades of his claw, punched him in the mouth, pulled away, pivoted on a heel, taking 2 blows in quick succession upon the shield across his back. As he spun, catching fragmented glimpses of the world around him, men in red cloaks, silent and staring, a horse stamping a hoof. As he came out of the spin, swinging his sword low at Sumo's calf, Sumo jumping over it, Corban using the brief moment Sumo was weightless to step in close, hook his foot behind Sumo's ankle as he landed, and push with all his strength against the Kadashim's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Corban stepped forwards, his sword rising and chopping down into the churned dirt as Sumo rolled away, rising smoothly to his feet. Corban could hardly breathe, the exertion of that last attack draining him of all energy and will. He stood, staring at Sumo, leaning on his sword, tip buried in the ground, heart thumping in his chest, mouth hanging open as he sucked in great lungfuls of air. He is too good, too fast, too strong. They call me Elyon's champion. Where is he now? Sumo walked towards him. His left arm and shoulder were hanging oddly. His clavicle was clearly broken, but it did not alter his movement, the pain not even registering upon the Kadashim's face. "You've done well," Sumo said, his voice a demonic rasp. "Better than I'd ever have imagined. But the end has always been inevitable." Corban saw the coiling of muscle in his legs, the bunching of tendons in his wrist, as Sumo prepared for the death lunge and knew exactly what the once Jihar was going to do. He also understood that he could not stop him. At the same time, he remembered another duel, one he'd watched so long ago in a feast hall on Midwinter's Eve. Tull. As Sumo moved, so did he, flicking his wrist to spray dirt from his blade tip into Sumo's face, blinding him for a moment. Sumo took a step back, raising his sword in front of him to defend against the blow that he presumed would come at his head. At the same time, Corban spun in a circle to his right. He came out of his spin to Sumo's left, ending up almost behind the Kadashim, Corban's sword chopping into the back of Sumo's neck, landing perfectly at the spot where the skull ends and the back and shoulders begin. There was the wet sound of an axe splitting damp wood, and Sumo's head flew through the air, a trail of dark blood arcing in its wake. The body collapsed, feet twitching, and a great black mist poured from the open wound, forming into a winged creature above the corpse. Corban stood, feet planted wide, chest heaving, not quite believing what had just happened. What he had just done. Then he noticed the silence, heightened all the more by the thump and roll of Sumo's head as it hit the ground and came to a rolling stop. The winged shadow above Sumo's corpse screeched in fury, its wings appearing to beat in an attempt to reach him. Then the wind was tearing at it, and in moments it became a tattered, shredded banner, and then nothing. Less than a sigh upon the air. Corban looked up, saw Jael staring open-mouthed. Behind him, his warband, every last one of them silent in disbelief. Then he heard a roar from the walls of Drassil, rolling down to him like a great cascading wave, engulfing him, the sheer shock and joy of the moment making him grin. He punched his sword into the air and added his voice, exulting in his victory. As the cheering died down, Corban walked to Sumo's severed head, reached down and held it high by its hair. "Keep your word, Jael!" Corban yelled. "Your champion is defeated! Go back to Isiltir!" Jael stared at him, something between awe, fear, and rage flitting across his features. Then he snapped a command to the mounted warriors around him. They looked at him, seeming to hesitate, but Corban guessed what was going to happen. Jael barked his command again, and first one warrior kicked his horse and snapped his reins, then another and another, until a score of them were riding towards him. Corban looked back at the gates of Drassil, knew he'd never make it in time, so he set his feet and held his sword high with two hands. "Come on, then," he said. And then louder he bellowed, "Truth and courage!" more rage spilling from his voice than he knew he felt. The enemy hooves pounded towards him. Warriors bent low over their saddles, spears and swords pointing his way. The ground trembled. Dimly he recognized the sound of Drassil's gate opening, heard the enraged, frantic yells of warriors as they raced from the gates to his aid. He'll be too late, he thought calmly. Go back. He concentrated on the closest rider, no more than 200 paces away now, 20 heartbeats, maybe less, focused on the rhythm of the hooves, the rise and dip of the spearhead in the warrior's fist. A part of his mind registered that it was one of the warriors who had ridden out with Jael, not the one with the banner, but the one he had thought was Jael's champion. Strangely, out of nowhere, he remembered Coraline's kiss in the doorway to his chamber, could almost taste a hint of apple. I wish I could see her one more time, if only to tell her. A new sound had crept into his awareness, the rumble of hooves from behind him, closer than those in front, and mixed with it the thump of something else, something as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. The sound of woven paws. As if to confirm it, he saw fear spread across the face of the closest rider bearing down upon him. He looked back, saw Storm pounding towards him, her fangs bared, muscles rippling with each bound of her powerful legs, and beside her, Shield, his mane whipped by the wind, hooves a hammer blow, the two of them matching pace. Behind them, a swarm of warriors were pouring from the gates of Drassil, Balor and the Benothi forging ahead of them. Before him, the riders were closing, a score of warriors intent upon his death. Then he knew what he had to do. He sheathed his sword and turned his back on the enemy riders, took a deep breath, focused on Shield's hooves, the rhythm of his gallop, and he set his feet as the stallion approached. He bent his knees, went onto the balls of his feet, began to move, to run, and then Storm and Shield were almost upon him. Shield, a mountain of muscle and mane, so close he could smell him, see the sweat streaks in his coat, and he broke from a run into a sprint, Storm pounding past him, both Corban and Storm's muscles bunching, leaping at the same time, Corban's heart thumping in time with the pounding of Shield's hooves. He reached out, grabbed a fistful of the stallion's mane, and used the horse's momentum to hurl himself into the air. There was a heartbeat that felt like an eternity as he was weightless, flying, legs scissoring, then with a solid thump, he was in the saddle, hands reaching for the reins, and Shield was angling away, pounding through a gap in the approaching riders, and then he was free, galloping across open space along the front of Jael's warband, wind whipping his black hair out behind him like a banner. Some of Jael's warband were actually cheering him. Behind him, the sound of screams rose up as Storm tore her target from his saddle and ripped him apart. He guided Shield in a loop, slowing to a canter, glimpsed Storm leaping and snapping amidst the riders sent to kill him, saw spears rising and falling, and felt a hot rage bubble up. From Drassil, warriors were still pouring, Jihar on horseback amongst them, hundreds charging across the open space. Horns were blaring along the lines of Jael's warband, and suddenly they were lurching into movement, stuttering forwards. The plan was to stay atop the battlements, let their warband break upon the walls of Drassil. Guess we'll need a new plan. He heard Storm growling and snapping, saw horses rearing and plunging around her. With a snarl, he drew his sword and urged Shield back to a gallop. Chapter 81. Ulfalas. I have a bad feeling about this. Charge them! Charge them! Kill them! Jael was screeching close to Ulfalas's ear. The warband was moving, but sluggishly. They are still reeling from what we have just witnessed, and in truth, I do not blame them for being hesitant about joining battle with these people. Ulfalas was still coming to terms with what he'd seen. The greatest duel between two men that I have ever witnessed, maybe that has ever happened. I cannot believe that Sumur lost. It had been like witnessing two storms collide at sea, a maelstrom of furious, deadly movement, utterly beautiful to watch. At first, it had seemed an inevitability that Corban would die. He was an exceptional warrior, clearly, but Sumo had seemed too perfect, too clinical, too fast and powerful. But then, slowly, almost by sheer dogged will and determination, Corban had edged back into the fight, gone from just trying to stay alive for a few moments longer to having a slim chance, and finally, mostly by a combination of heart and wit and a general stubborn refusal to die, had taken Sumo's head. And what the hell was that thing that came out of Sumo? "What are you doing?" Jael was screaming at him, almost apoplectic with rage. "Lead the warband forward. You're my bannerman." "Don't you think you should be leading them? You're our king." Ulfalas ignored the sense of foreboding growing in his belly, grunted at Jael and kicked his horse forwards, warriors on foot behind him lurching after him. Horns were blaring. The score of riders that Jael had set upon Corban were dead or dying, that wolfen the size of a horse ripping half of them to pieces and still running amok just a few hundred paces ahead. And the first man that beast tore apart was Fram, Jael's first sword, after Sumo, that is. So that's his two finest warriors down before the battle is even joined. Not the most inspirational of starts. Ulfalas was rapidly losing heart with his conflict, but a voice in his head was shouting at him that to turn and run would be the end of him. And that's true enough, I don't doubt. If we are broken here, any that survive the battle will then have to survive the long march through Forn. Don't fancy that much. So, we better get on and win this battle. The men of Isiltir were responding to the horn blasts and Jael's screams, urging them on, sweeping forward and curling in upon the lesser numbers that had swarmed out from the open gates of Drassil. That, at least, is a stroke of good fortune. At least they're coming out here to fight, so we don't have to try and climb those walls. Our numbers may still win the day. Ulfalas felt a warrior's respect for Corban, even if he was his enemy. That running mount had been a thing of beauty, undertaken with sharp iron bearing down upon him, mere heartbeats separating him between life and death. It was as if the running mount had been distilled into that one moment, learned and practiced by every warrior in every realm throughout their youth for that exact purpose. Warriors on foot swept past him, running into the battle, the score of Jihad the same as Sumo, which gave Ulfalas a flare of hope. All of a sudden, I'm wishing Nether had forced 100 of them upon us, like he did on Gundel and Lothar. He saw the Jihad slam into a knot of enemy warriors only 50 paces ahead of him, a mixture of giants and men who looked remarkably similar to the Jihad that were with him, except that they wore surcoats with the white star blazing upon their chests. Ulfalas had a sudden memory of the warriors at Graham's Hold who had cut him and his riders down so easily. Instinctively, he pulled on his reins, but the press of men behind him was too great, and he was forced on. I am no coward, but I am no fool either, and I have no death wish upon me. He saw that he was about to enter this battle whether he wanted to or not. He slipped Jael's banner into the leather cup on his saddle that usually held his spear, drew his sword, and kicked his horse on, choosing a warrior who looked like one out of Graham's Hold, someone normal to fight. His horse's shoulder ploughed into the man, sending him reeling, Ulfalas's sword rising and falling, crunching into the warrior's helm, dropping him instantly. He kicked his horse on, swinging left and right with his blade, leaving a wake of bloody wounds and dying men. He started to think that they could still win this battle, though all was chaos and blood around him. It was almost impossible to tell how the battle was faring. He hacked at a spear jabbing at him, snapped the shaft, stabbed into the face of the warrior wielding it, heard a scream, saw the man go down and dug his heels into his horse. For a moment, there was a lull around him. To his left he saw Corban, still upon his horse, hacking at men of Isiltir with maniacal energy. Close to him there was a flash of white fur and fangs, and about the young warrior a knot of fighters gathered to protect him. A huge man with a warhammer, a red-haired woman with wolfen claws like Corban's, dripping with gore, and one of the Jihad mounted and trailing arcs of blood with his sword. He looked remarkably like the warrior who had unhorsed Ulfalas at Graham's Hold, only younger and more battle-frenzied. Not going that way, then. He yanked upon his reins, and suddenly there was one of the Jihar in front of him, one of his Jihar, fighting a silver-haired giant with one eye and a black axe. The Jihar was fast, darting in and cutting at the giant's leg, eliciting a howl of pain or rage, but then a huge knife smashed into the Jihar's chest, hurling it from his feet. The injured giant lumbered forwards and swung his axe, taking the Jihar's head off as it tried to rise, and then there was a screeching shadow demon materializing in the air right in front of Ulfalas, his horse screaming and rearing. He managed to control his mount, saw another giant striding forwards, smaller, slimmer. Female? It's so hard to tell the difference, but still clearly a giant. 2 belts crisscrossing her chest with an abundance of those oversized knives sheathed in them. As Ulfalas watched, she bent down and recovered her knife from the chest of the decapitated Jihar, and then looked about for a new target. Her eyes settled upon him. The bad feeling that Ulfalas had ignored reared up now, a flare of fear and foreboding, and he ducked low in his saddle as the air whistled over his head, and something sharp missed him by a handspan. He kicked his horse on. It was well trained, and he stepped agilely to the left and leapt away, sending those about it reeling, friend and foe alike. For a handful of insane moments, the horse rose and fell, forging its way through the battle like a leviathan through stormy seas. Then it burst into clearer ground. Battle still raged here, but it was islands of violence upon the plains surrounding Drassil, rather than a constant sea. Everywhere Ulfalas looked, the red-cloaked men of Isiltir were falling to giants and to sword-wielding Jihar. He saw a tall, dark-haired warrior in blood-spattered mail. At first, thought him a giant, but then realized he was a little too short and too slim and elegant, too graceful in his death-dealing. Even as Ulfalas watched, this warrior cut down 3 men of Isiltir in as many breaths. Further away, he saw more of those shadow demons appearing in the air, hovering like a dense mist as they screamed their rage, and then drifting apart in the wind. He knew by now that their appearance marked the death of one of Nether's Jihar. Whatever they are, and I'm not sure I want to know, I do know that this battle is lost. Always the pragmatic man, Ulfalas looked to the north, saw the remnants of the old road they had followed here. The prospect of fleeing through Forn was becoming more appealing with every red-cloaked death around him. Run. Live a little longer. Stay. And die very soon. It wasn't much of a choice. He lifted the banner of Isiltir from its harness on his saddle and dropped it to the ground, then spurred his horse to the north, moving at a trot, calling men to him as he went. Within 100 paces he had close to 200 men following him, then another 100. He reined in as the land began to rise and looked back over the battlefield. The warband of Isiltir was breaking apart, men beginning to turn and run, heading towards the perceived safety of the trees of Forn. Soon it would become a rout. He glimpsed Jael on the far side of the conflict, still in his saddle, a knot of warriors about him as he moved steadily southwards towards the tree line. Looks as if he has the same idea as me. With a shake of his head, Ulfalas spurred his mount up the slope towards the trees. Then the ground in front of him exploded. 50 paces or so up the slope, turf and dirt erupted into the air. Beneath it, something dark and round emerging from the ground. Ulfalas swayed in his saddle, jerked away, then realized what it was. A huge trapdoor. Men and women with long bows in their hands, 10, 20, 30 more, were surging out of the ground. Even as Ulfalas stared in frozen shock, they formed a line, drew arrows from quivers, knocked, drew, and released, straight at him and the warriors about him. He threw himself backwards, out of his saddle, heard the soft thunk of arrows sinking into flesh, his horse rearing and crashing to the ground, legs kicking, all about him men falling with feathered shafts buried in their flesh. Ulfalas thrashed on the ground. 1 foot caught in a stirrup, flicked it free, rose to one knee in time to see the archers drawing and shooting again. He threw himself flat on his face, heard more screaming around him, dragged himself upright and stared frantically around. The men who had followed him were wavering, though they still outnumbered the archers at least 3 or 4 to 1. Those archers stand between me and freedom. A good charge should see to them, Ulfalas thought, dragging his sword from his scabbard, waving it in the air, yelling to his warriors. He took a few steps forward, heard the boots of men following behind him, saw the archers in front snatching for arrows, saw panic stirring in some. He singled out one in the centre of the line, slim, small, resolutely drawing another arrow from his quiver, something about him saying that he was the leader of these archers. I'm going to take your head, Ulfalas thought, the need to kill to vent his frustration at this most disastrous of days rearing up within him. He started to run. Then someone else climbed out of the hole, a lone Jihar warrior, small, a woman. She saw him charging at the archer, and her eyes narrowed. She drew her sword. Behind her, more men were appearing from the hole in the ground, men clothed in leather and fur, holding single-bladed axes in their fists. Graham's men. 20 or 30 of them as well, forming a line and throwing their axes. Ulfalas threw himself to the ground again, a mouthful of dirt, a body crashing down beside him, face a bloody ruin with an axe haft poking from it. As Ulfalas looked up, he saw the axemen start to run down the slope, pulling fresh axes from their backs. And behind them, another wave of warriors pouring from the hole, these dressed strangely, scraps of leather armour wrapped around forearms and shoulders, most of them carrying bucklers and short swords or knives. Bollocks to this. Ever the pragmatist, Ulfalas scrambled to his feet and ran the other way. Something thudded into his back, a hard punch that sent him sprawling and knocked the air from his lungs. He tried to push himself up, but found his arms weren't working as well as they should, felt a dull ache in his back, a tingling numbness. He managed to get his right elbow under him, push up, but his left arm wasn't doing what it was told. Must get up. To stay is to die. He coughed, saw blood speckle the ground close to his face. What? Then there was a pressure upon his back. Someone's boot? An unpleasant tugging sensation, closely followed by a wet, ripping sound. The pressure on his back disappeared, replaced by a tingling pain, a boot slipping under his chest and flipping him over. He gasped, looked up into a bearded face. Well, well, the face said. I was hoping I'd run into you. It was Wolf, and he was smiling. He was holding an axe in his fist, blood dripping from its edge. He raised it high above his head, and Ulfalas screamed. Chapter 82. Halen. Halen watched the battle from the walls of Drassil. It had been Swain's idea, but Halen had not been difficult to persuade. He felt proud that Corban had asked him to watch over Storm's cubs, but as the horns rang out from Drassil's walls, announcing the arrival of Jael's warband, he had felt a desperate need just to see. So, when Swain suggested a way of him doing both of those tasks, well. So here they were, Halen, Swain, and Sif, standing upon a deserted patch of the western wall, each of them with a wolfen cub under each arm. Potts was sitting at his feet, looking up at him like he felt a little left out. They'd put the cubs in a wide, deep basket of willow, the three of them carrying it all the way to the battlements. The cubs had become restless, though, so they'd decided to get them out for a while and let them watch the battle too. They liked it, or at least seemed to. They were quiet enough. Halen was finding it hard to breathe. At various moments had felt that his heart was lurching out of his chest, that despair would overwhelm him, closely followed by sheer joy that he was sure would cause him to explode. They'd reached the wall just as Corban had begun his duel with the black-clothed warrior, one of the Jihar, obviously. Within moments, Halen was certain that Corban was going to die. Tears had blurred his eyes long before the end, and then he had cried fresh tears, these ones of joy, when Corban had sent his enemy's head spinning through the air. And then such treachery. Jael setting his shield men to ride Corban down after what he had just survived, just achieved. And then the running mount. When he saw Shield and Storm pounding across the open space, he had cheered, screamed, exhorted them to greater speed, the voices of Swain and Sif mingling with his own. If there had been any doubt in Halen's mind that Corban was the greatest hero the Banished Lands had ever known, that succession of events had confirmed it beyond all question. He'd fight anyone who dared to say differently. And now the whole plain along the western wall boiled with battle. "We're going to win!" Swain was yelling, putting his 2 cubs back in the basket and leaping up and down. "Of course we are." After Corban's duel and escape from jail's shieldman, it seemed that victory was inevitable. He was only worried now about who might fall along the way. Tahir's down there, fighting for me. His eyes scanned the field, but it was so hard to make out individuals amongst the press in the heave of battle. Giants were easy enough to follow, Bala One Eye particularly, with his silver hair and black axe, swathes of blood consistently bursting around him, from this distance looking like droplets of dew on morning grass. And Corban, he could see, still mounted, with Storm always close to him, leaping and tearing. The cubs under his arms began to squirm, so he put them back in the basket, stroking his favourite, a brindle bitch with a face as black as night. He saw Jael's banner flying in the centre of the battle. Then it moved steadily northwards, a single rider breaking out from the heart of the battle, a steady motion towards the northern flank. Then the banner disappeared, the rider, still visible, heading further and further out, men of Isiltir gathering in a great mass about him. They are fleeing. Hope swelled in his chest, something telling him that the battle was coming to its last stages now. Then he saw Jael, his white horsehair plume blowing in the wind, still upon his horse, a knot of warriors with him. They headed steadily towards the southern edge of the battlefield, reached the tree line, then stopped as a handful of giants stormed through them. Halen gripped the battlement walls, knuckles whitening, praying, begging for Jael to fall. All was confusion, flesh and iron and blood merging in a chaotic explosion for a dozen heartbeats. A giant fell, of that Halen was sure, and then figures were disappearing into the trees. Jael was nowhere to be seen. From Halen's vantage point, it looked as if the whole battlefield paused for a moment, then rippled, like the death spasm of a dying animal. The trickle of those fleeing turned into a flood now, red cloaks falling away from the mass of combat in 10s and 20s, and then they were all fleeing, the warband of Drassil following, slaying with impunity. Then a sudden thought struck Halen. Those men fleeing are men of Isiltir. My people. "Watch the cubs," he blurted to Swain and Sif. "And don't let Potts follow me." And he was running down the wall stairwell, leaping steps 2 at a time. In the courtyard before the main gates, he climbed into the saddle of a fully tacked horse. It was a little big for him, the stirrups too long, but it was the most suitable of what was left, and he was a good rider, had been sat in a saddle as far back as he could remember. Without any more thought, he clicked his tongue and rode out through the gates. It was a different world down here, the battle from above seeming to have something serene about it, playing out like the swirls of sea and sand as the tide comes in. Down here, it was loud, filled with the screams of the dying and the yelling of the living, and it stank of blood and metal and excrement. Everywhere was chaos. He scanned the field for Corban, could see men of Isiltir fleeing, giants striding amongst them, wielding their axes and hammers. Then he caught a flash of bone-white fur and headed for it. Before he'd covered 100 paces, he heard running to one side, felt a flash of fear. I am part of the reason Jael came here, led a warband of thousands through Forn Forest with the goal of seeing me dead. "What are you doing down here, laddie?" a voice called out, and relief swept him. Tahir. Relief at both Tahir being alive and the fact that it was not a warrior coming to separate his head from his shoulders. "I've an idea," Halen said, "and I need to find Corban." Tahir looked at him, was clearly wrestling with the idea of marching him straight back to the safety of Drassil. "All right then. Shift along then, and I'll climb up there with you." They found Corban drinking from a water skin, drenched in blood, his hair plastered to his head. A handful of people were gathered around him, Gar and Michael, Coralyn and Farrell and Leith, as well as Bala One Eye and Ethelyn, and of course, Storm. The battle had moved away from them, or rather the chasing of the broken and fleeing warband, only here and there the sound of iron marking real combat, a few knots of men fighting rearguard actions and retreating in a more orderly fashion. "Little one's got something to say to you," Tahir said as they rode up. Halen looked at the fierce blood-stained faces around him and quailed a little. He swallowed his fears, knowing what needed to be said. "These are my people," Halen told them. "Jael is fled, I think, or maybe dead. I saw him from the battlements over there." He pointed south to the trees. "The rest of them? They might stop if I asked them, if they are offered mercy." "Mercy?" growled Farrell. "Yes, mercy," Halen said, holding his chin high. He looked at Corban. "Some of them, many of them, were just following the orders of their king, yet still they cheered you." Corban looked back at him, dark eyes thoughtful, and behind that, Halen saw a well of exhaustion that Corban held in check. "You're right," he said. "No need to go on killing. It's just how exactly we're going to do this." Halen dangled in the air, Bala One Eye holding him up high over his head like a human banner. On one side of him rode Tahir, on the other, Corban. Bala was calling out in a booming voice, proclaiming Halen king of Isiltir and pronouncing mercy upon all those who would lay down their arms. Over 700 men surrendered. "Well," Farrell said to Corban and Halen when they were gathered before the gates of Drassil, "I would imagine that it's rare to end a battle with more men than you started with." "Aye, I think it's safe to say we can call this a victory then," Corban said. "That we can, Ban. That we can," Gar said with a weary smile. Just then a group of men and women approached from the northern end of the battlefield, Dath and his archers, as well as Wolf with his axe-throwers and Javed and his pit-fighters. Wolf held up a severed head as he drew near, and threw it at Corban's feet. "Ulfalas," he said, "Jael's high captain, and the man that killed my da." "I'm glad for you," Corban said wearily. "A day where much justice has been done, and injustices set right." "Aye," murmured many voices around them. Halen noticed that Dath was looking up at Corban, the widest smile upon his face. One of the Jihar stood close to him, a small, pretty young woman, or so Halen thought. She was smiling too. "What are you smiling about?" Corban asked Dath. "I'm getting married," Dath said, his grin growing even wider. Chapter 83. Camlin. Camlin sat and waited. Feels as if I've spent half my life waiting for men to kill. Not sure which part is the worst, the waiting or the killing. Depends on who I'm waiting around to kill, I suppose. He was sitting upon a raised knoll amidst a thick bank of reeds, a space flattened at its centre for him. From here, he could peer out through the reeds and have a commanding view of the surrounding area, watching over a dozen streams and rivers that fed from the lake, flowing in the direction that he reckoned Evnis and his warband would come. Looking the other way, he saw the lake, the village that had grown up along its banks deserted now, still and silent apart from the odd chicken. A moorhen pecked about in what had once been a fire pit, claiming it for her own. At the heart of the lake, Duncrin reared from its still black waters. If Camlin stared hard enough, he could make out warriors along its ancient walls, standing in the shadows of its crumbling towers. The sky above was a pale blue, a fresh wind welcome in this stagnant place and bringing with it the scent of spring. At least the bad weather's broken. Waiting's always better without the rain and snow. He heard footsteps close by, peered through the reeds to see Idana's fair hair, Roshin, Lorcan and Pendathrin with her, their shieldmen as well, Hallian and Von, Kian and Brogan. He pushed through the reeds to join them. "All's ready, then?" "Ready as we'll ever be," Pendathrin said. "You up to this?" the big general asked Camlin. "Course," Camlin grunted. "Of course he is," Idana snapped. "Aye, you've proved yourself, that's for sure," Pendathrin growled. "Don't mind me. I just get nervous before a fight, that's all." "Surely not you," Roshin said, a purr in her voice that Camlin didn't like. "So do I," Idana said, eyes scanning the marshes with its countless streams and rivers and hidden approaches. "Don't we all?" Camlin thought. "I've been in 100 scrapes, more, probably, and my mouth still goes dry and my palms sweaty for a fight." "It's the prospect of death," he said, matter-of-factly. No matter how many battles you live through, doesn't mean you'll see the end of the next one. They were all silent at that.
Indeed. Well, on that cheerful note, Rushin said. There was a flapping from above and a black speck dropped out of the sky. Men! Boats! Spears! The crow squawked, alighting in the branches of a willow. They all stared at him. I'm glad Adana talked him into sticking around now. Close! Kraft squawked, giving his wings an extra flap to emphasize his point, making them all jump, even Pendathrin, who swore. This is it, then, Idana said, looking at them all. You all know what to do. Aye, Pendathrin said. He looked in their eyes, then grinned. For Arden and Dowan, for kin and friends, for our queens. They parted, Camlin walking back to his bank of reeds. Camlin, a voice called after him, Hallian striding after him. I'll see you again, the warrior said. He held his arm out and Camlin took it in the warrior grip. Aye, brother, Camlin said. This side, or the other. Again, the waiting. Camlin checked his bow, his string, lifted his blade and its scabbard to check it wasn't sticking, let it slide back with a click. Checked his arrows, the tips wrapped with foul-smelling linen. Flint and a pile of tinder and kindling, set neatly to one side, not damp, not spoiled. Good. The reeds rustled and a head poked through them, scruffy red hair and a dirty face. Hello, Meg, Camlin said. You shouldn't be wandering around at a time like this. There was no force in his reprimand, though. He'd learned by now that the girl would damn well do as she pleased, no matter what he said about it. Don't need to worry about me, she said. He frowned. You happy with what you got to do? Camlin had adopted a new strategy with Meg. He'd learned that if he kept her out of things in an effort to keep her safe, she'd just follow him and get involved anyway. So now he was finding tasks for her to do, even in the most dangerous of situations. That was what he had done with the hunt for Braith. And thank the stars, it turned out about as well as it could. Every night he put his head on his pillow, he felt a sense of relief that Braith was no longer out there, hunting him. I am, she said. I just came to see that you were all right. She looked at him intently, then smiled. And you are. With that, she spun around and disappeared into the reeds. Strange child. Perhaps that's why she fits in so well around us. Around me. Then he heard the creak of wooden boats, weight shifting within them, the sound of oars and paddles in water. Quiet, but not silent. Here we go, then. Chapter 84. Evnis. Evnis sat at the head of his boat and blinked as the lake opened up before him. Beside him, Glyn swore. Whoever would have thought that such a place existed? The lake was vast, its waters dark and still. And at its centre, stone walls and towers reared, as if the lake were a black field about a broken fortress. Except that green algae and creeping vines grew upon this fortress, silent, sinuous things swirling in the waters about the walls. Birds clustered upon crumbling towers, taking flight and squawking their protests at the arrival of Evnis and his warband. Rafe was in the first boat leading the way, his 2 grey hounds sitting in it as still as stone, like figureheads. Warriors behind Evnis rowed them deeper into the lake, more boats following, others filtering from a series of streams and rivers along the northeastern bank of the lake. Before half of them had emerged from the marshland streams, a boat appeared from between 2 towers that loomed out of the lake. It rowed towards them. Hold, Evnis said, raising a hand, his men backing water, the motion continuing through the boats behind him. The lone boat rowed closer, 4 or 5 figures within it, the first with long, fair hair. Surely not. Oars backed water, and the boat stopped, drifting for a moment until it was side on to Evnis's boat, maybe 50 paces away. Half of Evnis's fleet was spread behind him, the other half still backed up in the streams and rivers. Idana stood in her boat. Evnis smiled to see her.
She was dressed plainly, looking more like a woodsman than a queen, in woolen breeches, a linen shirt and black leather vest, though she wore the grey cloak of Arden around her shoulders, something that Evnis hadn't seen for a while. And she wore a sword at her hip. He almost laughed at that. "There does not need to be bloodshed here today," she called out, her voice carrying across the still waters of the lake. "It's unlikely to be our blood," Evnis thought. "Perhaps you mean your own." Idana looked at the warriors in their boats, taking her time to meet their eyes. Men behind Evnis fidgeted. "There are men of Arden amongst you, true-born warriors of Arden who fought for my father." "Aye, there are. And now they fight for me. Most of them have always fought for me." "Men of Narvon, maybe, Owain's men, and warriors from Dowan, perhaps, who once served Eramon." Two figures stood in Idana's boat. One dressed as a warrior, dark-haired, though Evnis could see he was little more than a lad. Beside him, a woman, tall and dark-haired, her chin lifted proudly. A rare beauty, Evnis thought. "This is Roisin of Dowan, wife of Eramon, and her son, Lorcan, rightful king of Dowan." "Excellent. This is most helpful of you, Idana, gathering all of the rats into one boat. You're making my life so much easier." "You are fighting as pawns for a woman with a black heart, a manipulator, deceiver, a betrayer. Rin is not a queen, she is a tyrant, a disease that must be cut out." Much to his surprise, Evnis found himself listening, as if Idana actually had something to say. He pulled his eyes away from her, looked at the others in her boat, sitting at the oars. One of them was Hallion, the warrior sitting calmly, his eyes scanning the boats behind Evnis. He looked at the other rower and started. It was Von. His son was staring straight at him. A long silence passed between them. Something unspoken communicated. And then, finally, Evnis nodded to Von, a small incline of the head, nothing more. Von saw and looked away. Idana was still talking, something about peace and good men bandying together. "Can someone please kill her?" a voice shouted from behind Evnis. Morcant, of course. And I think I should oblige. Evnis roared an order, oars and paddles splashing into water, and they were moving again. Idana, Roisin and Lorcan were all sitting down in their boat now, Hallion and Von rowing hard, a sprint for the sunken fortress. From gaps in walls and towers, other boats appeared, men in them, but for each boat with people in, there was one that they towed by rope, empty. Evnis noticed it, but did not have time to think too hard about it. He was closing on Idana. Then he heard a huge tearing whoosh behind him, followed closely by screaming. He twisted around, rocking his boat to see a wall of flames igniting along the lake shore, crackling through reed banks and somehow spreading across the streams and rivers that they had travelled upon. How the hell have they done that? We're in a marsh with more water than land. Some of his boats were on fire, men jumping overboard, human torches, and separated behind them on the far side of the flames were roughly half of his warband. He cursed himself for a fool and set his mind on killing Idana. Chapter 85. Camlin. Camlin watched as Meg tugged on a long rope, dragging a rolled mat of dried rushes and reeds across a stream between two boatloads of warriors. Camlin touched his arrow tip into the small fire he had crackling, the linen soaked in fish oil, catching alight with a hiss. He raised his bow, drew and released, his arrow arcing and dropping into the mat of reeds. That too had been doused in fish oil, and so the whole thing ignited in a heartbeat. Flames roaring, men screaming, leaping from the boat, flames searing the flesh from warriors before and behind it. Meg appeared at another spot on the bank, alongside the forms of other men hidden in the reeds. Clay pots filled with fish oil flew through the air to smash into boats. Camlin released another flaming arrow and a boat went up in flames. Along the bank, other huntsmen fired flaming arrows and more fires were igniting, roaring into the air, more men screaming. Camlin heard screaming all about him, the same happening on a dozen inlets. He glanced out to the lake, saw Evnis leading over a score of boats towards Duncrin, Idana a dot before them. Other boats were appearing from the walls, moving towards Evnis's splintered fleet. Going to plan, then. That's a pleasant surprise. Shouts and battle cries drew his eyes back to the river before him. About a dozen of Idana's warriors were spread along this side of the bank with him, some doing the same as him. Others ran forward as Evnis's men began to reach the banks, some leaping, others swimming, not every boat on fire. Some further back were not touched at all. Damn, but there's a lot of them. 500 at least, is my guess. Those weren't good odds, as Idana's warband numbered less than 200 swords. Mind you, we're evening the odds a little now. Spears began to fly, going both ways, and Camlin ducked as one hissed a handspan over his head. He started aiming at men now, planting flaming arrows in chests, throats, backs, thighs, at least a dozen men falling to his aim before a handful of warriors reached the bank and charged at his clump of reeds. Time to leave. He grabbed his quiver of arrows, half empty now, slung it over his back, waited a few moments as his enemy drew nearer until he heard them crunching into the reeds, and then he grabbed a clay pot and threw it as he ran the other way, heard it smash down upon the small fire he had set, then the sucking in of air, like an indrawn breath before flames exploded, ripping through the reeds and scorching the onrushing warriors. More screaming. He flew out of the reeds, hearing flames rushing up behind him, and hurled himself out onto the lakeshore, rolling amongst abandoned huts. He came to his feet alone, the sounds of battle raging along the various streams and rivers behind him, and more dimly from the drowned fortress in the lake. He took a moment to stare, worry for Idana gnawing at him. Fires dotted the lake like bobbing candles on the water. I bet it's not so pretty right close, though. As he watched, he saw one of the empty boats that they'd packed with jars of fish oil and dried rushes shoved with long poles into an enemy rowing boat, hulls crunching together, a torch thrown in after it. The vessel went up in flames, quickly setting the enemy boat on fire. More screaming. I think there's going to be a lot of that today. Many of Evnis's boats were aflame, and Camlin could see shapes in the water, men swimming for land. Some of Evnis's vessels had made it to Duncrin's walls, and warriors were scrambling onto the cold stone. Camlin heard the clash of iron drifting across the lake. There were only 60 warriors of Idana's warband on the sunken walls, the other 100 or so ranging the rivers and streambanks where they'd hoped to contain the bulk of the enemy warband and where they thought the fiercest fighting would be. And talking of fighting, Camlin looked between Duncrin and the lakeshore, decided there was nothing he could do for Idana now except kill those enemies of hers that were closest to him. He knocked an arrow and ran at a crouch towards the streams, veering around the wall of flames. He burst into chaos, the world rapidly constricting to a score of paces at most in any direction. The blockade was still burning, but even if it hadn't been, no boats were getting into the lake now, as the first two this side of the firewall were roaring infernos, blocking the stream completely, dark shapes twisted within them. Further along the stream, more fires raged. Some of the enemy were splashing in the stream, being skewered like fish with spears by Camlin's companions from solid ground. A few boats had managed to make it to the stream bank, and their cargoes of flesh and iron and harmful intentions were unloading rapidly. 15, 20 men, more on another boat behind them. Camlin recognized one dressed in black leather and wool, cloak of sable and a silver helm. Morkant. The old first sword of Rin led his men along the bank, cutting down 2 of Idana's warriors before they even realized the enemy were ashore. Camlin ran to higher ground and started to loose arrows into them, knowing their strength of numbers could still sweep him and his dozen or so warriors from this side of the stream in short order. Morkant was lost from view for a moment, so Camlin settled for winnowing their numbers. One warrior spun and fell back into the stream with an arrow through his heart, another collapsing onto the ground, hands around the shaft through his throat. Then men spotted him and changed their direction to cut him off. He released another arrow, saw it punch into a thigh. Then he was moving, pushing through a thick, curtain of willow branches, circling right into thicker reeds, pushing on to reappear on the stream bank, but behind the warriors who'd been running at him. They were cautiously moving through the willow curtain. He put an arrow into a warrior's back, close enough for its iron head to punch through a leather cuirass and deep into flesh, knocked another, drew and released into a face as the enemy turned, teeth flying as the arrowhead tore through his mouth and into his brain. Then Camlin was running again, his fingertips brushing his quiver as he ran. 3 arrows left. He weaved through long grass, jumped and squeezed through a coppice of alders, circled slowly around to his left, hoping to do the same thing to his pursuers. He saw the willow tree he'd ran past earlier and headed for it, cautiously peered through the dangling branches but could see no enemy warriors. The stream bank was hidden from view here, but the din of battle seemed less now. Is it nearly over? Then something crashed into his back, and he was falling, tumbling, his bow spinning from his grip. He rolled to a stop and saw Morkant emerging from the willow branches, grinning, sword in hand. "I could have killed you then, but I didn't," Morkant said, and a smile still on his face. Other warriors appeared behind him, 4, 6, 7 more in the shadows. "I remember you from the Darkwood," Morkant said, still smiling, "so thought it would be a shame to stab you in the back." "Very noble of you," Camlin said, as he climbed to one knee, his eyes flitting, looking for his bow. Morkant took a step and was beside it, kicked it away. "Perhaps you should draw your sword," he said, as he advanced on Camlin. Not that he thought it would do him much good, but Camlin did so, stood, and set his feet. "Excellent," Morkant said. His sword blurred. Camlin saw the tip lunge forward, spiraling somehow to curve around his attempted parry to scrape along his ribs. He grunted with pain, retreated, blocked an overhead chop and a slash at his belly, missed a thrust that pierced his thigh. Blood sluiced his leg and he stumbled back, realized that Morkant must have cut muscle as his leg gave way beneath him and he was crashing to the ground. "Well, that was fun," Morkant said, as he stood over Camlin, sword rising. Then an arrow punched into the meat of Morkant's arm, making him stagger back a step. He snarled, looked about. "There!" a small high-pitched voice cried. "Over there!" Camlin rolled, concentrating on getting as far out of reach of Morkant's blade as he could, no matter how many arrows the man had poking out of him. Caught a glimpse of Meg, standing with the half-bow he'd made her, out of boredom more than anything else, certainly not expecting it to save his life one day. Meg was calling to someone behind her, hidden in trees and rushes. Then Pendathrin's bearded face appeared, blood-spattered and furious, a score of men at his back. Morkant took one look at Pendathrin and fled, his handful of warriors with him. Boots thundered past Camlin's head as Pendathrin charged past him, his men close behind, and then Meg was helping him to stand, tying a ripped piece of cloth around his leg. "That's 2 you owe me," she said with a smile. "I'll not argue with that, lassie," he said. "How are things going out there?" he asked, as he retrieved his bow. "We are winning," she said. "In fact, I think we've won. They're mostly all running away, Pendathrin, Drust, and some of the others chasing them for the fun of it." "How about those on the lake?" He was thinking of Adana. Meg shrugged. They went to see. Fires were still blazing out on the lake. Along the shore, a few of Evanes's men were staggering from the lake, those who had worn leather, not chainmail. Camlin listened, and there was no sound of battle drifting over from the fortress. Then he saw 2 boats rowing for the shore, a little to the south, away from the battle. He and Meg stood in the shadows of an abandoned hut and watched. The first boat crunched onto the sand, Idana getting out and stumbling off along the bank of the stream, quickly hidden by reed beds. The second boat was not far behind, beaching smoothly. 2 warriors climbed out, Kian and Brogan, Kian offering a hand to help Roisin ashore. She glanced quickly about, then took long strides after Idana, Kian and Brogan following. "So?" Camlin nodded to himself, looked at Meg and put a finger to his lips, then followed them. He caught up with them soon enough, not making a sound, even though his leg thumped as if a horse had kicked it, and his ribs were on fire where Morcant had cut him. He and Meg stayed within the shadow of trees and watched. Idana had stopped in a secluded grove by the stream, trees to one side, a thick bed of reeds blocking her way. She was resting a hand on her thigh, bent over the stream, looked as if she'd just vomited. Roisin entered the glade, paused, then walked closer. "Idana, are you well?" Roisin asked her. "No," Idana said. "I've just killed a man." She patted her sword hilt and Camlin saw the blood upon it. "During difficult times, difficult things must be done," Roisin said, walking steadily closer to Idana. Camlin noticed her hand rested upon a knife at her belt. Idana stood straighter at that. "Indeed," she said. "So, I take it you have come to kill me." It was not a question. "What?" Roisin spluttered, drawing to a halt. "Don't be absurd." Camlin reached for one of his last arrows. "Absurd? Maybe. All of this war and hunting and betraying and killing, it can take its toll on trust in the end, can't it?" "Aye," Roisin said, voice a whisper. "I apologize if I have insulted you," Idana continued. "Put it down to battle fatigue." "No insult," Roisin said. "Rather, a display of your intelligence. In another life, we could have been friends, I think. We have much in common. But in this life, you are just in my way, too popular, and that is growing daily. Even my only son adores you." She sighed. "Cian, Brogan, please." Her shieldmen drew their swords and advanced on Idana. "Roisin, you don't need to do this," Idana said, as she retreated before the two shieldmen. "I'm afraid I do. Without you around, Pendathran is my man. This warband will be mine, for my son, of course." "I think you are too used to killing anyone you consider a potential threat." Roisin nodded. "You're probably right. But better a potential threat dead than a definite one still alive. That philosophy has worked well for me so far." Idana stumbled into the bank of reeds and stopped. "This gives me no pleasure," Cian said, as he raised his sword above Idana's head. Then Brogan stabbed him through the back, his blade bursting out of Cian's chest, spattering Idana in a red mist. Men stepped out from the reeds and trees, Hallion, Von, and Lorcan. "You are my shield man," Roisin hissed at Brogan. "Aye," Brogan said sadly, pulling his blade free as Cian slipped to the ground. "But only because of your son. I am his man, Dowan's man, not yours." Roisin screeched her rage, then looked to her son. "It was for you," she said pleadingly. "I was doing it for you." Lorcan looked at her coldly. "No, Mother. You were doing it because you were jealous, because you love power. But you go too far." "So," Roisin said, looking back to Idana, standing straight, regal again. "What will you do with me? Trial? Prison? Exile?" "Exile," Idana said, her mouth a straight, hard line. Roisin's face twitched, a bitter smile at first, then a tremble of the lips. "Don't be ridiculous," she said. "Betrayal," Idana said, her lips twisting as if the very word made her sick. "I am so tired of people close to me seeking to betray me," she continued. "I have lost patience with it. Your days here are done." "This is absurd," Roisin said. "A misunderstanding." "All here heard you," Idana said. "Please," Roisin whispered. "Hallion will take you from here. Leave you where you will never find us again." Hallion drew a cloth from his belt. "You would blindfold me and abandon me," Roisin said. "Leave me all alone?"
Better than you would have done for me, Idana replied. Roshin ran to her son and grabbed his hand. Please, she said. I love you, ma'am, but I could not let you murder Idana. I love her. I'm your mother, Roshin hissed. Aye, you are, but you should not have made me choose, he said. Ah! Roshin screamed, scratching at Lorcan's cheeks. Lorcan turned his face away. She staggered to Hallion and grabbed his leather vest. Please, help me. You murdered my mam. Gave her poison intended for me and Connell, he said, face cold and hard. Mercy, Roshin said. Her eyes swept the glade in desperation, fell upon Kian's body, his sword in the grass beside him. Before any could stop her, she leapt into motion and swept it up. She held it two-handed, pointing the tip at Idana, her feet moving as if it wasn't the first time she'd held a blade. Hallion moved towards her. Hold! Idana shouted, and Hallion froze. Fight me, Roshin said. Exile in these marshes is a death sentence, you all know it. Idana doesn't need to fight you, Hallion said. She is queen. She commands. Fight me now, in the court of swords, Roshin snarled at Idana. Show the backbone a queen needs, or are you a coward, happy to let others do your dirty work? Idana hesitated. I always knew that you were just talk, a spoilt, shallow child, Roshin spat. Idana drew the sword at her hip. Blood was still upon it. No, Hallion and Von called out, both of them moving in. Step back, Idana snarled, eyes fixed upon Roshin. They paused, then reluctantly did so. Roshin twirled the sword in her hand. 3 older brothers who used to use me for practice, she said, a thin smile twitching her lips. Then she rushed at Idana, who blocked, retreated, parried again, stepped to the side, and punched Roshin in the mouth. Roshin staggered back, spat blood. You'll regret that, you little bit. Idana lunged forwards, deflected Roshin's hurried block, and chopped her sword into Roshin's wrist. Blood spurted, and Roshin screamed, collapsed to her knees, staring at Idana in surprise. Idana stood above her, blade raised high, tip pointed at Roshin's heart, quivering. A long silence stretched. You lose, Idana said, lowering her sword. Hallion, get her out of my sight. Looks like the princess has grown up. As Hallion moved forward, Camlin lowered his bow and slid his arrow back into his quiver. Then he looked about the glade, realized one of their number was missing. Where's Von? Chapter 86. Evnis. Evnis stumbled along the stream bank, pushing through tall reeds and hanging branches. The sun was sinking, a mist rising from the water, swirling lazily onto the bank. He was shivering, soaked to the skin. The clothes of his left side burned black, the skin on the back of his hand and the left side of his face prickling with pain. But I still have my life. I will get out of this swamp, wait for the warband from Duncarrig. He shook his head. Outwitted by that little bitch Idana. The humiliation. It must have been someone else's plan. Pendathrin, maybe. He was there. I saw him. And let's look on the positive side. With any luck, Morkant's dead. He saw a movement up ahead, a flash of grey fur disappearing amongst a reed bed. A hound? Rafe. He'll be able to get me out of this stinking dunghole. He had lost everyone, his boat speeding after Idana, so intent on catching her that he hadn't seen the empty boat being pushed with poles straight into his vessel. Not until it was too late, anyway. And then the flames. Jumping overboard had seemed the only sensible thing to do, particularly in light of the fact that his whole left side had been on fire. Oh, the pain. Somehow he had made it to shore, though he'd lost his sword along the way. A knife still hung from his belt. Not that it will do me any good. He'd lain upon the lake shore for a while, covered in cold, sticking mud, which had eased the pain of his burns, somehow, and watched the chaos and carnage
as his warband had been systematically set on fire and slaughtered. Nothing like fire to cause a good panic. I must remember that. Slowly, a measure of strength had returned to him as he lay upon the lakeshore, and the idea of running and living had grown in his mind. So that is what he had done. As the screams of his warband had rung out through the marshes, most of them already fleeing and the hunt beginning, he had dragged himself to his feet and run. The running hadn't lasted that long, exhaustion seeming to be never more than a few paces away, but he ran long enough to take him into cover. And he was still trudging on. Occasionally he heard a scream ring out. Usually it was cut short. He didn't know whether it had been the swamp or more human dangers that had finished it. Neither thought was encouraging. He walked in the general direction that he thought he'd seen the hound, though he didn't see it again. There was a fluttering above. He looked up and saw a black crow circling above him. I'm not dead yet. He walked on, slowly the sun sinking into the west until it was just a ball of bronze, melting into the horizon. He heard the flap of wings again, closer this time, and looked up. The crow was now sitting on the branch of an alder a dozen paces ahead. It was the scruffiest crow he'd ever seen, feathers poking out at angles, a patch of skin visible here and there. "Wait here," the crow said to him. He stopped and stared at it. Did I just imagine that? The bird flapped into the air, seeming to take a lot of effort. "Don't leave," it squawked down at him. Usually this would have struck him as strange, but after the day he'd had, he just sat down. He was starting to doze off when he heard footsteps and a man appeared. A warrior, tall, fair-haired, stern lines to his face and serious pale blue eyes. "Von." "Father," Von said. Evnis stood, not easily, his body stiffening from his brief rest. "There was a time when I thought I'd never see you again," Evnis said. "I've thought of little else but this meeting," Von replied, a half-smile upon his lips. "Though I did not imagine it here, under these circumstances." He looked closer at Evnis. "Father, you are shivering." "Yes, I am," Evnis said, not knowing what else to say. Von unclasped his cloak and wrapped it around Evnis's shoulders. It was Arden's grey. "I'd best not go back to Duncarrig with this on," Evnis said. "You could," Von answered, stepping back a pace. "I don't think Rin would approve," Evnis snorted. "You could ride back to Duncarrig with Edana, her warband at your back." He hesitated. "Your son at your side." "And Rin, the Queen of the West, conqueror of Arden, Narvan and Doan. What of her? What do you think she would think of that?" "Rin be damned," Von snarled. "She's overstretched, tried to conquer more than she can rule. Arden is ready for Edana's return." "Don't be a fool," Evnis said wearily. "Rin has powerful allies. To go against her is to die." "You're wrong." "I am not wrong." Evnis felt his anger stirring, memories of his last argument with Von. He was convinced of his own opinion then as well. "I'd hoped you had changed, had grown up," Evnis said. "That life's hardships would have disabused you of your infantile notions of honour." Even as he said the words, he regretted the way he said them, angry, impatient, patronising. "I have grown up, learned many lessons," Von said sadly. "The main lesson I learned is that I think I've many more lessons yet to come." He didn't meet venom with venom, which in itself was a change. "Perhaps you have," Evnis mused. "But that doesn't change the facts. Rin is on the winning side. That is partly why I have chosen her. She will not lose. Any resistance will only be fleeting. And why would I want to welcome Edana back, daughter of the man who condemned your mother to death? Why would I want Edana to rule Arden again when it is mine already? I sit in Brennan's throne. I rule from Duncarrig. Why would I give it up?
For me? Because it is the right thing to do? Rin is evil. Father, what do you know of this God War, of the 7 treasures?
Only a little, Evnis lied, shrugging.
I have heard things, Von said, of the cauldron, of a gathering in Drassil, within Forn Forest, of a need to find the 7 treasures.
I know a little about it, Evnis said, but this is not really the time or place to discuss it. Twilight was settling about them. A mosquito buzzed in Evnis's ear.
There was a necklace in your secret room,
Von said. Aye, with my book, which you stole.
I did. I am sorry for that. I wanted to hurt you.
Well, at least he's honest. You did hurt me. Can I have it back?
I don't have it anymore.
That's not good. It's a powerful, dangerous book. Who does have it?
Brynna.
Oh, just wonderful.
There was something else in there, Von said. A necklace with a black stone.
Evnis said nothing.
Is it still there?
Von asked.
Why? I think it's one of the 7 treasures. Neman's necklace.
That's ridiculous, Evnis said. I had thought exactly the same thing. And if it were, what does that mean to you, anyway?
Corban needs it, in Drassil.
Corban, that arrogant fool.
Corban is the bright star.
What? Where have you heard such things? Who have you been talking to?
For the first time, Von looked a little unsure of himself.
Kraff, he said quietly. Who's Kraff? Von looked up at the crow in the branches above him. A bird, Evnis said.
Kraff's very intelligent,
Von said, a little defensively.
Kraff, clever,
the bird muttered above them. He actually is, Evnis thought, for he seems to know more about this than I do, and I've been studying it all of my life. Von, this is all very interesting, more than that, important. But this is not the place to discuss it, please. Come with me. Be my son again. I am sorry for the way things happened the night Duncarrig fell. I am sorry for the rift between us, for arguing. Sorry that Bethan died. As he said the girl's name, he saw pain flutter across Von's face. I ask your forgiveness for my part in it, and I hope that you can see I do not intend harm to come to her. I was acting out of what I saw to be our best interests. I betrayed our king, I know, but he betrayed me, betrayed us. Refused aid that would have saved my fame, your mother. Words choked in his throat for a moment. It never fails to surprise me how close the pain is. I want you to come back to me. Come back with me. Share my victory. Help me rule Arden. Be my battle chief, my first sword, my son. Please say yes, Von. Please, I beg you. If you do not... Von was looking at Evnis with tears in his eyes.
I cannot, father. I would ask the same of you. Come with me. Back to Duncrin. I have hated you for that night in Duncarrig, but I can understand the currents of your heart. Mother,
he paused, swallowed.
I can forgive you for that night, but not for continuing on this path. Please, come back with me.
Evnis felt such a wave of emotion, like a great hand tugging at strings attached to his heart, that he almost said yes, just to make Von happy. But then the feeling subsided, enough for him to see clearly. I've come too far, done too much. He looked at his palm, traced the decades-old scar there. I have made an oath, sworn my soul. I cannot, he said, grave and solemn. Von's face fell.
Then, here, we must say farewell, Von said. And for my part, I hope that I do not meet you upon the field of battle." He turned and walked away. That is highly unlikely, Evnis thought, hardening his heart as he drew his knife from his belt, quickly following his son a few paces behind, knife rising. Please understand, I cannot allow my own son, my only son, to openly oppose me, to stand with Rin's enemies. It will bring me shame and ruin in this new life I am carving. Then something hit him in the chest, felt like a punch, and he staggered, stopped. Von spun around, seeing Evnis's raised fist, the knife in it. They both looked at Evnis's chest together. A long, shafted arrow stuck from it, blood welling about the entry point right above Evnis's heart. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't get his lungs and vocal cords to work together. Breath hissed out of his mouth. His legs felt weak, and he stumbled forward, felt a numb jolt, realized he had dropped to his knees. Is this dying? He toppled onto his face, his son's boots filling his vision, darkness like a tunnel shrinking in upon him. He heard a voice, distant but terrifying, whispering, calling to him. Remembered it from a night long ago when he had sworn an oath in a forest glade. Asroth. Chapter 87. Cohen. You're joking, Cohen said to Farrell, almost feeling angry with him that he would make up such a stupid thing at such a serious time. The hospice was full to overflowing with injured warriors. Cohen, Brynner, and the team they'd put together numbered nearly 70, and they were still hard pushed to treat everyone who staggered in or was carried through the wide doors. Farrell was the first person to enter the hospice without an injury that needed treating, although that wasn't quite true. He had his fair share of cuts and scrapes and bruises, just nothing that would lead to imminent death or disablement if he wasn't treated immediately. I'm not, I swear it, Farrell said. Cohen paused in the act of bandaging the leg of the Jihar warrior she was treating, and looked up at Farrell. If this is a jest, I'll get my own back on you, Farrell. The chances are that someday I'll be wrapping a bandage around some part of you. Remember, I know how to ease pain and also how to increase it. She raised an eyebrow at him. I would swear an oath if it helps you believe me, he said, looking worried now and also slightly hurt by the level of Cohen's mistrust. You really mean it, don't you? Yes, Farrell burst out, looking relieved. Dath and Culler are to be wed. He's walking around with a grin on his face that the Kadashim couldn't remove. Well, I never, Cohen murmured. Idiot boy, Brynner said from over by another cot. Maybe it's not so stupid, Cohen thought. This war has us all standing on death's doorstep. It reminds us how precious life is and how much it should be lived. And of course the joy of victory had swept through Drassil like a summer wind, warm and pleasant, spreading relief and great joy. Cohen could already hear the celebrations beginning elsewhere. It took longer for that to seep into the hospice, where the harsh and stark reminders of the battle's cost were still all too plain to see. Good for them, Cohen said. That's what I said Farrell, after I stopped laughing anyway. Brynner shook her head, muttering. You haven't heard the best bit yet, Farrell smiled. Oh? And what's that? Cohen asked, going back to her bandaging. Dath wants Brynner to perform the ceremony. What? Screeched Brynner. Cohen stood with a smile on her face and a tear in her eye. Soft spring sunshine breaking through branches above them to bathe the courtyard in sunset's amber glow. The closing part of the hand-binding ceremony of Dath and Culler was taking place in a part of the fortress that was rarely used, chosen by Culler because of the magnolia tree that grew within it. It had flowered early with the first flush of spring, huge pink petals hanging over the couple as they stood, hand in hand, before Brynner. Dath getting married. The boy who loved collecting gold eggs with my little brother. Seems like a lifetime ago. Guess we're all growing up. The courtyard was full to overflowing. People crowding on the steps that climbed the walls, hanging out of windows, standing on flat roofs. Every single person who now lived within Drassil come to the hand-binding of the bright star's friend.
It had been a long and happy day. The first part of the hand-binding ceremony beginning that morning with the first rays of dawn, Dath and Culla's hands bound together for them to spend the day intertwined, a taster of the rest of their lives. Not that it will be much different from a normal day for them. They are never far from each other. It had been a beautiful ceremony, Brynner managing to say words that made Cohen cry, even if the old healer had told Cohen 100 times that she had no time for the nonsense of youth. But Cohen was convinced Brynner was secretly as happy for Dath as the rest of them were. Cohen had smiled more than she remembered in recent memory, and so had Corban, she noticed. In fact, all of them had, even Gar. And now they had gathered at sunset for the closing of the ceremony. Brynner raised her hand, and the courtyard fell silent. "Kala ab barin, Dath ben Mordweir," she cried in a loud voice. "Your day is done. You have been bound, hand and heart, and lived the day as one. Now is your time of choosing. Will you bind yourselves forever, or shall the cord be cut?" Dath and Culla both grinned at one another, their joy infectious. "We will be bound, one to the other, and live this life as one," they said together. Brynner took their bound hands in hers. "Make your covenant," she said. "Culler ap Baron," Dath began. "I vow to you the first cut of my meat, the first sip of my mead." It had been a 10 nights since the battle, the first 5 days spent tending to the wounded and building cairns over the dead. As heartbreaking as that was, the numbers of the fallen had bordered upon the miraculous. 157 dead from amongst the various peoples that populated Corban's warband, and 1,600 of Isiltir's warband dead. Another 700 warriors from Isiltir surrendering and joining the people of Drassil as they were starting to think of themselves. And we have learned from the survivors of Isiltir's warband that 2 more warbands are building roads through Forn, trying to find us, as well as Nethair's own force of Kadashim. The odds seem overwhelming, and yet I don't feel scared as I used to. I don't have that feeling in the pit of my belly that something bad is just around the corner. It had been seeing Corban slay the Kadashim, then escape in such dramatic fashion from 20 shield men bearing down upon him, and then watching him lead a warband against an enemy that dramatically outnumbered them and win with minimal losses. It was inspiring, and Cohen knew she was not the only one who felt that way. Everybody did. There was an atmosphere at Drassil now of quiet confidence, that Elion was perhaps guiding her brother after all. We are going to win. She smiled to herself and focused back on Brynner and the happy couple. "Peace surround you both, and contentment latch your door," Brynner sang the closing words of the benediction. Then she held up a wide cup for Dath and Culla to grip with their bound hands. They drank together, then Brynner cast the cup to the ground and stamped on it. "It is done!" she cried, and the crowd erupted into cheering, Culla grabbing Dath and kissing him fiercely. "Good, now let's eat," Brynner announced. The great hall had been transformed. Long rows of tables set with trenchers of steaming food, a score of spitted carcasses turning over fire pits, barrels of mead found on the abandoned baggage wains of Jael's warband stood in a long line. Cohen sat and watched it all go by, just enjoying being still and watching when mostly life felt like one long rush of doing. As the evening wore into night and the fire pits began to sink low, she found herself feeling reflective, thinking over the last year as she sipped at a cup of mead. It is almost a year ago to the day that I was in the great hall in Murias, when Corban and Mam came for me. Surprising her, tears swelled in her eyes. "I miss you, Mam. And you, Da. You would be so amazed if you were here, so proud of Corban." Someone sat next to her, the bench creaking with the strain. Laith. She had a cup of her own and was smiling, her eyes shining. "Tonight, life is good," Laith proclaimed, raising her cup. Cohen nodded and touched her cup to Leith's, wiping the tears from her eyes as she did so.
"Your arm,"
Cohen said, pointing at the dark tattoo that now curled from Leith's wrist to elbow.
"It is my skewel, my telling,"
Leith said somberly.
"the record of the lives I have taken. The vine is my journey, my life. The thorns, each life I take."
Cohen studied it, gently brushed it. The skin was rigid and peeling, hints of green and blue beneath the scabbed skin. She tried to count the thorns, reached 15 and then lost count.
"It is a serious thing,"
Leith said.
"Taking a life. A sad thing, I think, though better to take another's than to lose your own. Many of my kin consider the thorns a badge of honor. I suppose it is that as well."
"It is," Cohen said. "But something can be many things, or can mean many things, not just be confined to the one. Like us." Leith looked at her intently then.
"You are right. I used to think that you were just angry," she said. "But there is far more to you than just that. And you are wise as well."
"Huh," Cohen snorted and sipped from her cup. "The wisdom of mead, maybe." Leith grinned.
"I'll drink to that,"
she said, and did.
"Now,"
she continued, smacking her lips,
"where's that fine-looking Farrell gone?"
"Farrell?" Cohen spluttered into her cup.
"Aye, Farrell,"
Leith said with a shy look.
"He's big and strong, got good bones. Not like the rest of you. I've been thinking on him for a while now, and what with spring in the air—"
She shrugged and smiled mischievously.
"You know he's sweet on Coralyn," Cohen said. "Oh, aye. Everyone knows that. But everyone also knows that she's sweet on someone else."
"Yes, we do," Cohen thought, "apart from the one she's sweet on."
"So perhaps he just needs the way things are explained to him. I was talking to Balor about it."
"Balor!" Cohen spluttered again. Try as she might, she just could not imagine the giant warrior dispensing advice about love.
"Aye, and can you stop doing that? Balor said to me that sometimes people can't see things as plain as the end of their nose. But once it's been pointed out to them, they don't know why they went so long without seeing a thing."
"That's very wise," Cohen said. "In fact, Leith, you're very wise. How old are you, exactly?"
"I've seen 42 summers,"
Leith said with a wave of her hand.
"But we mature slowly, us giants, or so I'm told. Like Usque." "Ah, there he is."
She pointed at Farrell and stood, swaying ever so slightly.
"Any advice?"
she asked.
"Try arm wrestling him," Cohen said. "I hear he likes that."
Leith smiled.
"A man after my own heart. Will I have to let him win, though?"
Cohen was still laughing when Leith disappeared into the thinning crowd. The bench creaked again. This time it was Brynner. "I need to talk to you," the healer said.
"Feel free,"
Cohen said with a wave of her hand. Brynner frowned. "Are you sober?" she asked. Then her hand darted out and she pinched and twisted flesh on Cohen's arm. "Ouch!" "Well, you're still feeling pain, so that's good enough," Brynner said. She stood up and walked away, then paused and looked back. "Well, come on then. What are you waiting for?" Muttering, Cohen rose and followed. Eventually they ended up in Brynner's chamber, small and sparse, a bed and chair, a table with a half-melted candle upon it, and a jug of water. Only one cup, though. "I don't get visitors," Brynner said with a shrug, seeing where Cohen was looking. She dug around in her cloak and pulled out the book.
"Isn't that heavy to carry around all the long day?"
Cohen asked. "Of course it is," Brynner snapped.
but I'm hardly going to leave it lying around for someone to just come along and take, am I? A book, hundreds of years old, containing wisdom both wonderful and terrifying? I suppose not. Sit down and pay attention, Brynner said. She sat on the bed, Cohen on the chair, and Brynner opened the book at the back and started to read. When she finished, they both looked at each other. The worry and concern on Brynner's face, she knew, was reflected in her own. "We need to tell Corban," Cohen said. Chapter 88. Corban. Corban knew the place well now, this part of the other world that seemed to call to him when he slept. The green valley, a lake such a deep blue that it was almost the purple of the sky as it darkens, just before full night. The red-leafed maple that he hid beneath, and of course, the beat of Michael's wings, high above, like a heartbeat, sweeping him to the cliff face that he always landed upon, and the cave that he always entered. And again, as always, he remembered Michael's words to him, about Asroth hunting him, about the Kadashim flying abroad in the other world. "Promise me, if you find yourself there again, that you will hide. Do not move. Asroth's Kadashim fly high, and they will see you before you see them. And they are not the only dangers in the other world. There are creatures, rogue spirits that would do you harm if they found you." Always he had obeyed, and yet this time he did not want to. Without knowing or even understanding why, just feeling that he must, he left the shade of the maple tree and began to climb the cliff. It was remarkably easy, the rocks not cutting into his palms, no sweating or straining of muscles, no dangerous updrafts. Just a steady, constant motion, taking him up. And then he was there, standing on a rock shelf, the entrance to a cave before him. It was a high, perfect arch, much higher and wider than it appeared from the ground, runes of the old tongue carved around it. Carven steps led into it, the flicker of torchlight within luring him on. He walked along a damp, curving corridor, down, curling in a deep, looping spiral, until the corridor opened into a great underground theatre, huge torches bathing the room in a flickering orange glow, a semicircle of stone-tiered benches on the far wall, full to overflowing with the white-winged Ben Elim. And standing before them, a small, fragile figure in the depths of the theatre, Michael. "When?" a voice boomed from the mass Ben Elim. "I do not know," Michael said. "Soon." "It is always soon," the voice replied. Michael shrugged, a distinctly human gesture in this chamber, this world so full of the other. "We have waited eons, brother. How much longer?" other voices called. "How much longer?" 1,000 voices reverberated around the chamber. "We have waited eons," Michael echoed the speakers. "A little longer will not hurt." "How much longer?" the voices demanded. "Soon," Michael repeated. Corban woke with a start, looked about, a sharp pain in his neck and his hip. He was sitting in an alcove in the great hall, fires burning low. He shifted his weight, adjusting his sword hilt from where it was digging into him. What am I doing here? Then he remembered. Dath has been hand-bound with colour. He smiled, a gentle joy seeping through him at the memory of his friend, at the depth of his utter, transparent joy. And then, as they seemed to do frequently and almost of their own accord, his thoughts drifted to Corellin. In truth, he had thought of little else since the battle had ended, or, more specifically, of her kiss. He had wanted to talk to her every day, had decided that he would, had steeled himself, practiced the words, and then gone dry-mouthed and weak-kneed as soon as he'd seen her. How is it that I can fight Kadashim, but I cannot talk to a woman? Today. I will talk to her today. That gave him a pleasant feeling in his belly, part the flutter of fear, part something else. The chamber was mostly empty now, the fire pits a glow of embers. He stood,
thinking of his bed in his chamber, then saw a figure standing before Drassil's tree, before the spear and skeleton of Skald. Balor One Eye. Corban walked over to him, stretching his neck, blinking the sleep from his eyes, came to stand before the giant for a moment, enjoying the silence. Eventually, the burning question had to be asked. Why did you kill Skald? Balor did not look at him, said nothing. Then he sighed, put his big slab of a hand over his face, and rubbed his eyes. It was a terrible thing. I was his guard, his high captain. I seized his own spear from him and slew him upon his throne. He said the words as if each one were a punishment. Corban thought about that, nodded slowly. Aye, that is terrible. A great trust to betray. What I know of you, though... He shook his head. I cannot conceive of you doing such a thing. Balor raised an eyebrow at that. He ordered Naman killed, ordered her strangled, here before him whilst he sat upon his throne. But Naman was his queen, Corban said. Aye, she was. Then why would he do such a terrible thing? Because she was with child, and it was not his. Oh. Corban looked at Balor. Deep grooves were etched in the folds of the giant's face. He was ancient. It was your child, wasn't it? Aye. Ethlyn? Another sigh. Aye. So, she is your queen, then? Queen of the Benothi? She is. Some would say she was queen of all the clans, even though she is bastard-born. And that is her spear, then? Aye, by rights. But she will not take it, will not claim it. One day, perhaps. He looked down at Corban, his face full of melancholy. The whisper of feet echoed down to him, and Corban turned to see two figures at the great doors, Brynner and Cohen. Brynner gestured to him impatiently. He reached out and squeezed Balor's hand, and then he strode to Brynner and Cohen. We've been looking for you everywhere, Brynner hissed, as if it were his fault that she couldn't find him. What time is it? Corban asked. Late. Time to talk, Brynner said. It feels more like bedtime, Corban muttered. Can't this wait until daylight? No, Brynner said. We need somewhere private to talk. My chamber, then, Corban suggested, is close, and I will not have to walk far to my bed afterwards. Brynner tutted, but did not argue, so they made their way through Drassil's stairways and corridors to Corban's chamber. Storm was curled asleep at his door. She was starting to spend a little time away from her cubs now, and they were becoming braver and more adventurous, wandering from their den for short spells. Halen, Swain, and Sif never seemed to be too far from them. Corban opened his chamber door, lit a candle, though a glance at the window showed the darkness turning to grey. Dawn, then. Brynner pulled her book out and thumped it onto the table. A book? Corban muttered. Ban, it's important, Cohen said. The look on her face quelled the protest forming on his lips, and he pulled up a chair. All right, then, he said. Let's hear it. Brynner turned to a marked page, almost the last page, and pointed to a scrawl of old runes. Cohen, read this for me, my old eyes. Cohen bent over the book. Isse un cor un chulas, she read. She was always good with her letters, but now she actually sounds like a giant. The tone, inflection. If I close my eyes, she could be Laith. The cauldron is the lock, Brynner translated. Esse adne she shoda eleon, Cohen continued. The other 6 treasures are the key, Brynner spoke in a flat voice, her eyes never leaving Corban's. Na rishis feder leorafet, gurjo sharkus neoclans aintor. Never again
together can they be, forever apart did the clans agree. If nis more te fle te fui von Cranmore, no more side by side beneath the great tree. Corban sat back in his chair, a frown creasing his face, a sick feeling squirming in his belly. Forever apart, he murmured. Brynner and Cohen stared at him, waiting. It doesn't make sense, Corban said eventually. Why would Balor bring the axe here? It has always niggled at me, Brynner said, but not as much as this. Why has Michael not ordered the Starstone axe and spear taken to the far corner to the Banished Lands? Corban blinked, images filling his mind. Of a red-leafed maple, a high cliff, a dark tunnel. Michael. It is as if he's using them, Cohen said. But for what? Bait, Corban muttered. He stood and strode to the door, Storm following him. Where are you going? They both called after him. To have a talk with Michael. Corban found Michael in the great hall, its sheer size making even the Ben Elim appear small and insignificant. Apart from Michael and Corban, the hall was empty, the silence in dawn's gentle glow almost a physical thing, a silent beauty. Skald's skeleton in its throne brooded close by, a malignant tumour spoiling the purity of the scene. Michael was standing beside one of the tunnel entrances, the one they had journeyed through, a smaller door within it open. All 6 of the tunnels were cleared now, a system of runners positioned in each one to relay news of any enemy sightings in Forn. Michael looked as if he was listening to, or for, something. There were no Kadashim, Corban said, as he came to stand beside Michael. Storm peered into the small open door of the tunnel and cocked her head. Michael blinked and looked at Corban, raising a questioning eyebrow. In my dream. In the other world. I climbed the cliff. You told me not to because of the Kadashim in the sky. But they were not there. Ah, Michael said. For a brief moment, his face shifting with emotions before he stamped his cold face upon them. He turned to face Corban. And what did you see? An entrance, carved with runes, a torchlit corridor, a stone theatre filled with the Ben Elim. With you. Michael breathed in a long, deep breath, pursed his lips, his silver scars wrinkling. Soon, you said. What is it that you and your kin have waited eons for? This time, these days, now, Michael said with a dismissive wave of his hand. No. It's more than that, Michael. Brynner has read to me from a book, a giant's book, about how the treasures must be kept separate, never brought together again. He glanced at the spear transfixing Skald's skeleton. What is going on? Michael sighed, a long, sad exhalation. Something flitted across his face. He looks ashamed. Corban felt his doubt grow, become something firmer. You're hiding something from me, he said. Again the long, cold stare. Eventually Michael turned away. I cannot do this, he muttered. Corban grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. Cannot do what? Ah, this task I have been given, its cost is greater than I ever imagined. What do you mean? Corban asked. Michael stared at him, long, silent moments. Emotions tore at his cold face like waves against a seawall until finally it began to crumble, revealing something else in Michael's eyes. A depth of sadness and regrets that set a spark of fear in Corban's gut. Tell me, Corban whispered, and Michael took a deep breath, then began to talk. We are different from you, we Ben Elim. We serve, he said. We serve Elyon, that is our reason for existing. Duty, honor, the joy of service to our Maker. He looked at Corban, a wistful smile twitching his lips. He is beautiful to behold, is Elyon. To be in his presence would light a glow within your very being. Purity. Peace. And then Azroth destroyed that, took him from us.
His face twisted in a snarl, hatred pulsing from it for a few powerful heartbeats. Then the cold face was back. But we continue to serve, hoping that he sees our efforts, our devotion to him, even in his absence. It must have been very hard for you all to be separated from him, Corban said. Aye, it was, it still is. For a while we were lost, did not know what to do. But then we went back to what we did know, the only thing we had ever known. Serve him. So we looked to you, your race, this world. We never understood you. My kin still do not. But that did not matter, was not important. We knew that Elion loved you, that he treasured you, valued you, adored you. And that was enough for us. We did not need to understand you, only protect you for Elion's return, a gift that would symbolize our devotion to him. He looked at Corban and nodded hopefully, willing Corban to understand. And you have done that, Corban said. Michael's face shifted again, as if every emotion that he had ever felt was finally reaching the surface of his skin, eroding and breaking through the wall he had built. You understand, we did not comprehend you. Mankind, I mean. My kin. Me. I am the only one of my kind to have lived amongst you. It has been revealing. You are a race of great passions, so much of everything, a remarkable species. And you, most of all, Corban. He looked at Corban, something between admiration and affection flickering across his features. You have accomplished truly amazing things, and earned the love and devotion of so many. Corban shrugged at that, feeling uncomfortable, as he always did when he was the subject of discussion. Michael, you sound as if you're making some kind of apology. I am, Michael said. I am truly sorry. I think I know and I understand, Corban said. You've taken a risk. Used the treasures as bait to lure Azeroth's black sun out, rather than hiding the treasures and taking the chance that they could be found in a moon or a year or a decade. You've risked all on a confrontation where you hope to defeat his champion decisively. Michael was staring at him now, his intensity almost unbearable. Yes, well done, Corban. You are right, or at least on the right path, but that is only part of it. What do you mean? Michael put a hand to his face. I never knew how hard this task would be. To live amongst you, to form bonds of friendship, to see your sacrifices, your deeds of love and valor. I think, out of all of my kin, that I am the only one who understands Elion's love for your race. And that is why I cannot deceive you any longer. He lowered his hand and faced Corban, his features racked with pain. Forgive me, Corban. A single tear rolled from Michael's eye. Corban was confused, felt the seed of fear in his guts grow. Forgive you for what exactly? Michael, you're scaring me now. You've set a trap, used us, which is a little underhand, I have to admit, but it doesn't make sense. No, Corban, you do not understand. It is all a trap, Michael breathed. Us here, the treasures, the prophecy. The prophecy? How can that be a trap? It is not true. Corban thought he'd misheard. What? He said. The prophecy is not real. It is not of Elion. I wrote it. Corban felt as if he'd been punched, the sick feeling he'd felt earlier spreading like an infection through his veins. But that's impossible. No, I know. I wrote it. I made it up. Elion did not choose you, Corban. I did. No, it cannot be. There are things in it that you could not know. Corban's mind was reeling. He felt dizzy as if the ground were moving beneath his feet. He struggled to cling to something, to understand. Aye, that is true, Michael said, his brow furrowing. Which gives me hope. Perhaps Elyon is stirring at last, is noticing, is becoming involved. He shrugged. What I do know is that I wrote it with my own hand. But not all of it. The core of it came from me, whispered to Halvor, the giant, voice of Skald as he dream-walked the other world. But it has grown, become many times what I planted in his mind. But that is common, is it not? A tale is told, it will travel 100 holds and villages, and when you hear it next, the hero who slew the giant has now slain a giant, clan, and dregs as well. He shrugged. It did not matter, as long as the core remained the same. But why? Why would you do this? Because Azroth is predictable in his evil and his scheming. We knew he would strike at you, attempt to destroy Elyon's most beloved creation, an act of spite and malice against his maker. But we did not know when. We did not know how. So we used the prophecy to lure him, but also to guide him, to control him. We gave him a path for his great malice to follow. I do not understand, Corban growled, rubbing his temples, anger beginning to boil within him. Speak plainly. Storm raised her head to look at Michael, her top lip curling back in a silent growl. Azroth hates Elyon with a passion few could even imagine, but he also loves him in a deep, hidden place. Despite everything, Elyon is still Azroth's maker. We must not forget that. And Azroth trusts Elyon, believes him. We knew that once he saw the prophecy, if he believed it was of Elyon's making, he would never doubt it. And he is not. He has followed it like a rule book, chosen his champion, sought out the treasures. And now he will come here. Corban staggered, reached out to grip something, anything. He put his hand upon the shaft of Skald's spear and retched, bile splashing onto the stone wall. Truth and courage, he whispered bitterly, as he cuffed bile from his chin. He stood straight and glared at Micah. What of that? How could you do this to us? Lie to us like this? You have to understand this was a strategic decision. We are unused to emotion. Remember, we are duty, we are honor. We viewed you as a race, a collective, not as individuals. As the stakes of an age-old conflict, what matter if a few of you were sacrificed along the way as long as the majority were saved? It seemed logical, the obvious choice, for the greater good. The greater good, Corban whispered. My mam, Da, Tuckle, all died believing they were fighting for something more than this. Michael held up a hand. I do not say that I condone this now. I don't. I regret much. He shook his head. I have never felt shame before, regret, but I do now. I have come to respect you, Corban, to feel genuine kinship for you and your companions. Love, you would call it. That is why I am telling you now. He paused, mouth twisting. I care for you, for your companions, feel something of Elyon's great love for you. I cannot bear to deceive you any longer. But the path is set, too late to change it now. We must see it through. What path? There is yet more to this. Michael nodded, avoiding Corban's gaze. You just said you were to see me no longer, Corban snapped. Or was that another lie? Michael flinched as if from a blow. You remember Corellin's straw men in Narvon? The distraction that allowed us to sink the fleet and steal the ships? Aye. This is the same. How so? In what way? You're still speaking in riddles. I cannot tell you any more. I have sworn to my kin. Corban turned away, took a dozen paces, wanting nothing more than to get away, to find somewhere alone where he could curl up and hold his head and wish it all away. He stopped, spun on his heel, and strode to Michael. I am not the bright star. There is no bright star. No black sun, Michael whispered, apart from the ones of our own making. That is why you do not want me to accept Jael's challenge and fight the duel. Corban shook his head, the myriad implications and consequences staggering him. What of truth and courage? He hissed. I never said that to you, Michael said, looking away. I could not say it to you. But in a way, you are the bright star as much as any man is anything, as real as any king, because people have chosen to believe it. That does not make it so, Corban snarled. You think not? Michael asked pleadingly. We are what we choose to be. What makes a king a king? Is there something different about him? Does special sacred blood run in his veins? No. He is chosen. He believes it, and the people believe. He rises to the task, or he fails it. He shrugged. It is no different with you. And you have risen to the task. Of that there is no doubt, surpassed it in every way. You are a testament to the power of belief, to what can be achieved through combining belief with will. He smiled, a faint rueful thing. What you have done is truly staggering. Corban was shaking with fury. I have been lied to, deceived, danced to the tune of a prophecy that does not exist. He felt his hand reaching for his sword hilt, a rage such as he had never known, filling him, fueled by a bottomless despair. And worse, you've made a liar out of me. I have lied to these people, fed them a deception hatched by power-mad, immortal bairns. He yelled those last words, spittle flying, Storm rising to her feet with a growl, her hackles bristling. His fist closed around his sword hilt as Michael stood and looked down upon him, a world of sorrow scribed across his face, leaking from his eyes. I am sorry, Michael whispered. Sorry? We have armies coming to slaughter us. The only hope we had was based on a lie. My people will die, and you're sorry. Corban released his sword hilt, as if it had bitten him. I cannot stand to look at you, he said, and strode away, heading for the nearest exit, which happened to be the small door in the tunnel. He walked through it into the flickering torchlight and dampness of the underground passage and marched furiously on, Storm padding behind him. He glanced back before he rounded a bend and saw Michael's blurred silhouette standing in the doorway. He turned his face from the Ben Elim and, crying angry tears, he carried on into the darkness. Chapter 89. Rafe. Rafe was exhausted. He had run, walked, staggered, crawled his way through the marshlands for over a 10-night. At one point he had collapsed, thought he was just going to lie there until he died, but Scratcher and Sniffer had licked, pawed, nibbled, and dragged him back to consciousness. If spring had not arrived and brought with it milder weather, he would have died. But instead, he lived and walked. He was a good huntsman, and even in the horizon-spanning marshes he was able to find his way back, eventually one cool morning finding the river that flowed past Morkant's tower, as he had come to think of it. A pale mist lay over the land, rising up from the marshes to creep a little way up the hill that the tower was built upon. The sun was already burning it away, though. The dogs ran ahead of him, seemingly as pleased as him to be out of the marshes, and they must have been sighted from the tower, for horns rang out, announcing his arrival. Figures came out of the gates as he walked up the hill, all he could think about, a warm meal and a soft bed. Then the dogs came running back to him, both of them with their ears flat and tails tucked. He paused and looked at the figures coming out of the gate. Something was very wrong there. One towered above the other, so either one was a dwarf and the other normal-sized, or one was a giant. Elion Stones. It's Rin. Not the person I most wanted to see. And she's got a giant with her. Queen Rin stood before him. A giant with grey hair and a spear the size of an oar stood beside her. I take it's not good news, Rin said. News? Rafe said.
You're the only one back,
Rin said impatiently,
then looked at him quizzically. Has the marsh stolen your wits?
Hungry.
Thirsty,
Rafe mumbled.
Yes, of course.
She clicked her fingers.
Feed him? Give him something to drink? Not alcohol. He'll most likely sleep for a week. Then bring him to me.
Rafe was escorted to a huge tent on the meadow beside the tower and enclosure. Tents were everywhere, hundreds of them, warriors in Rin's black and gold. Rafe also saw giants, at least a score of them together. Strange days, strange days. Scratcher and Sniffer walked with him, but they wouldn't enter Rin's tent, just bounded off together as he walked in. That might have been because of the giant outside the tent entrance. Not the one he'd seen earlier, but one that looked even more fierce, if possible. A huge axe slung over his shoulder, and a moustache that Rafe could have swung from. It was cool inside the tent, not dark, but dim. Rin sat at a table, behind her the grey-haired giant that had accompanied her earlier.
Feel better?
Rin asked him.
Aye, thank you, he said, remembering his manners a little late. My queen, he added.
Rin laughed and gestured for him to sit. He did, a cup of water already poured for him. He drank, savouring it. Most of the marsh water had been stagnant and rank, even the fresh water was questionable, and usually with something slimy in it. He looked up over the rim of his cup, realising Rin and the giant were both staring at him.
So,
Rin said.
Where is Evnis?
It was not the question he had expected, certainly not the first one at least. He'd been expecting something more along the lines of, what happened?
I don't know, he said.
Rin sighed.
Please, it is very important. Think hard.
She looked scary sometimes, and Rafe suddenly remembered sitting with her in a dark room, watching a fire reveal pictures of Hallion and Connell in a dungeon far below them. He shivered.
He was in his boat. We were on the lake, all rowing at Duncrin, chasing Adana. Adana? Duncrin, chasing, good, Rin murmured. Then there was fire. They set traps, started setting the boats on fire. In a lake? Rin said, not sounding pleased again.
Rafe explained in more detail the Battle of Duncrin, the tactics used against them. He told her how his boat had capsized and how he had swum to the shore. That wasn't exactly what happened. I don't like fire much. I paddled my arms off and got to the lakeshore without even getting my feet wet. But then I tried paddling up a stream and men started throwing spears and pots of oil at me. I got wet, then capsized, swam 100 paces underwater, scrambled out onto the opposite bank, and ran like hell. He told how the battle was lost by then and he had escaped into the marshes.
Rin said, when he finished, steepling her fingers. That's not very helpful.
Rafe shrugged.
Sorry.
Not very helpful at all, the giant rumbled, which made him jump a little.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in front. I led the warband to Duncrin, and Evnis was right behind me. But then it all went to hell, fire and water and blood, and I didn't see any more of Evnis. You were the master huntsman, Rin said. Aye. What of Braith? Braith's dead.
Rin sat back in her chair at that, looked genuinely dismayed, even as if she might shed a tear.
By whose hand? She asked, voice like sharp flint. Camlin. He was Braith's captain from the Darkwood. Gut shot him, from as far apart as we are. I've heard his name, Rin said with a hiss, and I won't forget it. And you escaped? Aye. You seem to be very good at that, Rin observed.
Can't blame a man for staying alive, he thought. Can blame him for running, though, I suppose. He didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything, just looked at the cup in his hands.
I will want a detailed account of this place, the lake, Duncrin,
a map of the waterways in and out. Everything you remember. And numbers. People. Idana, of course. Who else? Roshin and Lorcan. They were in the boat with Idana. Rin pulled a face at that. Hallion? He made it here then. Aye. Vaughn? Who's he? Evnis's son. Rin and the giant exchanged a glance. Go on, Rin said. Pendathrin? Camlin, I guess, though I don't recall seeing him at the battle. But he's a sneaky bastard, probably hiding somewhere and shooting his arrows. Just then, the sounds of a commotion drifted in through the tent entrance. It was pulled back, warriors entering, standing either side, and another figure came in, another warrior. But this one, battered and bloody, iron helm dented, a blood-stained bandage around one of his arms. Morkant. He saw Rin and almost ran to her, dropped to one knee before her and kissed her hand. She seemed to like it, by the look on her face. Should I have done that? My queen, Morkant breathed. I am overjoyed to see you. Well, I'm quite pleased to see you, Rin said, the smile still flickering upon her lips. She wrinkled her nose. Though, you could smell better. The marsh, he said, gesturing, looking offended. No, of course, your smell I can cope with, for the moment. We were just talking to the first survivor of this disaster to return to us. Rin waved at Rafe. You can go now, by the way, she said to him. I will talk with Morkant a while. She stroked Morkant's cheek, running a finger along one of the scars he'd earned in the Court of Swords. Rafe was more than happy to leave. He stood up and bowed clumsily, then left the tent. He collected a skin of watered wine from the kitchens, a shoulder of cold lamb, and walked away from the crowds. Scratcher and Sniffer soon found him, and he wandered, somewhat aimlessly, thinking back on Rin's questioning and the battle. He reached the river where all of the boats had been moored, where they had set off nearly a moon ago, full of confidence, maybe arrogance. He walked on, following the riverbank, knew where he was going now. He turned away from the riverbank and walked away into the marshes, stopping eventually at the husk of a dead tree. He walked round behind it, where its roots had cracked the ground, got down on his hands and knees, and reached into a dark hole beneath the root. His hand scrabbled around it, and then he felt it, pulled out his kit bag. He sat with his back to the dead tree, drank some of his wine, ate some of the cold lamb, threw strips of fat to the two hounds, and just enjoyed the feeling of being relatively safe for a few moments. What now, I wonder? Probably back into the marshes with this new warband, have another crack at Idana, but maybe with giants on our side this time. He opened his kit bag, pulled out his coat of chainmail. He'd chosen not to wear it. Stupid, maybe, as he'd been going into battle, but the thought of wearing a mail shirt while in a boat, travelling across rivers and lakes, no. The thought of drowning held a special terror for him. Then he took out the box, turning it in his hands. He tried the lock again, but it would not shift. He shook it, something solid rattling around inside, took out his knife, and wiggled it in the lock. It would not open. He pressed harder and harder, in the end his knife slipping and cutting the palm of his hand. A flash of anger, then he threw the knife, then stood with the box in both hands. Can't carry this stupid lump of wood around with me wherever I go. He raised it over his head and smashed it down upon the tree root as hard as old bones. There was a loud crack, and the lid flew open. Pleased with himself, he sat back down again, the hounds coming over to be nosy, and looked inside. A cup sat in the box, not particularly fancy, dark. He lifted it up to the light, and was surprised by how heavy it was. It's made out of some kind of metal. He twirled it in his hand, saw it was mostly black and smooth, here and there a paler vein running through the metal. Around its rim, old runes curled in a scrawling script. Well, I've carried a cup 500 leagues across the banished lands." He laughed to himself and hefted it to throw it in the river, then paused. Looking at it, he suddenly felt thirsty. Might as well have a drink from it first, let it earn its keep. He poured some of his wine into the cup, swirled it around a little, then drank it down. He'd intended to only take a sip, but then he was smacking his lips and the cup was empty. Maybe it's a magic cup, he thought. One that makes everything taste nicer. Perhaps I won't throw it in the river. He could feel the wine in his belly, a warm glow. As he thought about it, the sensation grew, felt as if it was spreading through his veins, warm and wonderful like tendrils of gold. He groaned in pleasure. The sensation grew, spreading to the far corners of his body, toes, fingers, into his head, behind his eyes, swirling, intoxicating, better than the finest usque his dad had ever let him sip. He heard laughing, realized it was him, and then he felt grass on his cheek. The cup rolled out of his fingers, into the grass. Waves of pleasure pulsed through him, continued to grow, becoming uncomfortable in their intensity. Too wonderful. An itch behind his eyeballs, feeling as if his heart was swelling in his chest. He groaned again, but not from pleasure this time. From fear, pleasure turning to pain. He curled his legs up to his chest, writhed and groaned and squirmed, the dog sniffing and whining around him, ears back, licking his face. Then he screamed, his whole body going rigid, sweating, every muscle in his body locked in an endless spasm. He tasted blood, realized he'd bitten his tongue. Darkness swooped down upon him, his vision blurring, the world around him fading, and then he knew no more. Chapter 90. Corban. Corban marched along the dank tunnel, torches lodged high in sconces punctuating the darkness, the thud of his boots and whisper of Storm's footsteps echoing ahead of him. He felt as if he was going insane. The enormity of what Michael had just told him kept hitting him, rolling over him like endless waves upon a beach. His first thoughts had been for his friends, of telling them, of telling Gar. He has lived his whole life devoted to the prophecy, and to me because of it. His father died because of it. It will destroy him. How can I tell everyone else? So many who have lost so much for this strategy, as Michael called it. What will they think? What will they do? Will they all leave Drassil? Go back to their homes? Give up? And then, hitting him like a hammer, what will I do? The truth was that right now, he did not know. All he knew was that he needed to be away from Michael. His rage had scared him in the Great Hall, knowing that he was only heartbeats away from drawing his blade on the Ben Elim. And despite everything, he did not want to see Michael dead, or even try to kill him. There had been something raw and honest in Michael's confession, and as he'd listened to the Ben Elim, Corban had even felt an edge of sympathy for him. Completely overwhelmed by all-out rage right now, but he knew it was there, nevertheless. He looked at Storm beside him, rested a hand upon her back, and carried on walking. Figures stood highlighted beneath the next pool of torchlight. 2 men, swords at their hips, one with a spear. Corban had lost track of how long he'd been walking, just knew that his anger had started to recede, not fade or disappear, but at least to stop bubbling and spluttering in his mind like 1,000 angry hornets kicked from their nest. And his stomach was growling, telling him to find some food. The figures loomed closer. 2 guards sat on the first trapdoor into Forn. He recognized them as he drew closer, the 2 oarsmen, Attilius and his son Pax. Corban waved them a greeting as he drew near, and they both looked pleased when he addressed them by name. Both of them bore marks from the battle before Drassil's walls. Pax had linen bandaged around his head, and Attilius had a raw scar running down the length of his forearm, the stitch hole still visible from where they had recently been cut and pulled. They both were talkative, smiling, and asking about Dath. He was handbound yesterday. Was it only yesterday? A lot seemed to have happened since then. Corban found it hard talking to these two men. He'd grown accustomed to people wanting to talk to him and always tried to take a few moments to speak with anyone who wanted to. But that had been before. Before I learned of the great lie. He felt ashamed before them. Warriors who had risked their lives before Drassil's walls, all in the name of a prophecy and a bright star. They looked at him, thinking he was something that he knew he wasn't. I need some air. Would you open the gate for me? He said. I could do with some sunshine upon my face. Aye, Lord, Pax said, running up the slope that led to the hidden door. Lord, Corban thought, as he and Attilius followed more slowly. Any news on the next warband? Attilius asked him. He was an old soldier, a warrior of Tenebral and clearly used to war. No, Corban said. We'll show them, if they ever reach here, Pax said as he threw the bolt, his arm moving to help him lift the oak crossbar. I don't doubt it, Corban said as the door was pushed open and broken sunlight streamed in. My thanks, he said as he stepped out into the fresh air, Storm loping off to sniff at a patch of dogwood. My lord? Pax said nervously. Not that again. Aye, Corban sighed. Where are your shield men? Pax looked about the forest. Forn, it's not safe. They're all sleeping off hangovers, Corban said with a wan smile. But Storm is with me, and besides, I won't go far, he said to the two men. I'll stamp on the door when I'm ready to come back down. All right, then, Attilius said, and they pulled the trapdoor closed. Pax stuck his head out just before it shut and threw something to Corban, a water skin and something rolled in linen. Corban smiled, and then the door was closed, turf fixed to its top, making it look like an ordinary patch of woodland. He walked for a little while, drawn to the sound of running water, and soon he came upon a steep-sided river, fast-flowing and narrow, its water foaming white and loud as it carved its way through a miniature ravine. Corban climbed a gentle rise that suddenly steepened until he emerged into a grassy glade on the brow of a hill. To the south, the walls and towers of Drassil visible through the trees. Behind and above the fortress, the great tree spreading like a guardian of bark and branch. The sun was warm upon his face in this glade. He lay on his back and looked up, enjoying the sensation of not having a canopy of branches above him for a change. Cloud like faded gossamer veiled the sky, softening the sharp blue glare of spring. From here, the troubles of life seemed to fade, just a little. The storm of shock and despair that had been so overwhelming a short while ago, receding to calmer waters. He propped himself up onto an elbow and unstoppered the skin Pax had thrown him. It was watered wine, not water, a little reminder of yesterday's celebration, and it tasted very good to his dry throat. Wrapped in linen was a chunk of cheese and a thick oat biscuit, which he shared with Storm. She sat and stared at him, perfectly still except for the drool dripping from one of her fangs. He threw her another bit of cheese, and she leapt to catch it, jaws snapping, then padded over and bashed him with her head, knocking him onto his back again. She stood over him and licked his face. He pushed her off and rolled over, felt a pinch in his arm, and looked down to see his arm ring, dark iron and silver thread curling around his upper arm. A thing of beauty. He remembered the night it had been given to him, Michael slamming his sword into the ground. We are what we choose to be, Michael had said to him that morning. The question is, what do I choose to be? He thought over Michael's words to him, every sentence poring over them. He noticed the air starting to cool about him, a strong wind coming up from the south. Time to go back, he said eventually to Storm. I can't sit here forever. And I have an announcement to make. Michael's confession still hurt, almost more than he could bear, like a wound that had pierced deep, unreachable, unhealable. But he knew that he could not just hide away in the woods, that he had to go back, if not for his sake, then at least for those others who had believed the lie and followed him. And there was more to this God war than titles and the strategies and games of immortals. There were people, kin, friends. I may not be the great warrior prophesied to come and save the world that I once thought, but I am a man who has lost his mam and da to war, lost my home, my king, my friends. I will not just walk away from that. Calidus and Nether are still a great evil, and they still need to be stopped. I will not turn my back on that fight, avatar of a lost god or not. As he stood, Storm looked northwards, down the incline and into the shade of the trees. She growled. At the same time, a sound drifted up to him on the wind from the south, from Drassil, the wild blasts of horns. He strained to listen and thought he heard voices, screaming, the clash of iron. Beside him, Storm's growl deepened, turning into a snapping, snarling, the ridge of her hackles standing. Corban spun around, felt the ground tremble, saw branches shaking as something huge approached through the forest. He told his feet to move, but for a moment remained transfixed to the ground. Then a mass of fur and jaws and teeth emerged from the gloom and the tree line, a great bear with a blonde-haired, pale-skinned giant upon its back. He was wrapped in fur, a warhammer slung across his back. The giant from Graham's hold that slew Tuckle, Ildea, warlord of the Jotun. I know you, the giant grated at him. Other bears emerged from the forest, 2, 4, 5 of them, each with a rider upon their backs. Corban snapped a command at Storm as he turned and ran. Chapter 91. Corban. Corban kicked Akar's feet out from under him, saw him drop and attempt the roll that Sumor had executed so perfectly in front of them all during his duel with Corban, but Akar was a fraction slower, and Corban aimed a little higher, accounting for the attempted roll before it had fully begun. The result was a dead Akar, or he would have been if her sword had not been made of wood. He rose with a wince and a courteous nod, which she hardly even noticed. She was thinking about Corban. I kissed him, and what does he do? Nothing. Even in her head, the word was a snarl. Again, she said to Akar. She didn't notice that he looked disappointed to be asked. Their weapons clacked a staccato rhythm as they moved with the tempo of their contest. Akar was technical, fluid, perfect, like all of the Jihar. Corban was movement and fury, but she was without her wolfen claws, using just a practice sword. Akar broke through her guard with a feint and lunge and punched his blade against the flesh a fraction below her ribcage. You just killed me. That made her mad, and she grabbed his blade, dragged herself up it, and sawed her own weapon against Akar's throat. What was that? He asked as he stepped away. You killed me, but not instantly. I was practicing taking my enemy to the Bridge of Swords with me. He smiled at that and nodded his respects, then touched his hand to his throat, fingertips coming away bloody. Even though her blade was made of wood, she'd managed to draw blood. I am not your enemy, Akar said. What? I am not your enemy, he repeated. And I do not wish to die whilst training on the weapons court. Sorry, she muttered. She'd been first on the weapons court this morning, expecting to see Corban, fully intending to give him as many bruises as was physically possible during a morning's training. When he had not turned up, it made her angrier, her only option to take it as a personal insult. He's avoiding me. Akar had been the first unfortunate man who had asked her if she wished to spar with him. This is not working. I need to see Corban and tell him what I think of him. What I think of a man who gets kissed by a woman and then avoids that woman for a 10 night. And especially when that woman is me. Me who's punched and kicked and bitten a score of men that tried to kiss me. And now... She screamed internally. Corban strode from the court, slamming her practice blade into a wicker barrel as she left. She strode through the wide streets of the fortress, heading for the great hall, her eyes scanning for Storm as she went. If Corban was not in there, she would try his chamber. She reached the great hall and walked through the open gates. This chamber still managed to fill her with a sense of awe. It was just so huge, the branches snaking across the roof high above. She stood on the steps that led down onto the main floor and took it all in. She thought of Dath and Culla at last night's festivities and smiled, then remembered them kissing, which reminded her of something else, and she scowled. She saw Michael sitting on a bench at one of the tables, alone and with his head bowed. It's the first time I've seen him still. He's usually doing something every moment of the waking day. Maybe he's seen Corban. A horn blast echoed through the chamber, off from the right. She looked about, not seeing anyone, frowning, then realised what it was. One of the tunnel alerts. "To arms!" she bellowed. "Foe in the tunnels! To arms! To arms!" She was running, a sword in her fist without realising how it got there, searching for the tunnel with the hornblower. The blasts kept coming, people taking up her cry. Coralyn, hearing it, spread through the chamber and out of the gate into the courtyard beyond. Must close the tunnel, seal the doors. Glancing left and right, she saw Michael running, speeding after her, others heading for the gates. Then she saw the tunnel. A warrior was standing at its rim, blowing on his horn, others heaving on the huge trapdoor. A giant joined them to help, but then the hornblower was shouting at them, gesturing for them to stop. Then Coralyn was there. Strange sounds echoed out of the tunnel, hooves and feet and what sounded like a great wind. "Close it!" she yelled at the men and giants standing with ropes on the huge trapdoor, holding it hovering. "No!" the hornblower shouted at her, the huntsman from Narvon who had joined her team. "We have scouts in there. My brother is down there." Coralyn paused a moment, looking into the tunnel. It sloped down gently, 100 paces in 2 pools of torchlight, revealing only emptiness. In theory, any enemy in the tunnel should be at least half a day away, the scouts inside, equipped with horns and fast mounts to spread the alert as quickly as possible. But she didn't like the sounds coming out of that tunnel. That could be a long way back. Sound travels fast in those tunnels, especially if it's made by those in a hurry. Then the clatter of hooves separated from the others, growing louder with every moment, and suddenly a rider was visible in the tunnel, galloping through the torchlight, hurtling up the slope towards them. His mouth was moving, shouting, yet nothing could be heard over the crashing of his mount's hooves and the strange sound rushing up behind it, a scraping, grinding sound like 1,000 knives scratching at stone. "Close the gates!" the rider screamed as he exploded from the tunnel, Coralyn rushing to take his reins, his horse sweat-streaked and foaming at the mouth. The rider's eyes were wide with panic. Coralyn was planning on asking a few questions, but instead she turned to the men holding the huge trapdoor and yelled and screamed at them to close it. Its hinges creaked as it began to come down. A huge roar boomed through the tunnel, bursting up into the chamber like a blast of wind in the worst of storms, a physical thing that rattled chests and burst eardrums. In the tunnel, something appeared, something huge, a flat-muzzled head with small eyes, long fangs, thick, powerful legs with razored claws. No. "Drake!" screamed Coralyn, and the door came crashing down, all efforts at lowering it with control gone. Coralyn had one last glimpse inside the tunnel, the drake looming close, someone upon its back, and behind it, warriors, some mounted, others running, iron glinting. Then the door was down, the cloud of dust billowing up. Men were at the bolts, trying to throw them across, the giant and others reaching for the great oak beam that slotted through iron collars across the door. Someone grabbed her arm and spun her. "Michael, what did you see?" he asked, voice calm, controlled. "A drake, a rider upon its back." "Nether rides a drake," Michael said. "Aye, it was him," Coralyn breathed. She would never forget the sight from Murias. "And the Kadishim are with him. Hundreds of them." She looked up at the scout rider. He was wild-eyed, in the grip of panic. Gripping his wrist, she shook him. "How were they so close?" Coralyn asked him. "Where are the other scouts?" "They move faster than the wind," the scout said. "That drake." His face spasmed, remembering something terrible. "They caught up with the other scouts, ran them down. The giant slid the oak beam through the first iron collar. Warriors were everywhere now, a few hundred at least, iron in their fists, but most not in their war gear. More were pouring into the chamber as the hornblast spread warning through the fortress. "Where's Ban?" Corban asked Michael, grabbing his arm as he turned away. "He—" Michael paused, a mixture of grief and guilt crossing his face. "He took Storm down one of the tunnels." "What?" "Not this one. This one goes south, yes? Aye. No, the one by Skald's chair. He is safe." "Why did he do that?" There was a huge concussive boom on the trapdoor, shaking it, dust boiling from its edges, locks rattling, some of the bolts flying loose. "It's not going to hold." Corban knew beyond any doubt. "Make ready!" Michael yelled at the top of his voice. Gar swept through the doors, a few score jihar at his back, other people appearing from all directions. Wolf and a handful of axe-throwers, Javed with his pit fighters. Corban saw Brynner and Cohen standing upon the stairwell that led to Corban's chamber, Dath and Culler bleary-eyed and tousle-haired behind them. "At least he has his bow." "Where is Ban?" Gar yelled as he drew near. "In the north tunnel. Michael says he's safe," she said. Nodded a greeting to Enkara, who was along with him, her leg not fully recovered from when her horse had fallen upon it. Another impact upon the trapdoor. The oak beam the giant had slid across, splintering with a piercing crack, another dust cloud rippling outwards. "Back! Get back!" Corban cried, trying to herd them all away from the trapdoor. "They're too close. If the doors break, 100 men will be slain in the explosion." Michael and Gar added their voices, then others, and slowly the milling, confused mess edged backwards, forming a ring about the trapdoor, leaving a space of 10 or 20 paces. "And that will be our killing ground," Corban snarled to herself, bouncing on the balls of her feet, eager now. "Wish I had my wolfen claws. Have to do it the old-fashioned way." With her left hand she drew a knife from her belt. There were a few moments of silence, dust settling, armor creaking as everyone waited. Then the trapdoor exploded in a deafening burst of wood and iron, a dust cloud billowing out to envelop them. The drake within the tunnel roared its fury and crashed into the chamber, shadowy figures swarming behind it. Then all became chaos. The drake ploughed away through the ring, eviscerating a dozen men too foolish or too brave to leap out of its way, Nathair hacking from side to side with a longsword. A horde of enemies surged after the drake, breaking through the immediate ring and hurling themselves into the warriors who were gathering deeper into the chamber. Michael did not wait for the enemy, but strode into the dust cloud behind the drake, one man sealing the gap against so many, his sword a dull gleam as he was obscured. Moments later, a shadow demon screeching into existence in the air, and Corban knew Michael had his first kill. Gar ran in after him, bellowing, "Truth and courage!" and Corban followed, screaming at the top of her lungs, all those in the circle adding their voices and surging forwards. Kadashim were everywhere, but among and behind them emerged other warriors, ones clothed like the pirates they had stolen the ships from in Narvan, in kilts and vests of leather with short swords and bucklers. Corban liked them. They were much easier to kill than the Kadashim. In what felt like no time at all, her sword and knife were slick with blood, and 6 men were dead or dying in her wake. The Kadashim were shrieking like the demons they were, frenzied in their killing, and wherever they went, the people of Drassil fell. A handful of paces ahead of Corban, Gar and Michael stood like an island against them. Almost every other heartbeat a shadow demon formed like a black marker above them. A face surged out of the press at her, iron rings and an oily beard, an iron-bossed buckler punching at her face. She swayed to one side, slashed the arm behind the buckler with her sword, stepped in close and punched her knife into her belly, ripped sideways as she stepped away, giving the warrior a shove in the chest to send him stumbling backwards, leaving a trail of his intestines on the floor. Another warrior stabbed at her, blinked when she was no longer where he expected her to be, then choked on his own blood as she raked his throat with her knife. Then a Kadashim was coming at her, and she was retreating, slashing with sword and knife, opening a wound across its thigh, a wrist, along the ribs, but he did not even seem to feel the injuries, let alone be slowed down. Blood seeped from the wounds, but slow and thick, not sheeting like she expected. Step by step she retreated, forced steadily out of the ring, towards Skald's throne and away from the warriors who fought desperately to contain the warband that was forcing its way up and out of the tunnel. A sliver of fear worked its way into her belly as her defences became frantic and ragged. She felt her body weakening, her lungs burning as the Kadashim pressed on, unrelenting, blow after blow merging into one seamless, constant attack. She blinked what she thought was sweat out of her eyes, but it was blood, a cut over her eye appearing that she hadn't even felt, and the blood wouldn't stop flowing. The sliver of fear grew. I may die here. How did Corban make fighting these things look so easy? Then a warrior swept around her, black-clothed, wielding a curved sword, Akar. He spun around the Kadashim, coming to a standstill with his back to them both, sword held out to his side in a two-handed grip, dripping black globs of blood. The Kadashim staggered on a few steps, and its head rolled to the side, then toppled to the ground with a thud, its body following a few moments later, mist like black ichor forming in the air, hissing its rage at the world, and then evaporating. Coralyn nodded her thanks to Akar, and then he was gone. A dozen Jihar moving with him, chopping into the tide of Kadashim and Vinthalan that were flowing from the tunnel. She ripped a strip of cloth from her shirt and tied it around the cut on her forehead, took a moment to look about the room. More warriors were still entering the chamber. She glimpsed the Child King Shieldman, Tahir, leading scores of Isiltir's red cloaks in a charge down the steps at Nether upon his drake. The ring that had formed around the trapdoor was getting steadily pushed back, thinning and starting to fray as more enemy kept emerging from the tunnel, though the numbers of the fallen enemy seemed unaccountable, piles of them stacked in an ever-widening circle. We cannot hold them much longer. Even as she watched, a break came in their circle, and Kadashim and Vinthalan poured through it like a flood, spreading into the chamber, turning back to attack the defenders from behind. Coralyn looked about wildly, trying to find her friends in the chaos, having a mind to fight beside them if this was going to end the way she thought. I wish I'd spoken to Ban. Please, Elion, let him be safe. Let him live. A great roar echoed through the chamber, for a moment drowning out the din of battle, and Coralyn looked to see Balor One-Eye standing upon the steps before the gate, black axe in his hands, Ethlyn and the might of the Benothi behind him. With another roar, he strode down the stairs, began to run towards them, the Benothi following like an avalanche, the ground trembling. They hit the Kadashim and Vinthalan that had broken through the circle, scattering them like straw dolls, axes taking Kadashim heads, warhammers crushing Vinthalan to pulp, and behind them the defenders started to rally. Coralyn saw Dath had gathered a dozen archers to him, and they were lined along the staircase that led to a higher floor, raking the enemy with flights of arrows. To the other side, Wolf had rallied his axemen to him, and they were hurling blades at Nether's drake and the enemy that thronged around him. Elsewhere she glimpsed Javed, soaked in blood, a knife in each hand, Vinthalan dead or dying all about him. He was smiling viciously, his pit fighters about him carving a bloody swathe through a knot of Vinthalan warriors. Coralyn felt a new surge of hope, and with it, energy, and she leapt back into the battle, wanting to find Gar and stand beside him. He was still standing close to Michael, the two of them blood-drenched and ringed by a tide line of corpses. Coralyn joined them, protecting one and then the other, as Vinthalan and Kadashim hurled themselves at the two warriors. She stabbed and hacked and chopped, until her arms grew heavy and her hands slippery with blood. Others joined her, spreading in a half-circle to guard the flanks of Gar and Michael, Inkara and Hamil, Akar and a dozen other Jihar. The flow of enemy from the tunnel started to slow, one last wave surging towards them. Coralyn turned a blow with her knife and buried her sword in a Vinthalan chest, blades sticking between ribs as she tried to tug it free. Another Vinthalan saw and lunged at her, sword plunging towards her unprotected side. Something smashed into his chest, hurling him away from Coralyn in an explosion of blood. He hit the floor and rolled, Coralyn seeing one of Leith's throwing knives sticking from his chest. Leith bounded up, a fresh knife in each hand, covered in cuts and other people's blood. Farrell was with her, his war hammer slung across his back, the giant dagger in his hand, slick with blood. "Better for Kadashim," he growled. "Where's Ban?" Before she could answer, a new sound rose from the tunnel.
Battle lulled around them, and many paused to look. A rhythmic thump rumbled out of the tunnel, reverberating in pulsing waves. A line of new Kadashim emerged, flies buzzing about them, a warrior at their head, tall, lithe, gripping a longsword and clothed in mail. But Coralyn's eyes were drawn to his face, parts of it burned charcoal black and peeling, silver hair growing in tufts on his head, elsewhere singed to stubble or burned clear. "Calidus!" Michael snarled. Behind him and the new Kadashim marched more warriors, these in disciplined rows with long shields and short swords in their hands, iron caps on their heads. Coralyn remembered them from Dowan, when she had been part of a night raid against Rin's invading force. They had been the only force that hadn't panicked, and days later she had been told that their wall of shields had broken Dowan's warband. Hundreds of them were marching from the tunnel, an endless column of men 20 shields wide. Coralyn felt her heart sink. Calidus saw Michael, sneered, and strode straight at him. Michael stepped to meet him, their blades clashing with blinding speed. The sheer sense of power rolling off their blows was staggering. Then one of the Kadashim was lunging in, something different about him from the rest, flies swarming around him. He lashed out at Michael, caught him a glancing blow and sent him crashing to the floor, rolling backwards. Calidus followed, and Ankara stepped between them, sword raised high, turned Calidus's blow as it swept towards Michael, a backswing from Ankara slashing across Michael's eyes and sending him reeling. Behind her, Michael pushed himself to his knees, then the other Kadashim was lunging at Ankara. He had no blade in his hands, just grabbed her, somehow swaying past her curved sword and gripping her wrist. He gave a savage yank, and her sword was spinning away. Ankara pulled close to him. With one hand, he gripped her face and twisted. Coralyn heard Ankara's neck snapping from 20 paces away, the Kadashim discarding her lifeless body to the ground. Coralyn screamed and ran at him. Chapter 92. Cohen. Cohen burst into the hospice, chest heaving, lungs burning. People were sitting up in their cots, some shuffling about on crutches, others trying to pull boots on and find weapons. They all froze and stared at Cohen. "Out of here!" she gasped. Then louder, "The enemy are in the great hall. If you can wield a blade, go do it. If not, you need to get somewhere safer." The room burst into motion. Brynner stumbled in behind Cohen. "Thanks for helping, an old lady," Brynner said. "Sorry," Cohen said. They'd both stood in the great hall, staring dumbstruck as the drake had smashed its way through the trapdoor and the warband of Kadashim and Vinthalan had come boiling out of the ground. It had not taken long to realize that the warriors of Drassil were hugely outnumbered, and in fighting the Kadashim, unlike the battle beyond the walls, were battling against a foe that was at least their equal. Added to that, the Kadashim seemed to be limitless in their numbers and supported by a screaming horde of Vinthalan pirates. As the circle of defenders trying to contain them had broken down, Brynner and Cohen both looked at one another and realized the same thing. The hospice. If the Kadashim reached here, it would be a bloodbath. So they had run through the streets of Drassil, chaos everywhere, Cohen pulling ahead of Brynner. Still breathing hard, she started to help people from cots, tugging on clothes, dishing out seed of the poppy. Brynner was stuffing herbs and vials into a bag. Once the hall was close to empty, Cohen saw the other thing that she'd come here for, her 2 belts of throwing knives. She slipped them over her head and ran her fingers along a row of leather-wrapped hilts, their comfortable weight reassuring. "Ready?" Brynner asked her, a slim spear in one hand, bag slung across her shoulder. Cohen raised an eyebrow at the spear. "As much to help me walk and keep up with you as anything else," Brynner snapped. And then they were heading back to the great hall, slower this time, the din of battle growing louder with each step. Men and women were running in all directions, panic thick in the air. Battle had spilt into the courtyard before the great hall. Knots of combat here and there, Kadashim and Vinthalan, a constant trickle through the half-open doors. Cohen saw a Kadashim leap through the air, covering at least 20 paces to crash into a handful of Wolf's men, scattering them. As Cohen ran past, she saw the Kadashim squatting upon a body, jaws slick and dripping with blood, the throat of the warrior beneath it torn and ragged. As they approached the hall's half-open doors,
Running up the few steps that led from the courtyard, there was a deafening roar, and something slammed into them from the other side, one door crashing from its hinges, falling with a resounding boom upon friend and foe alike. The drake surged out from the wreckage, Nether upon its back, the beast powering into the courtyard, its head swinging from side to side, jaws lunging, snapping. It veered away from them, chasing a mass of fleeing warriors, leaving the gates momentarily empty. "Now!" Brynna said, running towards the entrance. Avinthalan ran at them as they reached the open gateway. Cohen put a knife through his eye, dropping him in a twitching pile. She paused to retrieve the knife, then ran through the entrance, colliding with Brynna's back. Then she saw why the healer had stopped at the top of the stairs that led down into Drassil's great hall, staring down into the enormous chamber, the sight almost breaking her heart. The hall stank like a slaughterhouse, the dead and dying everywhere, all manner of noise filling the air, battle cries, death cries, men and women screaming, mewling or weeping with pain, the clash and grate of iron on iron, giants bellowing defiance, the Kadashim's ululating screeches. The trapdoor that the enemy had emerged from was abandoned, the ring of Drassil's warriors broken, reduced to knotted islands in a sea of the enemy. And marching through the middle was the shield wall of Tenebrel's Eagle Guard, 1,000 strong, pushing through the surge and press of battle with irresistible force. Veridis, is he down there? Even as Cohen stood and stared, horns rang out from the shield wall, and before her eyes it split, not in panic, but in organized motion, passing to form new, smaller squares that branched off into a sweeping arc, systematically clearing the battle before them. "This is over," Brynna said beside her. The words still in the air, Cohen heard a great roar from the far side of the chamber, saw the Benothi giants, felt a flare of hope, but that was instantly dashed, as she saw a handful of them retreating, carrying a slumped form between them, silver hair hanging and matted with blood. "Bala One Eye is fallen." "Aye," Cohen grunted. Elsewhere, she saw warriors of Drassil starting to break and run, here and there a more organized retreat. Wolf and his axemen had joined with Javed's pit fighters and were disappearing around the curve of the great tree's trunk. Closer to her, 100 or so red-cloaked warriors were retreating slowly, a forest of long spears holding back the press of the enemy. "We need to find Ban and get out of here." "Where do we go?" Cohen mumbled, the shock of defeat washing through her like a poison, murdering her will, draining her spirit. "It cannot be." "There," Brynna said, pointing with her spear. The trapdoor before Skald's throne was a surging sea of battle, bodies rising and falling like storm-racked waves. At the center of it, Cohen saw her friends. Gar and Michael were standing together, dealing death. Even as she watched, screaming shadow demons burst into momentary existence and then faded about them. Cohen caught a flash of red hair, saw Coralyn fighting like a lunatic banshee of legend. Close to her, Farrell and Laith, Dath in colour, a few score others, mostly Jihar. She realised that their numbers were dwindling, not because they were falling to enemy blades, but because they were disappearing one by one into the smaller door of the tunnel's trapdoor. "They're escaping." "We need to get to them now," Brynna hissed, grabbing Cohen and pulling her down the stairs. They were moving against the tide, most now trying to reach the gates. Cohen pushed, shoved, and slipped between people, one hand in Brynna's. They reached the bottom of the stairs and broke into a run. Cohen used 2 of her knives on Vinthalan, who fixed their eyes upon her or Brynna, leaving her blades in their corpses. And then they were at the mass that was pressing against Michael and the rest. Brynna skirted it, running around to the flanks of the half-circle that was closing like a fist upon their friends. Brynna buried her spear in the back of a Vinthalan. Another, turning, seeing her, raising his sword, fell gurgling with one of Cohen's knives in his throat. They moved into the press, Cohen catching a glimpse of Laith ahead of her and Farrell. Then a Kadashim was before them, its mouth open in a feral snarl, black eyes fixed on them, curved sword rising. Brynna buried her spear in soft flesh just above the rim of its chainmail shirt, below its throat. The blade sank deep, dark, almost black blood welling around the wound like cold porridge. The Kadashim slashed at the spear, snapping the shaft, leaving the blade in its flesh. It seemed unconcerned about that, advancing on Brynna as she stumbled back. Cohen threw knives, 1, 2, 3 in quick succession, the first crunching into its skull, second bouncing off of the mail shirt, and third piercing its links to sink into the Kadishim's belly. It took no notice. I can't take its head with a knife. She drew the sword at her belt and hacked two-handed into the creature as it sliced at and just missed Brynner's face. Cohen's sword sliced into its neck, flesh parting, blade grinding against bone. That got its attention. It turned its black eyes upon her and lunged, wrenching her sword from her fingertips, leaving it embedded in the Kadishim's neck. It ignored that as well, seemingly intent upon Cohen's death. A hand snaked out and grabbed one of her knife belts, dragging her closer to the Kadishim's sword tip. Then Brynner was there, in the corner of Cohen's eye, arm raised, and she was shouting something in Giantish. Amongst the garbled words from Brynner's lips, Cohen heard the word "Lasset" for fire. Then Brynner threw something, a vial that exploded in the Kadishim's face, and it erupted into fire, spreading in heartbeats down the Kadishim's neck and consuming its torso, flames hungry and devouring, the instant smell of charring flesh and burning hair billowing out with waves of heat and smoke. Cohen threw herself backwards as flames snaked along the Kadishim's arm. She slammed onto the ground, saw the Kadishim stagger away, reeling like a drunkard to crash into a Vinthalan, the flames leaping onto him, and in moments he was a human torch. Both Vinthalan and Kadishim collapsed to their knees, screaming, toppled to the ground, limbs thrashing, the Kadishim stiffening and then going still, the now too familiar sight of a shadow demon appearing in the air above it. So, the Kadishim are not fans of fire either, although it's not the instant victory the taking of a head gives. Cohen staggered to her feet, Brynner nodding with a satisfied expression upon her face. A slavering, screeching howl drew their attention, and they both spun to see a handful of Kadishim running at them. Brynner's hand frantically scrabbled inside her bag and pulled out another vial. I thought they were medicines. What has she been up to? More giantish words issued from Brynner's mouth, and she hurled the vial at the first Kadishim, just a few paces from Cohen now. There was a blinding flash, a concussive explosion, and then Cohen was flying through the air. The last thing she saw before darkness closed in upon her was Brynner's face, an expression of profound surprise upon it. "Well, what a pleasant surprise," she heard a voice say, somewhere above her. She opened her eyes, decided that was a mistake, pain thumping in her skull, and closed them again. A boot kicked her in the ribs, more pain in different places now, all clamouring for attention. She opened her eyes again, looked up into a burned face, but still familiar. "Calidus," she said, voice hoarse. As she said his name, he reached up and tugged at a blackened strip of flesh on his lip. It came away with a soft tearing sound. He grimaced and flicked it away. "Indeed," he said, "and what a pleasure it is to see you again. A feeling that I'd imagine is not mutual." He smiled, a ghastly expression with half a lip missing. She didn't bother replying, just pushed herself to her knees, realised her hands were bound in front of her. She was still in the great hall, sitting on the wooden trapdoor she'd been so desperately trying to reach, though now it was mostly populated by the dead. Further away she saw Michael pressed and held to his knees by 3 Kadishim. He was covered in blood, no way of knowing if it was his own or his enemy's. Cohen suspected mostly the latter. Calidus walked away from Cohen, towards Michael. "Hasn't turned out quite as you'd hoped, has it?" Calidus said, cheerfully. Michael just looked at him, stare flat, emotionless. "So, let's get to the heart of this. Where is your puppet, your champion, your bright star?" Just more silence from Michael. A group of Kadishim strode up, one stepping forwards, flies buzzing about him in a cloud. He held something out in his hands. A black axe. Cohen had to stop herself from grinding her teeth when she saw it. The Starstone axe, taken from Balor. "Excellent," Calidus grinned. "Most satisfying. That makes 2 treasures in one day." He glanced at Skald's spear, still sunk into the great tree, the giant skeleton wrapped about it. "Now, all I need to make my day perfect
is your bright star's head on a spike. So. There was a crashing, pounding rumble from behind Cohen, the now familiar scrape of a drake's claws on stone. "Where is he?" Nether cried from the drake's back as he drew near, glaring down at Michael. "Where is your bright star?" "I was just asking the same question," Calidus said. "And now it's about time for an answer." "Safe," Michael said. "He will come for you. He is a force of nature, Elion's own wrath. You had both best be looking over your shoulders from now on." "Oh, please," Calidus laughed. "This is far from over," Michael growled. "Ah, now that's where you're wrong," Calidus sighed, "at least for you. I must admit that I hoped for more, Michael, and I'm sad to say it, but you're boring me. Legion, take his head." Michael struggled in his captor's grip, but the three Kadashim held him fast, two dragging his arms wide, the other pushing on his back with a booted foot until Michael's cheek ground into the stone floor. The Kadashim holding the axe raised it high and swung it down. There was a crunch and a resounding crack as the axe cut through Michael's neck and buried itself in the stone floor beneath him. His severed head rolled in a half-circle, eyes bulging. A mist formed in the air above his twitching torso, a stern-faced warrior. Great white wings spread about him. "See how it feels," Calidus said. The wraith-like Ben Elim glared at Calidus, then let out a bellowing, mournful roar. Rage, frustration, defeat mixed together. The great white wings beat once, the air momentarily a gale, and then it was gone, evaporating. Calidus turned to face Cohen, a triumphant smile fading from his scorched features. "Now tell me, you little bitch," he snarled, "where is your brother?" Chapter 93. Corban. Corban ran, the blood pounding in his skull, branches whipping his face. Storm was a blur through the trees just ahead of him. He'd run down the hill and headed deep into thick underbrush, hoping it would halt the passage of the giant bears. By the sounds of crashing and snapping behind him, his plan hadn't worked. He ploughed on, vine, root, and thorn snaring and snatching at him. He stumbled, rebounded from a tree, carried on, the crashing behind him louder, closer. I need to try something different. He veered right, burst out of the undergrowth into a patch of soft forest litter and wide-spaced trees, put his head down, and sprinted. The sounds of bears and giant cries faded behind him, each stride opening the gap between them. He tried to work out his position, the direction he should be running in, heard the sound of running water to his left, the river, and headed towards where he thought the trapdoor lay. Sounds faded behind him. "I'm going to do it." Then there was a ground-trembling explosion of undergrowth, sounding like whole trees were torn and uprooted, the pounding of huge paws, and then a roaring that staggered him, sent him stumbling, then falling from his feet. He rolled on the ground, glimpsed claws and fangs and fur bearing down upon him. The pale skin of a giant somewhere high above, heard more bears bellowing further away, to left and right. Then he came to a halt, litter and leaves in his hair, up his nose, in his mouth. He reached for his sword. Ahead of him he saw Storm skid to a halt, turn, and look back for him. "On!" he commanded. She did not move. "On!" he shouted. Still she stood and stared at him. "Run on! Please, go!" he willed her. A bear and giant crashed out of the forest behind him. Storm snarled, legs bunching, and ran back towards him, her head low, a vein bulging in her chest as muscles pumped in contraction and extension. He rolled to one knee, drew his sword. Then Storm was bounding past him, legs coiling to leap at the bear converging upon them, her jaws gaping. They slammed together, bear and wolf, in a collision of flesh, bone, fur, tearing teeth, and ripping claw. Storm sank her fangs deep into the bear's shoulder, her claws scrabbling for purchase, the momentum pulling her loose, tearing her free, leaving a great fold of flesh torn and flapping on the bear's flank.
It bellowed in pain as Storm fell to the ground, the giant's warhammer swooping through air, missing her head by a handspan. She rolled on the ground, gathered herself for another leap. Then Corban was up and running, the bear's charging momentum carrying it on, leaving Storm behind, surging straight at him. Corban swerved to the side, swayed out away from a slashing paw and talons, and hacked two-handed with his sword, all his strength smashing it into the fur and flesh of the bear's side, blood spraying, ribs crunching and cracking. There was a stirring of air above him, and he swayed backwards, dropped to a crouch, and a warhammer hissed over him, the giant wielding it, snarling in frustration. If the wound Storm inflicted had caused the bear pain, this one gave it agony. It screamed its torment and halted its charge, sliding, tearing up the ground, crashing into a tree, the timber splintering and spraying. Then the bear was rolling, and its rider was sent flying through the air, hurled into the gloom and undergrowth. Storm bounded forward, leaping onto the bear as it lay on its side, trying to rise, blood frothing from its nose and mouth. She sank her teeth into its throat, the bear thrashing, trying to rise, but its lungs weren't working properly, its legs scrambling for purchase. Then Storm shook her head, a violent twist, and there was a wet tearing sound and a gouting fountain of blood, and the bear was sinking into death. Corban ran to Storm, put a hand on her shoulder. "Good girl," he murmured. "Now let's get out of here."
"That's the second bear of mine that you and your kind have slain," a voice said from the shadows.
Ildair, warlord of the Jotun, emerged from the gloom, his warhammer held loosely in one hand, his huge frame wrapped in leather and fur. At the same time, two more bears and their riders crashed into view, lumbering towards them.
"I remember you," Ildair said, moving closer. "You stood over your friend at Graham's Hold."
"Why are you here?" Corban asked, eyes scanning the forest for routes of escape.
"To give Jael my aid," Ildair said.
He paused and cocked his head, listening to the faint sounds of battle that drifted up from Drassil. "Jael is defeated, his warband broken," Corban said.
"Then who is it that attacks you now?" Ildair asked.
Corban looked nervously towards Drassil. "I don't know. I must get back there." Ildair's eyes looked Corban up and down.
"You have a new arm ring since Graham's Hold, I think."
He cocked his head to one side, frowned.
"Are you their lord?"
"Come any closer, and I'll be your death giver," Corban said.
"Ah, I like that,"
Ildair nodded, looking at his warriors about him.
"Good spirit."
There was a hissing sound, and a spear punched into Ildair's shoulder. He cried out and staggered back, fell against a tree, slid down it. Two men burst out of the trees behind Corban, Attilius and Pax. "Corban!" Attilius yelled, and Corban didn't need calling twice. He turned and scrambled over the dead bear, slid down the other side, and set off running, Storm bounding beside him, red tongue lolling. They caught up with Attilius and Pax in a dozen strides, and then they were all sprinting through the trees. There was some shouting and snarling behind them, then more crashing as bears lurched into motion. "This way," Attilius said, and veered left, taking them into thicker cover, squirming beneath and around a clump of huge trees that had fallen in some great storm, roots exposed like the husks of great worms. "Bears can't follow us here," Attilius said. Beyond the fallen trees lay a thicket of longthorn, Corban discovering how aptly it was named as he tried to navigate his way through, following a narrow fox trail that Attilius seemed to know well, the sound of water growing louder all the time. It was a long time later when they spilt into an open glade that edged a sharp drop to the river. They all paused to fill their lungs, Attilius passing Corban his waterskin. Storm stood staring into the undergrowth. "My thanks," Corban breathed. "We heard the bears," Pax said. "Didn't know what they were when we heard them mine, but we knew it wasn't good, and that you were out here, somewhere." "We need to get back to Drassil," Corban said, suddenly remembering the horns he'd heard from the hill, the sounds of battle. "I will follow the river. Takes us close to the trap door," Attilius said. Storm growled. There was a whistling sound, a whump, 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 as of something huge spinning through the air. They all had a moment to look up, then Attilius was hurtling backwards, blood and bones spraying in his wake, crunching into a tree where he remained, pinned by the giant axe that had carved him near in two. Pax screamed, and a giant thundered out of the undergrowth. Corban grabbed Pax, shook him, the lad's eyes fixed on his Dar's body. "Drassil! Pax, you have to get back to Drassil. Get help if you can." Pax looked at him, crying, then nodded and ran. Corban drew his sword and turned to face the giant. It came howling into the glade, pulling a dagger as long as his sword from its belt, eyes flitting to its axe in the tree. Corban did not wait for it, moved forwards, Bala and Tahir's voices sharp in his mind. Deflect the blow, nudge it, guide it, use your speed, your size as an advantage. Then Storm leapt, jaws clamping around the giant's wrist, blood spurting, the dagger falling. Corban lunged in as the giant raised a fist and punched Storm in the head. She didn't let go, and then, before the giant even saw him, Corban was burying his blade in its belly, angling his blade high, under the ribs, slicing through a lung. Blood sluiced, and it was sinking to its knees. Corban ripped his blade free, cut its throat, and kicked it backwards. He turned to follow Pax, and something crunched into his knee, pain exploding, stealing his breath away. He dropped like a felled tree, saw a giant towering over him, warhammer in its hand, another behind it holding a thick spear. He rolled away, used his sword to lever himself onto the knee of his good leg, raised his sword. The giant with the warhammer laughed and kicked him in the chest. Corban heard ribs snapping, a thunderclap in his head, and he was rolling over and over. The giant advanced. Corban's hand searched for his sword hilt, couldn't find it, pain pulsing from his chest and leg. Then Storm was standing over Corban, crouched low, snarling. The giant hesitated, the one behind with a spear moving into view. Before either could move, Storm was leaping, slamming into the first giant before he could swing his hammer. Her jaws snapped for his throat, teeth ripping, both of them crashing to the ground, rolling. Corban got to his feet, couldn't put any weight on his damaged leg, found his sword, and used it as a crutch to hobble after them. A giant was punching Storm as they rolled, repeatedly, heavy fists crunching into her ribs. Corban heard a crackling sound, then snapping. Storm whined, then her jaws were finally clamping around the giant's throat. She gave a savage wrench of her neck and head, and blood jetted, the giant slumping, then lying still, Storm sinking across him. She whined as she tried to stand. Then the other giant was standing over her, spear rising, Corban a dozen paces away. The spear came down, punching into Storm above the shoulder, angling down into her chest. At the same time, Corban hurling himself at the back of the giant's knees, toppling him to the ground, leaving his spear in Storm. Corban howled with rage and fell onto the giant, his pain threatening to overwhelm him. He dragged his blade up as the giant tried to rise, stabbed it into the giant's groin, severing the artery high in the inner thigh. He collapsed upon the dying giant, struggling to breathe. He had never felt pain like it, pulsing through him, a sharp spike in his chest every time he took a breath, but only one thought filled his mind: Storm. He left his sword buried in the giant, did not have the strength to tug it free, rolled onto his front and saw Storm lying flat and still, the spear protruding from her chest. He dug his hands into the ground, pulled, dragged himself towards her. He was sobbing, his vision blurred by the hot tears streaming down his cheeks. He must have been saying her name as well, for she raised her head and looked at him, whining pitifully. Her tail thumped weakly on the ground, blood foaming from her mouth. Her front leg shifted, paws scratching in the dirt, and she moved just a fraction. Then she did it again and again, dragging herself towards him. That was how they met, both battered, bloody, bones broken, upon a grassy ridge above a white flowing river. Corban gripped the spear buried in her chest and pulled it free, Storm yelping. He threw it away, tried to stem the flow of blood that pulsed from the wound with his hands. Storm licked his face and then laid her head upon his shoulder. He buried his face in the fur of her neck and held her close to him. There was crashing in the undergrowth. Giant voices. "How long have I slept?"
Corban groaned, lifted himself from Storm's side. She was still breathing, though in short, sharp breaths, not the long, deep movement of her chest that he had slept against so many times. She lifted her head to look at him with glazed, pain-filled eyes. "Hold on, girl. After everything I've lost, I'll not lose you as well." The voices again, closer. "Got to move." He tried to stand. Pain exploding in his chest and leg, collapsed, almost fainted with the effort. Right. Walking's out of the question, then. He listened to the sound of the river. The thud of feet in the undergrowth, so close. If they find us, they will kill us. He gritted his teeth and pushed against Storm. Pain was pulsing in huge rolling waves from his leg and chest. He ignored it, pushed again, strained harder. Storm whined, high-pitched, almost snapped at him. Then they were both slipping over the cliff edge, sliding down slick, sharp rocks, falling, then splashing into ice-cold water. The current took them, Corban clinging to Storm, desperately trying to hold her head above the water, spluttering and choking himself. He bounced off a rock, spun, his head ducking under the water, for a moment not knowing which way was up. Then he was clear, gasping air. The water calmed a little, carried them on until the current spat them out onto a rocky shelf, the steep sides rising over them, not much higher than one of the bears they'd been running from. Corban checked Storm, saw she was still breathing, then collapsed against her, utterly exhausted. He woke with dawn, wet and shivering. Storm's breath came in a wet rattle. She opened her eyes when he moved, just lay with her head on the rock, too weak to move, looking at him. He stroked the fur of her cheeks, above her amber eyes. Remembered that first day, when he'd saved her as a cub, Evnis looming over him demanding her death. How he'd refused. And since that day she'd been his constant companion, his guardian, protector, friend. He put a hand on her chest, felt her heart fluttering. "I have to get help for her. She needs a healer. She needs Brynner." His leg felt numb, so he risked moving it. Pain erupted and he rolled over and vomited in the river. Then he was lurching upwards, being dragged, hanging suspended over Storm, her head rising a fraction, eyes tracking him. He lurched up again, dangling in the air, something hooked under his belt. Another lurch, and he was looking at two giants, one with a rope in its hand attached to an iron hook that it removed from Corban's belt. "You were right to follow the river," one said to the other. "Let me go," Corban coughed. "I think not," the giant said in common tongue. "You have led us a merry chase. The others are searching for you, all over Forn." "We should put a spear through his heart," the other one growled. "Ildare wants him," the first giant said. "What about that?" The other giant jutted its chin at Storm. "I'll not be going down there," the first giant said with a shake of its broad head. "Besides, there's no need. She's finished." As the two giants dragged Corban up the slope and through a glade, pain lancing through his leg and chest with every movement, every breath, he heard Storm howl behind him. It was a rattle, weak and fluid, yet long and mournful, and Corban felt his heart was being ripped apart. They took him deeper into the forest, and soon Corban discovered the one thing that broke his heart more than listening to Storm's weak and fading howls. The moment when she stopped howling. That was Ruin, Book 3 of The Faithful and the Fallen, by John Gwynne, read by Damien Lynch.